It's Friday night, and you know that means Australian Online Supercar Championship. The AOSC is back for season number 11. Race number 3 here tonight, the Red Bull Ring, 650 kilometres. It's the big enduro. Team them up, 2 drivers to a car. Joining me back in the commentary box tonight, of course, is Daniel Lead and Matthew Norris. Dan, welcome along.
G'day, mate. Great to be back for round 3, mate. Looking forward to this one. It's second new circuit on the iRacing calendar that we're heading to after Chicago last week. Endurance, as you said, 650Ks here tonight at the Red Bull Ring. And, mate, looking at the amount of cars getting out on circuit at the moment, she's going to be a busy racetrack all night long.
Yeah, it definitely is, and we do know that throughout the week we have increased the incident limits here as well, which is very interesting. So I'm going to put 60 incident points up there just to help the guys out with so many laps. I mean, 150 laps to get it done tonight. That is going to be a big task there, and you got to do. One driver has to do a maximum of 100 laps. So we're going to see how the team split that up, whether they're going to put the main driver in for 90 odd of those, or whether they're going to try and 50-50 that out throughout the night. Got to do 3 driver swaps as well, so that's very important. Only 2 fast repairs, so if it all goes astray, only 2 chances to get fast repairs done, but not as many corners on this one, Dan. Run us through a lap.
Yeah, look, it's a very simple circuit by terms compared to what we saw last week out at Chicago. Definitely a lot smoother surface for the guys, which is going to be really good as far as car setup goes. The run up to turn 1 is going to be very interesting as we watch the guys go up here at the moment. It's uphill into a very tight corner. You can use a lot of curb here, but be careful of the run on that outside. And if you get the run right there, which we didn't see happen in the Coda car there, you're going to set yourself up for a really good strong run up towards the hairpin, up to Remus. And you know, for the guys that remember back to MotoGP, there was a massive incident there last year, and we're going to see some big braking opportunities come up into that section for tonight, which is going to be good for the guys trying to get those passes done. From there, then we've got the run down the hill. It's going to be very tricky from sort of that middle section of the circuit, Matt, all the way through, as the car's going to be very loaded, a lot of load to get the power down and really try and keep the momentum, which is going to be key here.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting at the moment, though. We do know in the background of our broadcast, just a bit of a reset there on iRacing about to happen if you're watching us on the live stream. So you will lose our cars for just a second, but we are not going anywhere. We're going to keep the stream up, a bit of a reboot there to iRacing tonight. We got a big race tonight. Norrie, you have joined us here in the commentary box as well. Good to have Matthew Norris back with us.
It's good to be back after a while. I've missed the last couple of starts, so it's good to see these cars start again. It's been a while. Do they start from stop, or are we rolling this one?
Oh, surely we're going to be a standstill start on this one. I mean, how good is it going to be, though, to have the 3 of us back? It's the first time, actually, in season 11, all 3 of us have been back in the commentary booth.
The 3 amigos back together.
Well, we're going to be really looking forward to it because, I mean, we saw some awesome racing last time out. We haven't really had much of a chance to talk about it so far this season, but we're going to have plenty of time tonight to catch over it.
Yeah, there'll be a bit of time there, wait there, to go through these things. And, Norrie, you're going to be putting the runners on tonight and making sure pit lanes are all operating and letting us know what's going on down there as well?
Yes, going to try and keep across everything happening in pit lane. We've got eyes on every single car, so don't think you can get away with any tricks because I've got my eyes on you.
What do you think the strategy is going to be tonight, Norrie? I mean, there's obviously 3 driver swaps to do, which means we're going to see everyone come in the pits 3 times at least, but what's your predictions on how that's going to play out tonight?
I think we might have a time certain race on our hands if I'm counting laps and distance and how that's going to work. So maybe some of the guys can back end the race, and I'm talking about working the race from the back, the last race pit stop they can make, and make it home, and maybe do some short stints early on. But we'll find out as the race goes on. My prediction is probably to fill it up, send it a couple of times, change drivers a few times, and then that's it. But we'll see what happens when we get there. And it'll be awesome to see what these cars look like around the Spielberg circuit here in Austria.
Yeah, big shout out to obviously Jinx Shifters back on board for season number 11, and RaceKraft Simulations from WA coming on board. And they do have some pedals between them and simrigs.com to give away as well this year. We're putting all the votes together of the top 3 drivers from each race that we deem as putting on a good show, and we're going to give out a prize at the end of the year. It's going to be some fantastic load cell pedals there. And can't wait to give those away. Also, shout out to our other sponsors, Track Cams and Gourmets, of course, help us with camera angles there. We've also got Acuda, a Race Circuit Art Australia, and AJ Insurance Services, of course, and that's for all the bingles. If you need more than 2 fast repairs, you've got to apply to them. And, of course, Team 126 over in the States. Good to see them back and joining us, who Yeah, relatively new to the iRacing scene. Sort of came around about COVID, which is pretty much like myself. The COVID thing brought us into the iRacing world, but some real life racing there with the motorbikes and obviously a bit on the dirt track as well. But good to see them joining us over and helping us spread the word of the AOSC11 over in the United States.
Yeah, definitely great to have them on board. And for anyone having a look, jump over to their YouTube page and you can see another stream of all the action as well as we watch the guys work their way through qualifying. We've got just on 7 minutes left to go, and it's an interesting top 5 at the moment with a little bit of a shake-up to what we've traditionally seen. Corey Shepherd out front, James Scott, who was absent last round, back in the car for Altus Esports and currently sitting in second position. Andrew Dyson up there in third, and we've got Ian Ford with ERT, and I mean we haven't seen ERT for quite a while in this championship, and great to have those boys back in the series.
Yeah, you'd sort of wonder who ERT are because it's been a long time between drinks for them, but fantastic to have another car back in the field and running around AOSC. It's brilliant to have all the competitors come back. It's brilliant to have such a full grid for an endurance race.
Yeah, no, it is a big grid here. We've got just over 40 cars. I think we've got 41 cars in tonight, so 82 drivers in on that one. So it's going to be a big one to call, guys. You have to keep up with all the names. It's going to be very hard. Now, my pick though, Andrew Dyson, and they came out this season. Last season they were sitting around there just lurking at the back on the, just trying to grab a podium at the end there, and they had a few good races. But Andrew Dyson this year, I mean, he teamed up obviously with his teammate Adam Briggs and came second in the opening race there at the Nürburgring. And then Chicago last week, what a race from him to take the win over Corey Shepherd, who had a bit of misfortune there. But a good old Andrew Dyson leading us in the championship points at the moment and for the first time. And it's fantastic to see. And we do believe that last week was actually his first AOSC podium win.
Yeah, it was, and I mean, he had a great run there. We got some awesome donuts from him at the conclusion of the race, and some really good shots of the car coming through. So that was an awesome drive for those guys. And I mean, they've been banging on the door for quite a while now, and we're expecting big things from them going forward for the remainder of the season.
Hopefully we haven't given him the commentator's curse, and I tell you what, we definitely don't want to get as we see Christian Smart get around at the moment there. They've put a few laps together this season, but the car has been absolutely sharp at the moment. And,
calling that a livery violation. That is horrible.
Is it?
It's half and half. No.
Oh no. Anyway, we go through cars still coming out of the pits, and like you say, Dan, not much longer left in this qualifying session there. Less than 5 minutes to go. And it's going to take about a minute and a half to get around this track. So their out lap there is going to be a bit over a minute and a half, and then they're going to do this in a 1:29 something for the guys up the front. But on average, we're going to see the cars around the 1:32 mark. Probably see that drop off in the race a little bit. My thing is when we go up over, if we start off there, we got the first right-hander come up the big long straight. There's a couple of kinks and they come around. There's a couple of left-handers there. Now, how much tyre degradation is that going to do? Because you're really on the outer limit there, just feathering the throttle.
Yeah, it's going to be really tricky there. I ran a few laps earlier in the week trying to just work out how the car sort of played around here, and you can put a lot of grip into the rear of it to try and get it to rotate through that corner, but you've got to be very careful because it will push wide out towards the infamous gravel trap there, where we've seen plenty of Formula One drivers find their way off in the past few seasons. But no, it's a very tricky one trying to get that car to work as well on the left as it does on the right. And as you said, 41 cars out here tonight. I'm just having a look at the track map at the moment and trying to find any form of bit of clear real estate is nigh on impossible for these guys. So trying to make the most of it right here, right now, while it will vault you up the lead, is probably not where you need to be thinking about and maybe looking at what you're going to do later on when it comes into race time.
Going to be interesting too, that right-hander, the first corner there, that sharp right-hander. Now we're going to throw 41 cars in that corner. How do you think we're going to have a safety car in the first lap?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty safe bet.
Yeah, look, I think, we've got 150 laps to get around tonight. There's no reason for any of the drivers to do too much push and shove, but we all know everyone likes to start a race well, and if they see the opportunity, they're definitely going to go for it in that first corner. And being such a sharp corner, and then we run onto that long straight. Look, the difference between this week and last week is there is some runoff here, isn't there? Last week, Concrete Jungle, there was absolutely no runoff. The overtaking opportunities were very slim, a lot slimmer than they are this week. This week, though, the runoff there, a little bit greasy, though, once you get down that outer limit, especially on those painted lines.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you hit the nail on the head. Runoff last week, absolute premium. There's only really 2 spots on the circuit where if you did make a bit of a meal of it, where you could escape down the escape road. Through here, as you say, very wide circuit. You got a lot of runoff there as we look back at turn 1 and up towards the hairpin here. So if you do make a little bit of a blunder, you open the steering wheel, you drop maybe a spot or 2 depending on where you're sitting in the fight, but you get back underway and it's not too bad. The biggest issue will be trying to keep the car off the grass, because from what we've seen traditionally in iRacing, especially since the tyre model update, is the grass is like ice. The minute you hit that, you've got no control on these things.
Yeah, Nori, what are your thoughts on the lap around here? Where do you think the overtaking opportunities are going to be?
One good opportunity is where you won't get a 5-second penalty, and that's down out of turn 3, where we saw the Formula 1 cars getting 5-second penalties here and there. But I do reckon that the internal left-hander in the middle of the circuit, it's a fantastic opportunity that's rarely utilised for passing. So that'd be interesting to see if we do get passes happening there. I know these supercars, they require a lot to stop, but sometimes you can just slide the pass on through and it makes it stick. So happy to see that one tonight. Really hoping we can see a variety of moves around this circuit, because it is a fantastic circuit. Have you seen it, Matty? Have you been out there?
Oh, mate, I've been watching a couple of drivers this week. Actually logged on during the week, seen some people doing some testing. We know that I'm not as very efficient behind the wheel as I am watching. So you got in the cockpit of a few cars, just had a look around here, and a lot of high speeds here I noticed compared to what we were doing last week. So we are going to see a lot of top gear, second gear, and a lot of corners in third. Like, the guys are really going to be up in the RPM in third gear and giving around a lot of these corners as well. So a lot more free flowing than we've seen before, but like you say, go wide. You know, we're really worried about that wheel spin there when you get the car sideways now. Once the car sort of spread out over the race, I think it's going to be fine, but crucial is going to be the first 2 or 3 laps. We're bunched up, 41 cars in the race here tonight. That first corner is going to just concertina and put everyone together. And as they shoot out of there, we're going to see if they can try and separate down that long straight there as they head down to the next major right-hand corner. So hopefully it all comes off in the first corner and we don't see too much happen there.
Yeah, definitely. And as we look at this now, the checkered flag has fallen on qualifying at the moment. We've still got plenty of guys working around to try and see whether they can better that lap set by Corey Shepherd. At the moment, he holds himself a thousandth of a second as you see Greg Sharp just get turned around there in the second to last corner. So that's going to put paid to that lap for those guys. But it's going to be interesting watching the guys get these final laps under their belts.
Yeah, very good for Shepherd there to be up number 1. Like he obviously number 1 qualifier last week and did quite a good job as well. And interestingly enough, that 129.06 that he's done there was set quite a few laps ago. So in the last 10 minutes, we haven't seen him go really any faster. Scott comes in second there. Adam Briggs now in 3rd position, but obviously teamed up with Dyson now. So that's not a bad starting point for them. They start in the 2nd row of the grid.
Here's a wild one for you. Is P2 on the inside or the outside for turn 1?
Well, you'd think that would probably be, looking at that, on the inside. So P2 will actually be on the inside, which that's something very interesting to pick up, isn't it, Norrie? Because that could give you a good run.
Beneficial for Scott, yeah.
Yeah, and he wasn't too far off Corey, really, in lap time there. 129.15, so only just behind him.
He's only 88, which is his normal race number when he's not in the number 1.
Well, there we go. So it looks like our qualifying session now coming to a close. You see the final cars getting around there. Corey Shepherd out in the front. We'll start number 1 on row 1 there with the 129.06, and just behind him, James Scott will start alongside. So the battle will continue. We didn't see Scott here last week at the Chicago, so he's missed out in that 150k race with some other commitments there. So it'd be good to have him back. Be interesting how he goes, seeing he started off, obviously, season number 11 with a win, being our reigning champion for the last 3 seasons. So tonight, he is back. We'll still yet to see who his partner is going to be in this one, because he always seems to bring someone different to the challenge. Yeah, no. Have you boys actually figured out who James is racing with tonight? It'll be interesting if he's going to start off the front here. But as you can see, row number 1, Corey Shepherd there from Premier Racing Team, 129.04, Mr. Antenna car, ready to go tonight. The Logitech G AOSC Esports, James Scott alongside. Then it's Briggsy along in the 2nd row in position number 3. Ian Ford's back in position number 4. And row number 3 is Jack Harlow in position number 5. Jordan Ross in 6. 7 is Geordie Sinney. Rick Kuznetsov in 8. 9 is Dylan Rudd. Brady Myers in 10. 11 is Jack Boyd. And James Golding in 12. He joins us previous supercar driver, I do believe. Ken Latter in 13, Adam Hayne in 14, so back in the 7th row. Then we head on to 15, Simon Vella. Rob Bowden alongside, who was super impressive last week in the Tanked SRT entry in row number 8. Brendan Hobson, 17. Hayden Harrison, 18. Sebastian Flock, 19. Jamie Dyke, 20. Matthew Brunt, 21. Thomas Hinds, 22. Tyson McAvoy in 23. Joseph Daly, 24. Blake Delaney, 25. And Rick Sibra is on the 13th row in position number 26. Jaden Borg in 27th. Cameron Veacock in 28th. Nicholas Timors in 29. 30th is Christian Smart. 31, Anthony Visma. Justin Clayton in 32. Anthony Jewell in 33. Todd Parks in 34. Brian Cooper, 35. Braden O'Loughlin, 36. Jeremy Maxwell, 37. And in row number, where we get back to, row number 19, Adam Simpson in position number 38 in the Fishy Motorsports entry. Then in 39, it's Matthew Monday and Mark Howard alongside. Peter Keller in 41 is our is that our last entry there, or we've got Alex Court. Alex Court is our safety car, so they'll be sitting there making sure everything is good to go. So Courtney's at the back. He's our safety car driver tonight, of course, in the Jinx Shifters. So, the Acuta, safety car that's getting around, the AMG, as they see him lined up on the grid. Guys, we're about to go. 150 laps about to get underway here for round number 3 at the Red Bull Ring. 650k race tonight, round number 3 of the AOSC11, all thanks to Jinx Shifters and RaceKraft Simulations. Waiting for the lights to come up. Here we go, the lights ready to go. Will Shepherd get down to the first? Brian Borg's actually in the car alongside him. Blacklock as well. The teammate. What's happened to 72? Must be a malfunction there for Briggs, is it? Is it Briggs or Dyson in there? I think it's Dyson. That's detrimental here, but they come down 41 cars. Well, 40 left, and they're all going to come down to turn number 1.
Yeah, that's an interesting one for the get-go for 72. We didn't see who's in the wheel of that. Looks like Andrew Dyson in the car there, so some damage for them and really struggling on. Sam Blacklock, though, up front, he's got the car off the line. We were wondering who he was going to be teamed with, and it is James Scott, so great jump from those guys. And Brian Borg with the big moves to pull the car up into first position now.
Yeah, Borgie's done a great one there to get that position back, wasn't it? Because Blacklock, what a start from him. And like Norrie, you pointed out, he had the inside line of that turn number 1. Looks like he took full advantage of it. Now, I have to applaud most of the drivers here because we have not seen any major incident. I don't want to give the commentators first, but looks like most of the field is going to go through this first lap at the moment as we head around. But it's Borgie, the big name there. He's got back in front. He's left the young gun there who's very, very fast. And he's going to put him up alongside James Scott. So what a duel we're going to have as this race continues.
Absolutely. The front two really starting to make a bit of a move. Keep an eye, though, on Ian Ford, sitting in 3rd position. He gained a spot off the line there. So the ERT guys haven't lost their touch. We may not have seen them a lot in this championship recently, but still fighting hard to see a move there down into the final corner there for Sam Blacklock. The biggest losers off the start lines, we saw Andrew Dyson not be able to get that car away. A bit of a stall for him and some subsequent damage on the back. Rick Sibra had a moment, and Brenton Hobson, unfortunately for him, also dropped well down into 41st position. As we see a change for the lead, this could be Ian Ford coming through, and look at the freight line that we've got with Jared Filsel and Kyle Stokes getting involved in it.
Yeah, a bit of a paint being rubbed there, Norrie.
I was going to say there's some more bad news for Dyson. He was battling with someone and got turned just around before the pit lane. So their day goes from bad to worse.
Look, the news is that 150 laps, there is a chance for Dyson Briggs to get back into this one. So let's hope we see them a bit late in the race. But here we go. Now we're going along. Bit of grass being kicked up there. Was that Borgie? Was that number 21, Jared Filsel in the back? I think maybe just kicking up that grass. Borgie now on the inside line. He's getting a bit of love from behind as well. Blacklock and Borgie, well, they've exchanged a few positions before, and Blacklock came down the inside there, and as he ran off there, Borgie's maybe just giving him a little bit of a love tap from behind. Certainly a little bit wide, but there was 3 cars waiting to take full advantage of that, and that was Jared Filsel, Ian Ford, and Kyle Stokes. And like you say, Dan, they just were lined up going through like a freight train. Here you go, it's still on there as he battles it out. Borgie and Filsel now in a battle there for position number 1. They're side by side still as they head down the final couple of corners here, second last corner of the lap. Borgie's got the inside run though. You think he's going to get this on. Crisscross, slides the car out there for Filsel. Then he get the nose back in front. Looks like he takes the lead once again as they head back onto the main straight. Look at him coming through. We're 2 wide now for position 3 as well. And Blacklock looks like he's going to get a nice run there and hopefully try and take back a position here as we head down to turn number 1. He's still fighting it out.
Yeah, it's been a cracking start. First 3 laps or 2 laps in the book. We're starting lap 3. It's almost like a NASCAR start here, 2x2 as the guys work their way around. Not something we've traditionally seen, especially around the right-hand corner or the left-hand corners. But great to see the fight. But here's a good move up the inside. We've got the 72 just in front of this little train here. So they've come down the lane, taken a pit stop for that earlier damage. They're potentially going to be a lap down here, Norian, for Dyson and Briggs. This is a horror start for these guys.
Yeah, I mentioned it before. It's, I mean, we'll see if we can have a look at it, but it's just gone from bad to worse for these guys.
Yeah, let's just have a listen to see what happens here, because something went really wrong. Just waiting to see if we can hear what happens.
How did they move?
No, that's unfortunate, isn't it? That is really unfortunate for the boys. Yeah, so that's how it all started there for Daiso and Briggs, and that is super unfortunate for them to miss that at the start. We'll have a little bit further on and check this out. So this is the pass Borgie tries to do on Blacklock. Now, Blacklock's on the outside there. He might have locked up a wheel there, actually. I don't think there's any contact there. I reckon he might have done that on his own, guys.
I think he's looked in the mirror and seen Brian Borg right there and just thought, I'll open up the steering, not realising the corner's quite a bit tighter than the steering lock.
So as we go back live, looks like Philson now has taken over the lead there from Borg. Stokes behind him. And behind them, it looks like, is that Rudd? So where is Sam Blacklock ended up in all of this?
Well, Blacklock went down to 7th position at the moment. So those guys are really starting to struggle early on. Maybe the car set a little bit for later on in the stint, but they've just had another position put on them in the form of Jack Board. Jordan Sini also closing in as well. So the Elsis guys a little bit off step here at the moment to what we saw at the first race. As we watch the battle down the mid-pack, this is really starting to come to its own, Nora. We've got Synergy, Premier, Fishy Motorsports, Coda Simsports, Tanked SRT and United Simsports all vying over the middle ground here. And we're talking about spots down in 19th and 25th at the moment for these guys.
Yeah, when Cav was asking me earlier where my favourite corner was, that one, where they all ran off. But this battle is lively down the back end of the grid. We move up to the front. This is Blacklock versus Golden Boyd.
Yeah, Boyd with a nice run down off the inside there. Forced Blacklock just a little bit wide here. We should be able to make this move stick down the inside, but Geordie Sitting also going to pull a nose into this fight as well and see whether he can sneakily grab another spot.
Get the words out of my mouth then.
So for Blacklock here, he's going to be able to hold on to that spot. We'll keep an eye on this. If we jump back here, we just saw a glimpse there of Trenton Hobson working his way back up through the field as we have a look at this fight. So he's had a fair bit of damage on the car there too for Norrie, for Hobbo, and down 6 spots from where he started. But we know that for Breton and the Synergy guys, they are very, very strong coming into these long endurance races. So should be able to pull their way back up through the field as the race progresses.
Totally right there, Dan. They've got form in endurance races, so they'll be back up there, no doubt. But it's a long, hard slog, and they've got Dyson and Briggs down the back there for help. So it should be a fun race down at the back. But it's really heating up in the mid pack. This is where the exciting action is happening. Wheel to wheel, nose to bumper. This is it.
Yeah, that's it. And we didn't really expect. Well, we thought it was going to be tight early on in the race. I don't think anyone thought it was going to be this tight or this exciting with the way it was going to get underway. The first couple of, or the first lap there with those few little incidents to throw in the mix, and the racing that we've seen so far, especially up the front, it's been absolutely fantastic so far. As we have a look down in 21st position, we're having a look here at Sebastian Flock on the back of Nicholas Timor, both Premier or Sim Racing and Premier Racing having a scrap there. In the background, you've got the Coda Sim Sports car, and then a little bit further behind these guys, Sebastian Teixeira and Todd Parks getting in and amongst it down the order there, 27th, 28th position, and these guys are going to have a good little run here, Norrie, up towards the hairpin.
You're not wrong there, Dan. It's going to be who gets there first, who breaks the deep. Oh, every time that corner's so deceptive as they turn in, but it really gets tight on exit, so the drivers really need to make sure they maximise their turning lock. Moving through, Jamie McKnight, he'll appreciate me saying he's actually up some spots tonight, so that's good for Jamie. Well done, mate.
Well, yeah, it's been a good strong run for Jamie, up 11 spots from where he started, running a little bit of an interesting looking Libby there. He's teamed up with Synergy Sim Racing and United have put a car together here, so very reminiscent of the old BAR Formula One days for those who are young enough and old enough to remember that far back in history, but certainly a good look for these guys, and we know how good McKnight has been since he's come back on the road after the little bit of shoulder injury that he had, and looking forward to a good run for him tonight.
See. So this is Bowden's teammate. Bowden's currently leading the charge for the pedals being awarded at the end of the season. So Bowden will be jumping aboard that car, and that car's in a battle for 24th position at the minute.
Yeah, this will be a good run for the Tanked SRT boys. I mean, we've seen them come on strong over the course of the last few seasons, especially last week. They had a fantastic drive up the front, and going from strength to strength. As we move further up through the field, we're looking at Hayden Harrison here at the moment, and this is going to be one of the more damaged cars out on circuit. No, missing the bonnet and the boot lid and everything. There's not much of a clean panel left on this car at the moment.
Yeah, car behind 22, Lee Ellis driving with Brady Myers. That is a damaged Holden Commodore, which is barely holding together, and it's bent. Brady, if you're in the chat, tell us what happened there.
So it looks like that damage probably earlier on in the lap. We just jumped back to the replay there, and damage already present on that car. So it's going to be a tough stint for these guys. Fortunately, the iRacing physics still allow you to run pretty hard, minus a few body panels, which is always interesting. We know that these cars will be very, very tricky in the background, but if we have a look here, we've got Hins and Anspach getting in and amongst it, and no, behind those guys, McAvoy and Brunt running very, very wide through that second to last corner of the circuit.
You mentioned about McAvoy and Brunt. I was going to mention it before about Flock. These guys don't have, they have an increased incident limit this weekend to take advantage of, but that is a huge amount of off-track there taken from Sebastian Flock. So interesting to see if these guys do get these penalties later on, because they're using those track limits. This track is supposedly worse than Spa with track limits, so it's hard to see that that's not going to hurt someone's race towards the end of this one.
Yeah, and that's an interesting point there, because Spa, notoriously very tricky circuit, a lot of runoff, or limited runoff that you can use efficiently, and around this circuit here you can use a lot of it. So as you say, it will be very interesting to see later on how that unfolds for these guys. Obviously, you're not going to want to chew up all those incident points early on in this race, because it's 150 laps, for these guys to work their way through. The last thing you want, though, is 90 laps here, where you're potentially running the risk of further drive-throughs and penalties as a result.
As a driver, that is just one of the worst things you could possibly do. We're going to have a look here. This is James Golding. He's had a bit of a misfortune. What's going on here?
So it's Cameron Jones trying to make the move here up into the head.
Oh.
Yeah, it's interesting.
That's not right.
Well, no, look, potential a lock of the rear there's maybe a little bit of net code involved in that as well, because there was a bit of gap between Jones and Golding on that one. So wait to see how that goes, whether race control want to have a look back at that to see what happened. But a bit of an interesting one. That does drop James Golding now down to 14th position. So a bit of work for those guys to do to try and come back, and slight bit of damage now on this car. So it's not going to be an easy run for him. As we have a look back up at the pointy end of the field, the leaders are now started to settle out a little bit more. We've got Dylan Rudd here having a look. He's got a lap down car just, he's had a big moment there, down into 3. Very easy to do there. Big brake pressures to try and turn the car in.
He's done a Checo Perez into that corner.
Oh yeah, fortunately did it all on his own. He didn't get escorted wide on that one, but did drop 3 spots or 2 spots there as a result. That'll now bring Ian Ford in the ERT car up into 3rd position. Good progressive run for those guys as they continue on. Further back, we're having a look here at Golding now coming back after that damage that he sustained up into the hairpin there. He's got Thomas Hinz in front of him, Craig Anspach, another one of the Tanked SRT guys, all over the back. So, mate, there's some fantastic racing from all these guys up and down throughout the field so far.
Oh, there's plenty of battles going on, I reckon, Dan. So many battles throughout the pack. I mean, this one here is going to be very interesting. Blacklock, it's going to be interesting to see how long he just wants to sit here and just sit behind and see what Ian Ford does, because together they could actually team up there and probably try and push themselves forward a little bit, I think. Brian Borg now a little bit off the pace there as he just holds back, but Phil still, you know, just opening up that lead there, and it's already out to almost 4 seconds. So just dominating as he drives away from this one. Blacklock there has to be careful here though. Like you say, he just needs to maybe make that move, maybe holding him up just a little bit at the moment. I know James Scott will probably want to get back in the seat in a slightly better position, and maybe this will change what they're going to do with the pit stop strategy between these two, because maybe they'll try and do a bit of an undercut and give James Scott some fresh air.
Well, I think it's going to be an interesting one to see how they look at playing that one out, Matt. I mean, Laurie and I were fortunate enough we got to have a look at the start of the season, obviously the second of our 650k races now, and I mean, we watched a supreme driving effort from both Blacklock and Scott there, where they built the lead out to well over a minute at one point on time there, if memory serves right, Norrie, and struggling a little bit more here tonight, which I don't know whether that's just the calibre of the field has lifted a little bit more, or the guys around them have just found something extra, but maybe the car not quite where Sam and James need that to be at the moment.
Yeah, I think having a week off has probably dented their confidence, but yeah, the calibre of the field is super impressive this season. So season 11, we've had a huge uptake in the range of drivers going to the series.
Check a few things happening here as we check out a bit of a replay here, and we're having a look at Jack Boyd, the 33 car, JK Signs, Synergy Sim Racing entry. Blacklock there. Does he make this happen? Bit of a lock up in front of him though. Who's that? Oh, that's
That was Rudd.
That was Rudd. Okay, so we can see what happened there. So that's Dylan Rudd going back, and he must be teamed up with Jordan Ross this weekend. So you can see that on the replay. There's a lock up just in front. These guys have pushed on forward, which means it's been quite good. Jack Boyd doing a fantastic job doing Synergy Sim Racing, because he is up 7 positions at the moment. Here we go. Let's have a look at Rudd. Oh, he gets a bit of contact there, doesn't he?
That explains a lot.
Yeah, it makes why Cole Stokes has dropped back as well. So that's Cole Stokes, obviously, with Jordan Ross, sorry. I'll get that right there as I look at the number 143. So, yeah, those guys, that's a bit of contact there is going to hurt them in this little battle pack, because as you can say, that's Jack Boyd and Blacklock go through as well, because Blacklock, like I say, up 7 positions at the moment, so having a great run there. We get on board with Anthony Jewell. We just had him up there on the screen before. That's all right. Here we go. Now it's tightening up here. Battle for 3rd position. Ian Ford needs to watch out. He's been plodding along there, doing a nice job with a bit of air between him in front and behind. And now he goes a little bit wide there. Watch out, you don't grab too much grass with that outer rear. Boyd right up under the rear wing now. He's in the aero, got the draft. Has a bit of a look. Decides not to do it. Blacklock backs off a little bit here. I think he's just waiting to see what happens here, because if there's a little bit of contact there, he could really take 2 positions at this point.
Well, I think that's a smart move there for Blacklock. You let the 2 in front just run their own little race. They've got, they've got enough to fight on their own plate. If he's fortunate here, he'll be able to sneak through a position to see Ian Ford go very defensive down into 1. He's going to hold the line, but this might be the move here that Blacklock needs. He's a little bit better on drive. We're going to go almost 3 wide here as they head up towards turn 3 with ERT in the middle. He's just going to pull the nose back just a smidge, but will this be 2 spots here for Blacklock? Down into 3. Nice braking zone, gets the move done, and 2 spots gained. So awesome job there. Geordie Sini comes through. Ian Ford has dropped 3 spots as a result of that, off 2 corners there. So it's a little bit unfortunate, but he's able to gain 1 more spot back as they come back through the inner loop there.
Yeah, how good is Sini just hanging off the back of this one, actually? He was quite impressive last week. He fought his way through the pack, and a bit of misfortune there, went backwards again and came back, and yo-yoed a little bit there. But Ian Ford needs to watch himself. Sydney is quite quick, And as he grabs a little bit of grass once again, that's not going to help him if he's got the foot buried. Hard on the brakes here. Let's see if he can pull the car up nicely. Hopefully that just drives out. Blacklock now using every little bit of road that he can possibly use. All the runoff there goes through that dust that's been kicked up. Gets a nice run, and that is one thing I have noticed, obviously, with the Logitech G AOSC Esports Commodore, is that it just seems to come off the corners very, very nicely, and it seems to have the speed when we come to these long straights.
Yeah, and that was something that, you know, James was sort of saying over the course of last season. Towards the back end of the championship, they really started to find something additional with the car. And I mean, we were sitting here thinking, how much more can they find? They're already keeping the car out in front, and they found that little bit extra. And I think that's that drive through the rear that they needed, just to save the tyres a bit more, push them a little bit further ahead, and it's paying dividends for him now. It's maybe just been backed off a fraction from what we saw last time out at the Nürburgring, but you know, they're all about tyre preservation here at the moment as they work their way through. Cine with a nice move there up into 3 on the downhill over Ian Ford. We'll see whether Ford's able to redress this position and try and get back ahead, because they are looking very good. And Norrie, he's teamed up with a very good co-driver for this event in the form of Ethan Grigol.
Yeah, Ethan's been around the traps for a long, long time, and he knows exactly what to do in endurance races and the like. So he's definitely a fast gun to be paired with, and he will be bringing lots of experience to that team.
Lewis Boyd looks like Cine is going to hold on to that position very comfortably. I'm loving how Jack Boyd, though, just in front of the 33, has not let Blacklock get away at all. He has stayed right on the back of those. He goes wide now, giving the commentator's curse. Kicks up a little bit of grass there, but not letting him get too far in front, considering I thought it was pretty easy move there from Blacklock. He managed to get the drive and just get him under brakes. He didn't look too uncomfortable getting the move done before, as he just jumps it off the curb there a little bit. Watch this though, the 33, Jack Boyd now going to do another bit of a run. Can he pull up the Synergy Sim racing car? Shows a little bit of nose there in the side mirror. Blacklock has to go a little bit defensive there, not quite as wide.
Well, I think an interesting little tell there was watching Cine. Did you notice that he was dragging the brakes on the run up into the brake zone? He wasn't looking to make that move stick, just keeping the pressure on as they went up into the hairpin.
Lee Ellis, who's been trying to get this move done for quite a bit over Hayden Harrison, finally gets it done. And what a struggle it would be at the moment. No bonnet, no boot. That means downforce is definitely a factor there. He's not getting as much really on the rear, but just pushing his way through lap after lap, trying for the last few laps to make this happen.
Well, yeah, and I think he just needs to settle into that rhythm, force the pressure and try and apply enough momentum just to force him into that issue. As we see a move down the inside there, this is going to be a move for the 13 now, getting ahead. Lee Ellis, we just caught a glimpse of him going wide again into that same spot. We're going to have a look back and see how that one unfolded as he just runs the car off wide there and actually turned around for his troubles as well.
Yeah, well, I don't think Harrison had anywhere to go that time, really. It just happened all in front of him. I think he did quite a good job to get on the brakes there and probably not cause two cars to be out of the race. Oh, contact now as we go back. Zach Cooper and Jewel getting into a little bit of a battle there. Of course, Anthony Jewel, Team RaceKraft Motors. What a wonder he's actually down at RaceKraft Simulations in WA maybe, and actually sitting in the new Sims they've got down there. If you saw that on their Facebook, they have some impressive gear that's actually showing up there lately. And I can't wait to see what they set up future in terms of getting teams down there and having a great time at RaceKraft Simulations in Western Australia. Now we got a bit of the line up here, and who is it going to be that tries to step out and take advantage of something? As you can see, Craig Ansbach, the number 10 tank SRT entry, and they seem to find some setup in the car on this as well, because himself and Rob Bowden doing a nice little job. They haven't been winning the races, but doing a lot better than they did in season number 10. Cos McAvoy is obviously out just in front. We're looking off the rear bar of his car at the moment, the One Performance Racing. I don't know if Ansbach is going to have the speed to actually make a move at this point. He's just biding his time there, waiting for the right moment, but they're lined up behind him, and that is the risk you got to take. Matthew Brunt, Jamie McKnight, Sebastian Flock, Greg Sharp, all just sitting behind in a bit of a conga line, and anything happens. They get the right draft. Someone, just spins a wheel, gets a little bit sideways, goes a little bit too wide, and potentially you'll have a number of cars come up in the overtaking spot, and you won't be able to get back to that race line. You could lose 2 or 3 positions.
Well, yeah, and that's the big thing at the moment is you're not going to win it from this point out if you try and throw a move up the inside. You just got to be patient, let the guys in front maybe make their own mistakes, or you know, depending as do the tyres fall off, how do they play their own strategy? You're going to vault yourself up through the order with the natural attrition rate, and so you don't need to do anything stupid at this early phase. Buy that ticket into the back end of the race. And I mean, how many times have we seen safety cars come out at the back end, condense the field, and then reignite the racing again for that final 10, 15 laps?
We did also think we were going to get a safety car on the actual first lap at the first corner, but that didn't happen. So you are right, Dan, we do need to watch out for them, but they may be harder to get because the caliber of driving in this field is quite high.
So 15 laps completed. We are in our 16th lap at the moment of 150. We're only 10% of the way through the race, guys, so we've got a long one here tonight. The field hasn't spread out as much as I thought it would too. I mean, we've still got over 4 kilometres of racetrack there with about 41 cars. And we can see that some of our leaders have opened up a fair bit. As you can see, Phil is gone. He's opened up. He is, you know, he's the drive away into the pits, really. He's almost 8 seconds. And then it sort of condenses there from position number 2 all the way back to about P10. A little bit of a gap there to P11, and then P12 all the way back to about P33 in another battle. So they haven't spread out as much as I initially assumed probably would have happened after 10 or so laps. So it's great to see. This could be an exciting race, especially seeing we've still got, you know, almost 90% of it left to run.
Well, absolutely. I think, you know, you hit it right on the head there. It's a long way to go yet. The guys just need to play themselves into contention. We're already seeing a few tyres starting to come under a little bit of grief and protest as we see Anspatch just have a bit of a moment there. This is going to open up the door for Matt in front. Big thing that I'm keeping an eye on, and you know, fortunate for us, we get to see it as part of the SDK live timing. The off tracks that have taken effect so far, and interesting out front, Jared Filsell, while he is leading the race by a substantial margin, 8 seconds, he's already had 11 off tracks. So, you know, out of our top 5, he is the highest placed car that's had off track excursions at the moment. And when you consider we have got 60 incident points before we get the first penalty, that's early times to be starting to rack those up.
Yeah, especially with only 17 laps, and there's a bit of an off there in the background. I didn't quite grab who that was, but went straight off in the grass. And like you say, it turned to a bit of ice once you get those tyres on the grass and head first into the arm cover. By the looks of it, that was back a couple of corners ago.
We have, yeah, it was, and we have actually got a car stationary down at turn 1, or on the exit of turn 1. Just trying to see who's involved in that. I think it might be Ryan God in the or Good in the Frog Leap Racing entry. So he's stationary on the exit. We're not sure what's unfolded for him, but that could be maybe the first of our safety cars. To see Ellis trying to get a move done here up at the front, and here we have a look at that car. It is stuck in the wall.
Yeah, that is not good, and it doesn't look like it's though in the racing line there. So it'll be interesting to see whether our race control will just let him have a reset, or whether we will come out with our big safety car. Nothing as yet. I don't think we are going to have it. I think we're going to probably let him reset there. It would be worth pulling the whole race up, especially with the battles that we've got going on at the moment. We don't want to see any of this come under attack. Ellis there, he is trying everything in the number 22, isn't he? He just wants to get past Anthony Gill from Team RaceKraft Motorsport. While these two are battling it out, he's got to look behind Brian Cooper, the Tank SRT N3 waiting. There's a move getting done further back. Is that Tixia trying to make a move? In the background, I think he might have got that done over Jamie Dyke as well. We have a look. Yeah, that is obviously Sebastian Tixia. Now, he has some reasonable pace on him last week as well. So a little bit of skill behind the wheel there, and he just has to worry about Dyke. There has to be super defensive. And in the background there, it looks like, is that Todd Parks there trying to make a move on this one at the same time. Here we go. Looks like we got them too wide there. A couple of battles going on. It's Dyke and Tixia there who are going to be battling it out for position number 27. Dyke on the outside, the Fishy Motorsports entry, just holding onto it. Oh, Tixia gets loose. It's going to hurt him on the exit speed here. And he will have to give that one. Looks like Dyke will get that position back. It's good to see Todd Parks and Logan Barnett as well in a little bit of a battle there behind them. That's for position number 29. So Dyke just doing everything he can now. He's made that position back. Tixia made that small mistake before, got the car a little bit sideways, and that's why Dyke got that position back. Now it looks like, though, number 22, Lee Ellis, he might make a move here as well as we look forward. No, he doesn't get that done. He slots back in behind, you know, Anthony Jewell there, who he's been having a little bit of a battle with now for the last couple of laps. See how they go here. Well, a little bit sideways there. That might be Logan Barnett, I think. Just got a little bit of wheel out. Party Hanson, Party Marty's just in the background as well. Catch up with him a little bit later. Looks like we've got cars entering the pit lane already, guys. Is that what I'm seeing on my screen?
Yeah, it looks like we've got, so God's now made it back into the lane following the off-track excursion that he had and subsequent stick in the wall. So race control clearly had that one. The only other car that's come in the lane as well, obviously we saw Dyson earlier on with the damage. Jeremy Maxwell has come through a couple of times as well by the looks of it.
A lot of cars making the move on the outside here. Kenneth Latta looks like he's going past Ian Ford, and Carl Stokes may be trying to take advantage of that move as well in the background in the Mustang. So Ian Ford just slowing down a little bit as the race progresses. He might have just a bit of race fitness not quite there, I think, because he did have the speed when it came to obviously qualifying. Maybe he's running a little bit of a different strategy, Norrie. Could he possibly be trying to conserve the tyres and some fuel?
Possibly. I mean, I did make the comment before about trying to back down the race and map the race from the back forward. Maybe, you know, slotting into the train and just saving some fuel is the best way to go about this first early stint. Remember, we're only 20 laps into a 150 lap race. We've still got a way to go.
Yeah, we've still got quite a way to go. 150 laps here for the 650 kilometre race tonight. AOSC11 round number 3 from Red Bull Ring.
We just saw up in the hairpin there as well. We saw a change of position. Kyle Stokes now getting in front of Ian Ford as well, and that ERT car still continuing to drop a little bit further down the train, which is very surprising considering how dominant they've been in a few other series there. But it's just struggling a little bit tonight here at the Red Bull Ring as we go further back down the field. Now, Lee Ellis in the Trans-Tasman Racing entry there. The car missing all the bonnet and the boot lid. He's got a huge amount of pressure applied to him at the moment. Anthony Jewell, the team RaceKraft Motorsports entry, getting very racy, having a look up towards turn 3 on the outside. It's going to be a tough moment for him, though, to make that move stick. And just behind those guys, Brian Cooper and I think we have there Sebastian Texia and Jamie Dyke also getting in and amongst it as well.
There's no interesting. Texia's gone past Dyke. Dyke's dropped back 2 positions, actually, because the Tank SR team entry of Brian Cooper has gone past him as well, and now Tixia and Cooper are going to be locked in a little bit of a battle. Dyke's there, and he's got to watch out behind him because Todd Parks is putting his nose in there, wants to be part of this, and just behind him Logan Barnett as well. So what a battle we got going on here. But the number 22 of Lee Ellis does not want to give up, and that must be an absolute pig to drive at the moment. It's got absolutely no downforce, no bonnet, no rear, plenty of damage being held on the car, but he's saving those fast repairs because you only get 2. You've got to do 3 driver swaps, you only get 2 fast repairs, and deciding, you know what, I am just going to battle it out, stay out here, see where I end up. Here we go, Borgie now trying to get a move done on Blacklock. It's all done. Sorry, Blacklock trying to get on Borgie. So he's caught up to him after dropping back down the field earlier after that little mistake he made. Oh, a little bit of contact by the looks of it there, just letting Borgie know he's there.
Yeah, it's a aggressive bit of driving here from Blacklock, trying to go now the long way around through 5 and 6. You're not going to make the move through there, but the Altus car's starting to come on strong in this final phase of the stint.
And Jack Boyd just sitting in the background there, right under the wing, isn't he, of Blacklock? Just a little bit back, leaving a little bit of room at the moment, but he has gone with him, and they, like we said before, they've worked together and they've pushed the cars forward and managed to catch up to Brian Borg and the Premier Racing team, who's in position number 2. I mean, Phil Saw, he's way out in front at the moment, so it's going to be hard to close that gap up, which has gone out past 10 seconds at the moment. But Blacklock here maybe just needs to just settle it down for a second. You've got to be worried, though, if you're sitting behind him, those tyres will start to heat up, and we will see those effects on the car. So he needs to make the move happen in a reasonable amount of time. It looks like he's going to have another go here. The car drives off. He's on the outside, though. Borg really defensive on the inside. You can see he's two car widths on the inside there. The crisscross now. And what is Boyd going to do? Boyd stays behind Brian Borg. Now they look like they're going to go 3 wide almost. Now he decides Blacklock is the man he's going to get behind. Is R2 car's going to get past Borgie? Can he hold on to it? Blacklock definitely going to get on the inside here. Looks like he's going to get the move done. And what will Boyd do? Will he take advantage of this one? Keep Borg on the outside. Borg gets on the brakes here, tries to pull the car back. Blacklock almost runs him wide a little bit there.
Well, I don't think Blacklock really did anything wrong there. He drove the line beautifully, but in the background, we've just seen Boyd also come through on Brian Borg as well there. So it was almost a little bit of NASCAR style, a little bit of bump draft, pushing the guys through, pick the driver who's got the momentum and then come through with them as they get there. But we did see Borgie on the exit of 3 just have a little bit of a moment. The car got unsettled, and that was all the move that the Boyd needed just to slide up the inside.
Here we go, James Golding now getting a move done on him, as it looks like Hayden Harrison just in front, and Thomas Hims just in front of him, who's had a bit of an off week last week, and a couple of little errors there, and unfortunately could have seen him a bit further up the field, but good to see James Golding joining us. Obviously raced for Gary Rogers Motorsport back in 2020 and not around at the moment and not racing in the supercars, but very proficient behind the wheel of a go-kart, and now we see him here joining us at the AOSC for this race at number 3 and being a teammate obviously for the endurance races, 650 Ks. You know you're going to have to do 3 driver swaps here tonight, so you're going to get a couple of stints minimum. This is the battle though that's going on, and look, you know, like, it's not the battle up the front we've been watching, it's the battle a bit further back, and it all starts at position number 24, Lee Ellis, which has all the damage on that car. Well, there's only about 2/3 of a car left, and behind him you've got Sebastian Tixia, who is quite quick, made a couple of small mistakes earlier and lost a couple of positions there. We then go back to Anthony Jewell from the team RaceKraft Motorsport. Behind him, Brian Cooper. Jamie Dyke now has dropped back a few positions there. That's you know, he was up there a bit earlier and made it, and unfortunately he's dropped back a few positions. So Dyke back there. Then he goes back to Todd Parks and Logan Barnett. They're all bunched up in this, and Party Marty just hanging off the back.
Yeah, and that's not bad for those guys. They're having a really strong run there. No one really getting too many moves done, as we see Bretton Hobson now fire one up the inside on his recovery drive after those earlier lap 1 incidents. Now gets himself up into 35, just getting past Johnny Rowe. As we go back up towards that battle at the front end, or the mid-pack of the field, Brian Cooper now trying to work his magic here in that Tank SRT car. Anthony Jewell and Jamie Dyke involved in this as well. And from what we saw round 1 with the team RaceKraft Motorsport guys, these guys have found a little bit more in the car. They're working their way further up through the field.
Yeah, I mean, I remember, like you're saying, their round 1, their first race with us, and they're really moving forward, finding positive gains every time they're out on circuit, and to be caught up in a battle like this is fantastic. It's excellent for them. It's a great spectacle for us. That car, the Tank SRT, Brian Cooper just running a little bit wide on exit. He's going to have to watch that.
Oh, I thought Dyke was going to get him there, Norrie. He almost did, actually. I think Cooper just getting that wheel on the outside. Jewell just stuck. I mean, he had quite a few laps there where he was in a battle with the guys up in front, of course, Tixia and Lee Ellis, and now he's lost a few positions. He's got to watch out, because coming behind him is Logan Barnett, who's got past Todd Parks, sorry. So Logan Barnett has got that move done. And look in the background there, the 117, Roderick Hollis. Frog Leap Racing now puts his nose in. Tries to get past Marty Hansen. I want to call him Party Marty, that's all I want to call him. He doesn't have a last name anymore. 2 first names. That's what it is. Here we go, what can he do this time, Hollis? Will he get past? No, looks like Marty Hansen is going to hold on the Taipan Esports entry. Get back into the groove of things. He's just got to watch out in front. Look at him go. Dyke and Cooper are side by side again, and what a battle that is for position number 25. That's what I mean. You don't just have a good time when it comes to sim racing. You don't have to be up the front. Having these battles at the backs, we make a bit of contact there with Jewell. It's just a bit of wheel-to-wheel action.
There's a bit of the old bump, and who's that slowing down on the inside of the field there?
Is that Barnett, I think?
Lap car. Right, laps car. So no foul, no play. Let's keep on racing, and this is a ding-dong battle going on right here.
Barnett's just got the move done on Jewell as well around the last corner, but that could be changing as we watch here. Dyke now going to put it on Cooper. Cooper though with a nice drive, and that's the difference, isn't it, around that first corner? You go that a little bit wider and you can actually drive the car out. So it's a bit of give and take there. The inside line, you might get the move done, but if you can't get across and get that wide exit, there's still a good chance to stay side by side. 3 wide now, Dyke, oh look at him. Locks the brakes up, Barnett goes through, Jewell on the outside. Dyke loses 2 positions, 1 corner.
Well, Dyke floundered a little bit there. We're going to throw a fishy reference into it, but holy hell, I had three wide up in towards the hairpin. That was an awesome run there, and Cooper makes it work. and Jewel getting up another spot there as well. So I mean, these guys are scrapping over absolute sheep stations here. As Lou's in the background, who's that going around? I think that might have been Barnett, just having a little bit of a moment there. As he's now dropped the spot to Dyke.
You watch for Todd Parks now. He's just been sitting out the back waiting for his opportunity as well. And maybe he's been locked in a battle with Barnett for a while. Now he gets to get back into that battle again. Looks like Party Marty's got a little bit of room now back to Roderick Hollis. Bit of a reprieve there. And so it is for Cooper as well. Cooper's got a bit of clean air this time now, and Anthony Jewell's going to have another opportunity to get that position back and go back into P25. As we move forward a little bit, Sebastian Flock there in the 717, just holding off the back of this pack in position number 18. So that's another. Oh, who's that little bit of a move there too? I just saw there. That
that's
might have been
Hollis and Barnett.
Nick Timors. Nick Timors might have got the job done there actually.
Well, we've got Hollis and Barnett involved in this. Todd Parks, though, has had a big moment. He's lost the front, the back, and almost every other panel on that car. So that's a very damaged entry there. We see the 011, a Logan Barnett, likewise missing the rear deck lid off that car as well. So those guys potentially involved in a little bit of an incident, and just not to be one done and missing a bonnet. Just behind them, Marty Hansen also missing the bonnet off the front of the Taipan Esports car.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to find out what they did, and hopefully Nick can find a bit of a replay on that one, because he is looking for the replay now for that incident. But we'll see if we can find that one here on the coverage, because obviously something's happened here, and there's nothing on him here at the moment. So it's obviously before this corner.
I think Todd Parks is trying to take. I think Todd Parks is trying to take a leaf out of Lee Ellis's book and lose the front, lose the back, and go faster, but it just hasn't worked.
Do you reckon it's letting the air through the car, just cooling the driver down?
It's not that hot in Austria. We don't need that.
Can we just kick the window out and do a bit of a brocky?
Well, you could do. I mean, I don't know how the timber shoes will work for that, or the Lederhosen, but why not? Give it a crack. But having a look at track conditions at the moment, it's sticky. Oh, it's hot out there, 41 degrees. As we have a look here at Greg Sharp getting in and amongst, he's got Jamie McKnight trying to get a move done and see whether he can go around. But in the back, a little bit of contact with Sebastian Flock sticking his nose into the fight as well. So, while it's still down the mid-pack, these guys have not been separated since the start of this race, and continuing on an awesome fight.
And that's Stephen Varga now on the outside. And see if he can get a move done there on Sebastian Flock. And oh, look at that, car turned around. Jamie McKnight. It's not what he wanted to do, is it? But the car's still moving. It looks like he will get that turned around and won't make any further contact with cars, which is probably a good sign. Still plenty to get into this race. We're only on lap number 28 of 150. So in terms of that, we're only about a fifth of the way through the race.
Yeah, that's an interesting one, and potentially we're going to see a penalty come the way of that one for Greg there. We'll keep an eye on that unfold, because we do hear a call through to race control to check that out. There is a car stationary up in this section of the circuit, but don't think we're going to see it. Oh, there it is on the inside of the circuit, so no harm, no foul. But Sebastian Flock making a move and trying to work his way through. Can he now get through on Stephen Varga just ahead?
Nicholas Timor's actually gone through quite a few positions as well, but that looks like that is Parks there, maybe parked up.
He's parked it.
He's parked it. What have you got, Norrie?
Todd Park is definitely parked up. That engine is gone.
Oh, it's dropped the sun plug, mate. I reckon about half a lap ago, and it's gone. So,
Piston
looks like Parks and teammate will be back, and we'll see if they can get back into this race. Hopefully the race control will let them reset, get back to the lane to carry out some fast repairs. But look at that RaceKraft entry there of Nicholas Timor's Premier Racing team now. He has made quite a few moves, up 12 positions at the moment. Striking livery. You can definitely tell when he's coming through the pack, but these guys have been bunched up for quite some time, having those battles, and all of a sudden he's had his opportunity to make these moves. He was back, a few seconds from these guys, and with all those battles they've been having, he's come through the pack and now moving his way forward into position number 17 at the moment, and started way down the back in 25th position. So that's a huge one from him as he goes through and gets another position done over Sebastian Flock as well. And looks like he quite easily had that move done, maybe just didn't quite get it right when it came to qualifying, and now he's had that opportunity to try and make that up come the race.
Yeah, well, we have seen some good driving from Timors throughout the course of last championship, and further on through this season. I mean, you know, from what he's gaining in experience being teamed up with the likes of Corey Shepherd, Brian Borg, being able to draw on the knowledge that the Premier Racing team have as far as setups is concerned is really starting to help them as they continue on. And speaking of more of the teammates, we always saw Brian Borg come through the lane just before Corey Shepherd has taken over that car, and he will get his way back underway. No safety car called at this point in time. Looks like they have cleared Todd Parks, or the stationary parked up Todd Parks. He's back in the lane now, and that should be no harm, no foul.
Did you say he's been parked in pit lane?
Yes.
He is parked in pit lane, I can confirm that.
Oh, it's Friday night puns. We've got to keep on with it. We've got a big race here tonight, 150 laps, and we're only on lap number 29, so we're still got 4/5 of the race left to go, and it hasn't stopped. We've had battles the whole way throughout the pack. It has not stopped throughout this race, and the Red Bull Ring really bringing a great race to everyone who's watching us out there, of course, on all the channels, and hopefully you're watching us over in America on the Team 126 channel. See a little bit of a move there done, and it looks like he's just got past there in the background. Stephen Varga has slid on, no, it's not Varga, sorry, in the background. That's Sebastian Tixia has gone through for another position over David Coleman. They are catching up though. Looks like Sebastian Flock has got the 717 back in front though. So Sebastian Flock just needs to watch out. Nicholas Timor's trying to push that car through and been very fast in race pace as we go back to another battle there. And that's Stephen Kokoschki, the Synergy Sim Racing. More action happening here in position number 30. Jaden Borg looking for an opportunity. Stephen Kokoschki looking to try and get past over Rob Bowden, who's now in the driver's seat. They've been into the pits and changed drivers for this one. So Bowden now out on track. He was pretty impressive last week and made up a whole heap of positions.
Yeah, he had an extremely solid run on the rough and tumble of Chicago there, and got himself an awesome haul of points, and probably one of the best races we've seen from Tanked SRT in recent seasons for these guys as well. So looking very handy in that car at the moment. We just heard word too, Corey Shepherd, since taking over from Brian Borg, being very quick in this car. So first time out after the pit stop completed, purple sectors 2 and 3 of the track. So he is a man on a charge at the moment, trying to see whether it can make a bit of an undercut over those guys out in front there, as Geordie Cini now also in the lane for his first pit stop of the night. We'll see whether he hands over the car to his teammate as well.
I do like what they've done there though, because looking at our track map, Corey Shepherd has quite a bit of clean air. He's not going to get away with that for too long. With his pace, he is going to catch up to the cars in front, but a little bit of clean air now to try and take that advantage on that undercut, because at some point, Jared Filsel will have to come in the United Sim Sports entry. It's really going to be to see what he's doing, because he's going through the lap traffic at the moment. So we'll see whether he notices Corey Shepherd's been in. Maybe he's going to come in early, because Shepherd with a little bit of clean air could probably undercut him, maybe half a second a lap if he's lucky. I noticed his last time there though was a 1:30.75, so Corey's pushing just a little bit faster than that. Timor's now looks like he's entering the pits. We've also got the 707 in there, is up on the jack stands at the moment. Tom Freer now. Mr. Freer jumps into the Synergy Sim Racing entry of the 707, and he is a man who likes to play likes to go for a very, well, let's just say he's really good at doing the pit stop strategy. His strategy is always good, Tom Freer. It just depends how the safety cars play for him.
Well,
The Mystic is a good word for that, Cav.
Well, yeah, and I would have said also depending on who he's teamed up with after Bathurst last season, Mr. Norrie.
Shut up, Dan.
Yeah, he's picked a different co-driver, Norrie. Why is that? Didn't you impress him enough?
My deal was a one-race deal, and it's because I'm too good up here in the commentary box.
We could have had you on just for every stint you're off. You could have come on. You could have double stinted. Once in the commentary box, once out there with Tom Freer.
I'm not that talented. I'm better here.
Yeah. All right, the pit stops are starting to happen now, and you can see them rolling through. Looks like we see Cameron Jones coming. Century Motorsports entry there. He's going to come in, grab some tyres and fuel. As you can see, I'm just wondering in the 143 whether Jordan's got back in. Just having a look down there to see if the names have changed over.
Yeah, not yet.
No? Not
Give it a minute.
We're still running through. Cole Stokes still holding on that one, the Synergy Sim Racing entry. So Blacklock's now up to P2 and has not come in the pits yet. So it'll be interesting to see once we see, obviously, last 3 seasons champion, whether he's going to get to seat James Scott after this stint, what impact he may make behind the wheel. Obviously, that little mistake, quite costly for them to lose a number of positions earlier in the race and had to work their way back. And Jared Filsell is really the one who's opened up a huge gap there, just past 22 seconds at the moment. Oh, sorry, just past 15 seconds at the moment.
Yeah, he's had a standout drive so far in the first stint of this race, as I say, 15-second advantage over everyone else. Looks like he held up just a fraction there on the run into the pit lane, so we'll see how that hurts him as have a look a little bit further back at Corey Shepherd. I mean, he's still pressing on extremely fast. Last time by was the quickest lap of the race. It was a purple lap for him, 1:30.37. So not messing around in the Premier Racing car as he gets a move done there just down the inside of the 177. So Shepherd's on a move here. We'll see whether Blacklock and the guys out in front are able to get that car back out. Looks like Jackson Susan Harlow is going to jump on board the 21. So a change of car of driver for the 21 there, Norrie.
Yeah, change of driver in 21. Jackson Susan Harlow in for Jared Filsell. So that'll be an interesting pairing as they move forward. Both of those guys are extremely quick. So Sam Blacklock and James Scott are going to need their A game to be beating them today.
Interesting to see how Corey Shepherd, we'll wait for the rejoin here from Blacklock, obviously, and as well as others. I mean, we've got to watch James Scott. So James Scott is actually going to come back out in this one. Where will they end up? Can we see him exiting the pits? He's in the background. So Shepherd there doing a nice job there, like you say. Last lap was the fastest of the race. Now, where has the teammate come out to? Where has he come? No, Jackson. Jackson has come back out in 6th position, so in front. So he's still got a little bit of work to do, Corey Shepherd, in that term, but that's really where you're looking at it. The people up the front at the moment, Kyle Stokes and, of course, Ian Ford and Golding have not pitted yet. That's where you see them up the front. Really, it sort of starts back down where you see Harlow. That's where we go back to round about where our race leader our effective race leader is Harlow in P6 at the moment.
Stokes pitting.
And that was a really a good net gain there for Corey Shepherd there, hanging out and getting those laps done early. I think those guys were expecting potential safety car with Todd Parks being parked up on the side, and that didn't come to fruition. But some blinding pace there for him to get through. While the pit stops were taking effect, however, we did hear the 747 did get a drive-through penalty for the contact with McKnight there. So that was Greg Sharp and Jamie McKnight had the coming together, and the 747 getting a drive-through penalty as a result. But surprisingly, the pit stops yet to finish cycling through. Ian Ford continuing on out front, and we were saying that car was falling a little bit off the pace early on and had fallen down the order, but was it a bit of fuel strategy to try and keep the tyres under that thing, maybe keep the fuel in the car and see what they were able to do?
Yeah, interesting. James Scott there comes out purple sector 2. Do I see him on my screen? So pushing on now, James Scott. Fresh arms. He's had a little bit of a break, and he'll be good to go for this stint. Oh, a bit of grass there just in front. It's just a lap driver at the moment as he goes past. Car number 39. So he'll make easy work of that one and make it through over Peter Kahela. So James Scott, let's see what he can do compared to Blacklock. I mean, Blacklock only one little error there, but put him in a bit of a battle there, which slowed him down. Did make some good pace though. Now we go, Ian Ford has held out the longest. Now he will pull into the pit there, and we'll see where he rejoins the race. So those gap times start to diminish now as Ford in the pits. He should be up on jack stands at the moment. Grab fuel and tyres. Shep will have a bit of work to do to get past him at the moment. Scott, though, might get it done. And look how good the car looks now. It has been repaired. Brady Myers now behind the wheel this time of the 22. It was looking a bit worse for wear before, but they've grabbed a fast repair on that pit stop at the same time, just gone past Christian Smart.
And I think that's probably a smart move there. Just get the car reset, back underway. We know Brody Myers is very, very fast in that car. I mean, we saw what he was able to do in the Altus car, made the switch in the off season to Trans-Tasman Racing, and a lot of work for him to do to bring that car back up towards the pointy end.
I think it looked better when Lee was driving it.
I think you'd agree with that, Norrie. You love finding a wall and damaging the car, but look, we're not going to let it go, mate. I'm sorry, but we're going to give it to you while we
Norrie
can.
likes a challenge. There's nothing like trying to drive a car that's missing half the car.
That's right. That's right. You set yourself a challenge and then try and exceed it.
Look, what I liked about Ellis, though, he just damaged the car enough, whereas you damaged the car too much.
Go hard or go home. Isn't that the motto?
Hey, win it or bin it, mate. That's the way to do it. And mate, for your effort, you're still getting plenty of love there. People's commentator has commented by Mr. McKnight. Jamie, you missed some classic comments earlier on, mate, and we're going to keep you going there. But
You're too kind.
comments from the People's commentator.
Well, let's have a talk about Harlow. Still out in front, has managed with all that pit stop strategy to stay in the lead, but that was over 15 seconds, that lead. Now it has cut down to 8. So Shepherd has done a fantastic job there with the strategy with him and his co-driver, obviously team lead Brian Borg. They've done a fantastic job there to cut that lead down. I mean, there's still a number of pit stops left to go, but we'll see how the race pans out for those ones and how their strategy works a bit later on in the race. But now down to those low 8s.
Yeah, I think the thing you got to consider there, and that when it all cycles through, Matt, is it was a bit over 4 seconds difference as far as pit stops concerned, and then the lap advantage. It's 4 laps fresher tyres now for Harlow. So yes, they did lose 7 seconds as the pit stops transpired, but they're 4 laps better on tyres. They've got more fuel in the car as a result of running longer in the stint. If anything, they're going to gain more advantage as this stint cycles through, assuming we don't see another safety car. So, Harlow and the boys out in front are really sitting in a prime position here at the moment.
Well, Rob Bowden's just trying to hold out Brett Loxton, but Loxton looks like he's got the move done this time. The car is in front, but Bowden's not giving up. As you see the nose just go back in front, they're under brakes. Loxton's going to have to be defensive on the inside, Bowden on the outside. Might try and come down the crisscross, not going to get it done there. Just doesn't hook it up enough there, and looks like Loxton will drive away at the moment. Now we get back Sean Linsell on the inside here. Jordan Ross on the outside. Ross has to give up that position. He's not going to give it up easily though. Stays on the outside. Now it's the right-hander. He's on the inside line. Jordan Ross now behind the wheel. Kyle Stokes having a bit of a break here as we've done our first driver change. And I'm pretty sure everybody's done a driver change at the moment. So that seems to have cycled through everyone with some fresh arms there and some fresh eyesight. Adam Briggs and Andrew Dyson looks like they have come back from that horrible start there, whereas at the start of the race the car just didn't go anywhere and got pummeled by everyone and ended up in the pits. Even got turned around just before it entered the pit. So starting to make their way back through the crowd, back up into 30th position. Remembering we do have 41 cars, and they were from we looked at that earlier. The leader was actually catching up to him, and that was only like a lap of 3 or 4. So doing a fantastic job and trying to get themselves up the positions, and maybe a safety car will help them.
Yeah, Briggs is going to need a safety car because they're currently a lap down, so they're going to need a safety car just to get it back on the lead lap, and then they can start their charge forward from there.
Just hearing Ethan Grigault in the Evolution Racing team back in position number 10 has just done the fastest lap of the race, a 1:30.28. So we saw a 1:30 was a 1:29 actually, 06 when we saw in qualifying, but a 1:30.28 in race form is very, very fast. So considering that Ian Ford went down a few positions there and they've ended up back in 10th spot after the pit stop, we'll see what Grigault can do moving forward in this race. Of course, lap 38 of 150. We're almost at the well, we're not even a third of the way through, really, are we? We're not even that close. We've got 12 laps left to go for that one. At the moment, it's Harlow out in the lead, Shepherd in second, Scott in third, Freer now in fourth, Dodd in fifth, Johnson in sixth, Ross in seventh, Lindsell eighth, Payne ninth, and Grigault in 10th.
Interesting in this stint so far. I know we touched on it earlier at the front with Harlow coming in 4 laps later, but Shepard's still starting to take time out of these guys. I'm just keeping an eye on the tracker on the top of the screen there. At certain parts of this circuit, definitely quicker, a couple of tenths of a second. So there's plenty of chance for those guys to work their way back up. Further down the field, however, Brady Myers is in a pretty tight fisticuffs battle here. He's got Harry Dodd just in front, David Kidman a car ahead of these guys. And I mean, we're only talking about the fight for 20th position, but it's pretty red hot between these 3 Commodores, or the 2 Commodores in the Mustang.
Yeah, Brady Myers, let's see what he can do. I mean, he's definitely got cars holding him up at the moment, you can see, because the battle in front, Kimmin and Dodds, and can Dodds get the move done, and Myers just trying to look for some sort of daylight between these cars. He can push the nose through, trying to take on the faster car. They see if he can freight train it through, wants to stay in that line. While you got a car out of the racing line, maybe you can take advantage of it. Just don't want to get too close in case they make contact. There we go, he's going to follow the inside car through, see if he can get this move done. Dodds goes through, they get the run down. Myers, can he make it happen? The slight left isn't going to affect him. It's a right-hand turn here. He's on the inside line. You think he's going to be able to pull this one up under brakes? Can he make it happen? No lock up there. And I think he's, Kidman is going to have to just give that position up at this point. And it looks like Myers is going to go through for the drive of the Trans-Tasman Racing entry. And his next one there is Harry Dodzo. He's going to have to try and get past him.
That one performance crew that Harry Dodds is driving for have been on a real upswing of pace at the moment, so they will be looking forward to holding Brady Myers at bay for as long as that sentence lasted. That's exactly how long that passed.
Yeah, I do think it's going to take long for Myers to go past there. We know how much experience he's got and how quick he has been in previous teams that he's raced for, so he definitely has the skill to do it. And look at the gap. He went out really wide, used all that exit road, and look at him just open that gap up. And then now Dodds needs to watch out because Kim and Dodds are, well, nose to tail at the moment. So you can see some of our cars just starting to come through up on your screen there. Our race leader, followed by Shepherd, Scott, Freer. Dodd now about to come across. Johnson, Ross. Lindsay and Hayne have gone through there as they go around. So Myers there, he's definitely opened up a gap already over Dodds and Kimmin. And that car is super quick. Another battle going on a bit further down. Damien Johnson now needs to watch out. Jordan Ross is behind the wheel. He's taken over from Kyle Stokes, and Ross now will be trying to push the Mustang through. Didn't have the best luck in season 10 when it comes to the endurance races. It always seemed to be a bit of bad luck for Jordan Ross, but we've seen in the back half of the season how quick he was.
I think the main advantage for these guys here at the moment between Jordan and Damien is at least being teammates here. If they do need to make a switch or they feel that Jordan's a little bit quicker, it's very easy to do so to still keep that pressure on Aaron Dodd in front and see whether they can force him into a bit of an error and work their way up.
Well, I think Ross is all right this week. Like the tracks we've been to before, we've seen a lake in the middle. We know he just wants to jump on his jet ski. It distracts him. At least here, no, there's no lake, so he doesn't feel that need. You know, we know how much he loves his jet ski racing, so he doesn't feel the need. He can just sit back and just do the laps there, and like you say, team up with Johnson from the same stable, because they really don't want to try and hinder each other's performance. It's all about catching up to Aaron Dodd at the moment and trying to get that pass done. They are nose to tail, aren't they? Bit of shake and bake going on.
Well, a little bit. We should see a move here up towards the hairpin as they just set themselves up. Ross will now get down the inside, and that's a nice clean change of team position there. So this put Jordan ahead now to have a crack on the back there of Aaron Dodd. He's going to need to get a bit of move on though if he wants to close that gap down. It's 0.7 of a second. and a little bit of work for him to do to close in and to see whether he can grab another position up.
Yeah, Johnson there definitely wasn't going to put up a big fight there, and a nice smooth transition as they change positions. Aaron Dodd will be looking in his rear vision mirror. Just here we know, seeing the car come out there, Jordan Ross. So we head back down. Looks like Wade Sheedy now in a bit of a battle there with, is that Rick Maguire? Troy Maguire's now taken over the 96 Taipan Esports entry, and he has got that move. And Maguire, yeah, sorry, he's got that move done. Wade Sheedy has gone past. Oh, he's not going to give it up, though, is he, at the moment, though? Maguire's just going to get right back under, try and tuck in, see if he can take advantage, maybe, of a little bit of drafting there to get the car going. Rick Kuznetsov just in front, the Premier Racing team all bunched up there at the moment. Nathan Moore not too far in front, he's in position number 14. Rick Kuznetsov 16. Wade Sheedy in 17, you can see in the number 312. So we're going to head to a replay right now. Dylan Thomas has a little bit of an off. The Fishing Motorsports car. Whoa, just gets on the brakes, gets on that outside ripple strip, doesn't he? And locks the brakes up, and the car just slides in nose first in the wall. And it doesn't look like too much damage, actually. I was expecting a little bit more from that car. He has to grab reverse now to get it out of the Armco once again. He'll lose a heap of positions there, and that'll put him back in the field.
Yeah, that's a really weird lose there. It looks like just the grab of the rear brakes and around she went, but it is a tricky spot there. You're obviously downhill trying to get the car slowed up into that spot there. Surprising we saw it as the guys had that little incident. As we have a look here, Jordan Ross has managed to get the move done on Aaron Dodd. It's up into the hairpin here. We'll watch him slide this car through down the inside, and a nice braking move there as he gets the car cleared around. We've got a fog leak car off on the side of circuit there, so he's not going to cause any damage. He's out and away. But for Jordan there, nice move as he climbs himself now up into the 5th position.
We do have a bit of a special guest in the commentary box. Lee Ellis is wanting to have a chat with us. So Lee, you've jumped out of that car that was all crashed up and Brady's jumped into a new one. How's that going?
Oh mate, it is outstanding. Like Brady's just gone, ooh, he's almost had a bit of an incident. Brady's gone outstanding. The car's got mega pace, so it's awesome to actually get a new car, and it's also awesome to have a bit of an interview. Thank you guys for dragging me across. Really appreciate it.
No, it's great to have a chat with you, Lee. I mean, talk us through the race so far. Obviously, we saw the contact earlier on. We didn't get a chance to see how it eventuated. What transpired there that took the nose and the rear off the car?
It was just a bit of concertina, nose to tail action there. So, bit of slow cars up ahead that made us hit the cars in front. It's just nobody's fault. Just a bit of a racing incident. So, it's a good way to damage the car in these things, and definitely makes the car run about 6 cylinders, which isn't ideal.
Well, I was just going to ask you there, so other than the superficial damage, was there any pace disadvantage you noticed? Was there any steering issues along the way? Because, I mean, the car looked pretty good. You found yourself in an awesome little battle there. Yes, further down the order than where we've traditionally seen you in other series, but how did it go throughout that stint for the remainder?
Overall, the balance of the car is pretty good. I haven't done many laps this week at the Red Bull Ring, but overall the balance of the car is pretty good, but it just didn't have any straight line speed. So, and driving around people that I don't normally drive around either isn't ideal. So, a lot of the time you drive around people you've driven around for years, so you know exactly how they drive and what they do. So, new competitors have a new challenge with that, but overall no steering damage, just a bit of cooked tyres and cooked aero. So.
Well, you guys are in with a good shot, plenty of time left on the circuit to get this one done. I mean, first time we've been here at the Red Bull Ring, obviously only the circuit only came out last season, first time we've had the supercars and AOSC here. Give us your take on the circuit. How have you found adapting to it, getting these cars to work around the circuit? And obviously we've still got just over 106 laps to complete. what are you thinking towards the end of this race?
I'll probably be in bed by the time the race is finished. Got work early tomorrow. Overall, the track's actually pretty cool. It's pretty suited to the supercar, but it's lacking a bit of power. I don't know who the alpha testers are, but they should probably up the horsepower on the car a bit. But the car's awesome here. The racing's actually pretty close, a lot closer than I would have expected it as well. So it's something that I wish, with a bit more time and practice, we could have been a little bit further up the field. But yeah, there's a lot of laps left to go, and Brady's pushing out some decent numbers. He's almost the quickest in the field. So, hopefully I get back in the car and don't bin it again, and we can be somewhere near the top.
Well, yeah, plenty of laps left to go to pull yourselves up through the field. Without giving too much away, what's kind of the strategy from here on out? Do you guys look to time your run from the back of the circuit? We know Norrie was talking about the alternate strategies the drivers would potentially look at going forward. Is that something that you guys consider now as a viable option?
Look, we got a few strats running on our little supercomputer back at the Trans-Tasman Racing Garage in the Extreme Commodore, but it's yes, we do have separate houses, unfortunately. I don't know how the wife and child would like more people at my place, but got a cat, that's all that we need. But overall, yeah, we've got a few options to play with, and we'll see how we go. We just need to eyes forward and drive on.
Well, the racing's been vigorous from both yourself and Brady, so thanks for jumping in for the chat, Lee. It's good to get the driver's eye view in the middle of the race.
Oh, mate, it's actually awesome to get an interview, to be honest. So I didn't get an interview for my 4th place finish at Watkins Glen, which I was very, very disappointed and gutted about. So, you guys are awesome, and keep up the good work.
Thanks for that, Lee. Look, before we go, or before we let you go, is there anyone you'd like, obviously, to give a shout out? Obviously, Trans-Tasman guys back in the series. You don't get to see you guys obviously run here very often. Is there anyone you'd like to thank?
Oh, no, definitely not. So definitely VRS. VRS is a huge sponsor of us, and we really, really appreciate everything they do. The whole team, Madison, you got Madison being the boss, and he's been the boss for a long time. But just everybody at TTR, Maloney, Richard, Stenny, even. We've got a good little dynamic going on, so really appreciate it, and also shout out to the wife that allows me to do this.
Yeah, the unsung heroes there, the partners and that for putting up with it all, mate. Can appreciate that wholeheartely. But look, going forward, all the best for the race. Love to catch up with you later on if time permits, and see how things are tracking for yourselves and Brady Mayers.
Yeah, 100%. Thanks for coming.
Well, we talk about it. There's 2 positions he's just taken. Hopefully he holds on to it as they exit this corner there. But it looks like he's just gone past Maguire and Veacock. So 2 for the price of 1 up to P18. And Myers is pushing forward in that car on some fresh tyres. And hopefully he doesn't cook them too much. And he can probably try and maintain that position. If he can maybe make 5 or 6 positions out of each driver change and potentially put himself in a top 5 finish here tonight. It is race number 3 of AOSC11. The Red Bull Ring is where we are, all thanks to Jinx Shifters and RaceKraft Simulations. And if you haven't checked out some of the awesome stuff coming out of Jinx Shifters and RaceKraft Simulations, best thing you do is get online at Facebook, mate. Look up Jinx Shifters. I mean, he's even making electronic shifters now for electronic gearboxes in actual cars. Like, it's just crazy. But the craftsmanship, the quality, second to none, Australian made. Oh, sideways there as it gets up on the ribble strip. Oh, that was a big drive there at the moment. Who was that? That's
that was
Dodd there. Yeah,
Aaron Dodd going to lose a spot there, and he's going to have to be careful because Linsel's now just latched onto the back there and potentially going to grab another spot if Dodd's not too careful.
And now he's going to put the nose back in, but he's on the outside line. Very smart move there from Damien Johnson. Holds on the inside. Now, Damien Johnson struggled to get that move done, but Jordan Ross, look at how far in front he's gone. He has gone past the lap car already, but opened up a nice little gap. So definitely he seems to have a lot more pace than what we've seen out of his teammate Damien Johnson. And that car will push on. Of course, that's the number 11 there, Mark Howard in the background of Legacy Sim Racing. That's the lap car at the moment as they are going past. So just looking here, Aaron Dodd pushes out wide. Now Lindsell could be the one who actually makes something out of that a bit later on. Kokoschki, though, up on your screen. Wade Sheedy just pushing on, and looks like he will get the move done there, and Sheedy will go through to P16 at the moment. Just in the background, you can see Brody Myers is not too far away. He'll be trying to join those guys for a little bit of a battle there for P16. This one's a bit further up the pack though at the moment. Aaron Dodd in P7. And it looks like Damien Johnson pretty comfortable there, but that is a lap car in front that could be getting involved in this. Sean Lindsell though, just behind. The Acco Holders DPR entry. He's looking for anything he can do to get past Dodd.
Well, he is, and I think Dodd's going to be awake to this move. He's going to park the car down the inside, a nice block there, just getting the position and making Lindsell really have to work for it. I am interested to have a chat to Norrie on this one, though. Norrie, with Lee coming in as well, having a bit of a chat to us in the Trans-Tasman team, he alluded to the fact there's potential for some alternate strategies for those guys to play. Now, I've seen in the YouTube chat, Mr. Taliesin is already asking, what are they doing? How do they make the supercomputer work there at Trans-Tasman? From your perspective, obviously, we're now just shy of 100 laps to go in the race. We know there's safety cars still yet to come. Where do we look at for these guys to run different alternate strategies?
Fantastic question, Dan. I'm glad you've asked it, because it really is an open slather at this moment. You've got those guys who started pitting early, and then you've got someone like Ian Ford who went really late. And you've got to make sure that you get all 3 stints in before we hit the timer. Until we hit lap 150. So you've got to find the optimal time to run those strategies. You might want to start running it early, because the earlier you run that strategy, the easier it becomes to fight back. Hence, you might need it if we do find ourselves under a safety car.
Yeah, I think that'll be a very interesting one to play out. And to all the guys tuning in, whether you're on Facebook or YouTube watching the stream here tonight for round 3 at the Red Bull Ring, by all means, jump up into the chat. We'd love to find out how the race is running. Probe you on a few questions of how you guys looking to run throughout the course of the race, and yet provide that little bit of extra insight to the viewers how you guys manage these cars around the circuit.
There's a Kit Kat in it for your race strategy.
Ooh.
Kit Kat. Is it like a 4-block one, or are you talking like a mega size one?
No, it's only cheap. I don't get paid enough.
Yeah. Oh, you get the mini ones then.
It's the fun size.
The fun. You keep the rest.
Just a tip, Norrie. Just a tip.
The other thing is too, you got to remember is you've also got to do your minimum 50 laps. So one of the drivers have to do at least 51 laps. So keep that in mind. You think that would be 2 stints, wouldn't you, Norrie?
Safety car boards and flags. We're seeing it. The accused safety car collecting the leader, and this is going to start it up.
Well, we bunched the field back up. We spoke about the start, and who's going to dive into pit lane and change their pit stop strategy at the moment? This could be a few people potentially make some big moves here at the moment, as the safety car has been released from pit lane.
Grigol already in the lane. You would expect everyone from P10 down throughout the field now to probably jump in and try and catch this safety car where they can and gain those few extra spots. We'll keep an eye on who else comes through as well, but this is an interesting opportunity now for the guys.
Who gains the advantage here? I mean, if the safety car has come out to grab our race leader and you're a bit further down the pack, it's the opportunity to get into the pit lane early and get that done. Maybe just fuel and tyres, and this one maybe not a driver change.
Ford, Rob Bowden, Brett Loxton, all in the lane. They've caught the back end of this one. We've got Jared Philsell's teammate, Jackson Sluice and Harlow coming into the lane. So Brian Borg's also going to turn down. Sorry, Corey Shepherd's also going to turn down onto the lane. So a lot of them are catching that.
Will Eltis get a penalty for that?
Well, we'll have to have a look at that one, won't we? Because I'm not quite sure exactly what happened there with James Scott, but the car went off in front of him, and lucky he wasn't collected by that one either, because that could have taken them right out of the race, sitting in P3 at the moment.
Yeah, and that car stationary in the mid-circuit as well. We've seen issues for that car. Here's a quick look back. Not sure whether we caught the there's any contact or not, but
I think that's a lock up of the brakes. I mean, James Scott was way back, so maybe.
It's very close.
Well, this could unfold, couldn't it? We could see some penalties further on. We might not see some penalties. We'll have to wait to see what race control, how they adjudicate that one, because that could change things. We've still got a lot of laps left to complete in this one, though, because Still got 100 laps left, really, guys. It's going to be a big one as we fight it out to the finish, and just letting them all reset themselves. And they have changed drivers, most of them as well. They've put the first driver back in and trying to get over those driver changes.
Yeah, going to be very interesting to see how this one works out. We've got those cars still out waiting to come through. Plenty of guys jumping to the lane just to get those pit stops now knocked off. So we'll see how that all unfolds. Keeping an eye on the chat in YouTube. Looks like Mr. Anton D. Pasquale's joined us in the chat, and we'll see whether he's able to give us any insight. Obviously, we know that we've got one of the other supercars drivers in the field, and just struggling a little bit out there at the moment, but you know, plenty of time for those guys to work their way back, especially as this pit stop, the safety cars now work their way through.
Yeah, I'm sure Anton's watching as obviously James Golding out in the field here tonight as well, and see how he goes in the AOSC. He's got a couple of fierce competitors as well to take on. We do see obviously the Logitech AOSC G-Autos sports car. Those guys, Blacklock and James Scott, super dominant in most of the series they're involved in. James Scott now 3 times winner Series 8, Series 9 and Series 10 here at the Jinx Shifters AOSC. So he's definitely got a lot of people there and a lot of pedigree when it comes into iRacing to contend with here tonight. And it will come down, I think, a little bit to strategy, but a lot to do with just fast pace out there from most of the drivers. Big track to get around. They can spread them out a little bit at the moment. Trying to catch up to that safety car now. It looks like most of the cars are going to take that pit opportunity, I think. There's some of the cars that were sort of in the back of the field, they're up on the safety car and now decided it's time to pit. Take those tyres, maybe a driver change. We're checking out Norris down the pits, making sure all that happens. And what I'm very interested out of this one is that car there, number 72. Where do they come out of this one, Briggs and Daiso? Because after that horror start, where the car just didn't move off the line, something went wrong. They were crashed into, they were bashed, they came around, they got turned around. They are way down. Where do they finally end up in this?
They should be on the back of the queue with their lap back, so they should be back in this race, but they've got 40-odd cars to get past, and it's going to be a hard afternoon for Briggs.
Well, 98 laps still to do it. Probably a good opportunity, like you say. Get back on the lead lap. That is problem number 1. They're going to be bunched up. Maybe they can grab a handful of position on the restart, because we know through history, the end of season 10, the start of season 11, whatever setup they found in those cars have been super fast too. Since the change to the supercars midway through last season, everyone in the off-season, well, everyone till now has started to find that sweet spot where they like the car, whether it suits the driver, whether they've just found out what they need to do to the setup to make the cars go a little bit faster. You can say James Scott there, those guys just seem to find some drive out of that car. However they've done the setup, they were looking for it. They were still fast. They were competitive, but they've all of a sudden really found what they were looking for, and that car is super fast as well. So everyone's starting to creep up to that same sort of level. We'll see what Daiso and Briggs can do in the latter half of this. The Jinx Shifters AMG safety car just getting around at the moment. And, we will bunch the field up here at the Red Bull Ring. Race number 3 here for AOSC11 tonight. It's our second season for 2021. 10 seasons down. We're on season number 11 already, guys. And we're in our second endurance. Of course, the Nürburgring was where we did the 650. Was about a month ago, actually, about 4 weeks ago. Andrew Dyson came second there. Now, James Scott and Sam Blacklock won that. And like you say, it was a dominant win. So can they come back from where they are now? Wave arounds, as you can see in the background there, so some of the lap cars getting a chance to go around and join the back of the pack. So they will get back onto the lead lap, which will make this very interesting, because 50 laps in, there were still quite a few battles going on up and down the pack, which was very interesting. We thought maybe we were going to see a big hit in the first corner there, and it may be on this one there. The standstill start gave everyone an opportunity. They knew they still had 150 laps. They were, I suppose they were pretty nice to each other, actually. They conceived a few of them and just got round that first corner. But now we're going to go to a single file restart. Will it be as friendly come turn number 1 on the restart here?
Possibly not.
Car goes off. I don't think it will be.
Possibly not. And what's the old adage? Safety cars breed safety cars. So if it's going to happen, it's going to happen now. And if it doesn't happen now, it probably won't ever happen.
Well, yeah, that's exactly right. And I think the other big thing too, Noah, to keep an eye on is where the restart zone begins for this lap or for this circuit as well. We come off the second to last corner, and pretty much from there until the start finish line, you can accelerate and go on. So, you know, we know traditionally with James Scott, where he's led the race, it's come almost down to the wire, that second or that final corner before he drops the gas and goes. We've now got the likes of Jared Filsell out front. We haven't seen how he gets these cars away in this championship yet. Could this be the surprise that the guys behind don't expect?
And that's the thing, not being regular in the series, I mean, we hope they would have read the rulebook, but Brian Borg knows exactly where that race restart point is, and he's going to be up on the wheel on this one, so he's definitely in with a very good shot at getting a jump on Jared Filsell. Whether he's got the pace to fight him, I don't think, but he's definitely got the restart ability.
Was that going to be some of the interesting factors, guys, now that we've had the driver changes done for most of these people? I mean, we saw how fast Corey Shepherd was. Now, we got Brian Borg in there, and he's not slow, but he's not Corey Shepherd pace. Filsell, well, he's been super fast out in front. Blacklock's been pretty quick too, but we do know that obviously James Scott, you know, setting that time, one of the fastest times in racing as well. So Blacklock and Scott very similar in that sense, probably a bit of an advantage. Geordie Sinney now back up in the 707, the Synergy Sim Racing entry there in 4th position. Damian Johnson stays out there, so he's been in that seat for a little while now. Kyle Stokes back in the 143. Dylan Rudd stayed out there. Ken Ladders stayed out there. Craig Ansbach is back in the Tanked SRT entry in position number 9. So, and Brady Myers has stayed in there now. That's another interesting one because it looks like they've taken a pit stop according to my computer. They've taken 2 pit stops too. So fresh tyres and fuel, and he was fast. Going through our timing screen, guys, and I have to bring this one up. Cameron Veacock, who's in 87, up 18 positions at the moment. Now, Norrie, have you noticed the strategy from them, or they've had a little bit of luck maybe and just some pace there? Because they're doing 131s at the moment. I haven't seen them do in the 130s, but they've made a whole heap of positions.
Unless they've taken short fuel, I mean, it's been a whole lot of movement in the pit lane of recent times. So unless they've taken a whole heap less fuel to try and jump some positions, but I can't spot anything on my timing as to tell me why that's happened.
Do you think maybe they've just got the safety car coming out and they've managed to get in, actually, and get in early for that pit stop, which is actually put in front of everyone else?
Very possible.
Bit of luck, eh? Sometimes a bit of luck when it comes to these long races, but watch out for Cameron Veacock, the United Sim Sport entry you can see up on your screen, because the number 87 up 18 positions at the moment in P number 10. And they're just following around our safety car at the moment. The leader's bunched right up, and Borgie doesn't want to let him go anywhere. He can tell you every little spec map that's on that rear spoiler at the moment. He can tell you every letter, how big every symbol is. He does not want to let that rear spoiler go there off Filsell. Rick Kuznetsov stays out there. Ian Ford back in the driver's seat, back in P13 now. So those guys have lost a number of positions, and they've gone back 9 at the moment. So it probably hasn't played out as lucrative for them as they would have liked. Wade Sheedy up 15 positions. That is a huge effort from Wade Sheedy and the team.
Yeah, they're coming on strong too. The other one a little bit further up from these guys, and we're talking to his teammate Lee Ellis, but Brady Myers now up just on the outside of the top 10 and 11th as well. So following the damage from that car earlier on, they are looking very handy at this point in time. The safety car is pulling away, so the field now back under the control of Jared Filsell, and we are not too far away from getting back underway here. And let's have a look to see where he gets the jump on.
It can happen. They're coming down. Pretty much they're not far away from anywhere from now. When's he going? He puts a foot down straight away, the first chance he gets. And he just wants to drive away using all that exit, grabs a little bit of dust. And Filsell just wants to get this race back underway. Why not? Get into it. Blacklock now on the back of Brian Borg. He's trying to close that gap down. Brody Myers, I'm just looking in the background to see if he can take advantage of this restart. Single file. Looks like we're going to get through turn number 1 at the moment. No one's put the nose out. No one's taken too much risk. Now we can see a car pull out in the background. Is that alongside Ansbach there? That's Vcock trying to make another position. Going to be 19 positions. Mars going to follow him through too on the inside. Keep the nose in. Pushes Anspatch to the outside. Can't do much about it. There's a big drive though. Nice little straight here. Little kink to the right. Kink to the left. If they can stay on that inside, maybe 2 cars will go past Anspatch. Vcock's gone past. Myers now going to hold on the inside there and push Anspatch out. He's going to have to watch out Anspatch. He needs to get on the inside because Kuznetsov is trying to come through as well. Looks like he might have got a move done as well.
Yeah, I think Kuznetsov picked that spot up a little further down the field, still staying relatively single file. So, you know, the old safety cars, Bruce safety cars, hasn't happened so far on this lap here yet. We've got a little bit of a gap starting to break away between the top 10 and the guys preceding that. Cameron Vcock looking pretty handy at the moment. He's going to be careful though. Brody Myers all over the back because Kuznetsov's closes in. And Ian Ford just sitting on the back of that little group there looking to try and make a move up. We saw that car fall down the field earlier on in the first stint. What can they do now with the safety car just having completed and Ford in for a move here?
In the background there, I reckon Kuznetsov and Anspatch still in the battle here. No, Kuznetsov through. It's Ian Ford now going past. So Ian Ford trying to make a move already up another position there. It looks like Anspatch getting a horrible restart to this race. Won't be happy about that one because Wade Sheedy is another one who's been pushing through the pack up 15 positions at the moment. Is now all over the back end of Craig Anspatch. So Sheedy, when will he take his opportunity? Behind them you can see Simon Vella and Matthew Brunt locked into a battle for P15. Dyson up another position too. So that Andrew Dyson is now up to P17. So that's very friendly to them.
Well, yeah, I was just going to say that. I mean, this safety car worked out phenomenally well for those guys. We saw them trailing down the back end of the field following the non-getaway at the start of the race. Unfortunate for them, and then the subsequent rotation and pit stop. So they've come back through the field quite nicely as a result of that. Now, as you say, in 17th position, and Matthew Brunt just sitting in front ahead of those guys. So plenty of room and time left for those guys to get themselves up inside the top 10.
Just having a look at Damien Johnson, who stayed in the Synergy Sim Racing cockpit. He's up to P5 at the moment. Kyle Stokes behind. George Ross was the pilot of that car previously and was in front, but obviously racing for the same team. They've held out Dylan Rudd, though, who obviously on board with Aaron Dodd normally in the 990. They've teamed up here tonight for the 650 at the Red Bull Ring.
Geordie Senior with a move.
Well, look at the background there too. Rudd's going to make one too.
Yeah, so Rudd gets that move completed. Cine didn't quite get the job done, and I think it's going to be a change of position for Cine and Johnson as well there. You just see him step to the side, and Johnson's going to set up to have a crack here at Brian Borg.
Yep, look at that one, because Ladder's gone through on Kyle Stokes too, so by pushing Stokes wide there that time, Ladder's had the opportunity to follow through and get a position, and that's the hardest part about being caught on the outside through that section, isn't it? Once you're on the outside, if they're stacked, they're just going to go through. It's single file past you. Damien Johnson doesn't want to give this position up, but Cine just holding in, very defensive on the inside line. Crosses in front as he can do. Johnson back down the inside. Cine closes that gap up. Johnson grabs a little bit of grass.
And the teammates here really don't need to throw this away. I'm sure they're having a chat over Discord or Teams or whatever they use to communicate internally. But they are not going to want to throw away what is so far a good position, currently sitting 4th and 5th on circuit, and in with a really good shot here as the race progresses on.
And Blacklock has got the move done on Brian Borg, who is dropping back. So Blacklock are not wanting to let Philsall get out to that commanding lead that he had last time. So Blacklock pushing on and takes on P2, and you can see him trying to close that gap down. The leader has already opened up with Jared Philsall. Borg, he drops off a little bit in the 017, and now you can see it's going to be Geordie, Cine and Damien Johnson to chase him down for P3. Oh, what's that? The 72 lurking in the background, getting another position. Can he stick this one? Daiso gets past Vella. He's up to P15 already. What a comeback that'll be from then if they can get in the top 5.
Absolutely, I think they'll really take that one, and the pair of the beard starting to come back through for him as he presses on. The teammates in 4th and 5th still battling it out, and the longer they keep this going, while they are making inroads slowly on back of Brian Borg, they're going to bring the rest of the train in behind them, and we consider you've got Rudd, Stokes, Ladder, and Myers all closing in here. they don't need to be messing around like this. They just got to get on with business, switch the positions if they need to, and start applying that pressure on the front of ball because they're going to just get away.
Well, it's probably a good opportunity now because most guys have done 2 driver changes with those pit stops. You've got to do a minimum 3 driver changes. So if you've got your fastest driver sitting out having a rest now, the potential to bring them home for a double stint at the end, maybe a triple stint, is still there if you need to keep your fastest driver in. So getting and getting that pit stop done is actually getting those driver changes knocked over.
Yeah, it's a good idea, but I mean, we're still talking a long way out for these guys. If you consider we're doing on average around 30 to 33 laps per stint, everyone came in on lap 50 thereabouts. So it's a lot of driving and seat time for the guys to try and bring these cars home and see what they're able to do. And if you're the likes of Corey Shepherd or maybe a James Scott, do you want to be in the car that long? The mental drain, trying to work your way through such a short lap and the big volume of cars is really going to be taxing as you get to the back end of the race.
Well, it's all happening here, and everyone's having a crack. It's turn number 1 here, where everyone's trying to get everyone under brakes at the moment. Maguire now. He's got Nitschke in front of him. Zanny behind. It's all happening. The 209 now trying to make a move here. In the background there, just gets past. Thomas Hinds back behind the wheel and manages to get that move done. Brake lock up just in front, and that's the tank SRT entry there. Trying to see that's Cooper back behind the wheel of that one. So Cooper's back in the cockpit. Yeah, I think you're right, Dan. I mean, you take those driver changes now. You don't want to leave your number 1 driver. I think some of the drivers are probably a little bit stronger than others. When you think of Blacklock and James Scott, very strong drivers, very similar lap time. So probably doesn't really matter for those sorts of teams. It's going to be the guys with an obvious, slightly, slower driver, but they could also come in and just do a small stint in the middle, depending on what the pit stop strategy is going to be at the end of this race.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think we've seen that up towards the pointy end as well. I think between Shepherd and Borg, Shepherd seems to have that slight edge over Brian Borg in a consistency pace, and we saw that at the Nürburgring as well, where to no discredit to Brian at all, he did a hell of a job getting that car around, but just wasn't quite able to match the same outright pace that we saw from Corey there. So that could be something that factors in a little bit later on, and while it does hurt him early on, it puts him in a good stead to conclude the race. But having a look here at Greg Sharp in the 747, now these guys did have a drive-through penalty earlier on for contact with Jamie McKnight up into the hairpin, which we're on the way up to now. They are working their way back up through the field, and we've seen a change of position here. So Stinning's been able to get ahead. Rudd has now got through on Damian Johnston. So Johnston's dropped 2 spots in a couple of laps here, and Brian Borg's now been brought back into contention with Jordan Stinning all over the back of him now as well.
Brady Myers, check him out, Trans-Tasman Racing Team on the back, up to position 8 now, and well and truly in the hunt, chasing down Kyle Stokes. So it won't be long, I reckon, till he's on the back of him, especially while this battle happens in front with Dylan Rudd and Damian Johnston. I think the man to take advantage of this is going to be Brady Myers. Just check out a bit of a replay here. It looks like Cameron Vekov in the 87. It's going slow. Oh no, is that puff of smoke potentially an engine, do you think, Norrie?
It sure is. That is pop goes the weasel, and that weasel is popped.
That is, well, I'm upset about that because those guys, Vekov, had made up they were up like 19 positions or something at that stage. So they have just lost all of that effort that they've put in, and what an effort it has been from them. I mean, have to take a hats off to them at this moment. Hopefully they can reset and get back to the pits and get back out there and maybe salvage something in this race at the moment, but that is definitely going to put them down the back of the field.
And I think too, hats off to Cameron there. Saw the engine go, just drove it straight off the side of the track. No harm, no foul. Now, race control have just come over the airwaves. Car number 1, Sam Blacklock, going to get a drive-through penalty. We saw that contact just as we got into the safety car period with James Scott trying to get the car in the lane. They're going to get a drive-through for subsequent contact, and this is going to drop them well down the order now.
And how does that affect them, Norrie, come pit stop time? Do you change your pit stop strategy now? Because your drive-through is going to put you down the back now. You would think there'd be a little bit of clean air there, and potentially looking at the track map, there is actually a reasonable amount of clear air out in the back. So do you do your drive-through penalty now, get the clean air and adjust your pit stop strategy, or do you try and hold out for as many laps as you can?
Well, I would try and hold out for as many laps as I can because, well, we've all seen my racing. But James Scott and Sam Blacklock, they've actually got some speed behind them, so they could probably use the clean air and pick up a few places as it washes out. It is going to stuff up their race because, you know, getting to put down in the field in this pack, is that Myers on the outside? Losing positions in this field is not going to be easy for them, so at least they've got pace. Clean air will help.
Yeah, Myers, I thought we were going to get through wide there, and he came back on the outside of Kyle Stokes. He's definitely going to get him here under brakes. I can't see why he won't. Damien Johnson just in front, and Myers takes another position there. Does he keep it clean? Stokes will get a bit of a run on the outside there, but we know it's a slight kick to the right, a slight kick to the left, but it's really the right hand. And no, Stokes has got the drive on that one.
And while that's all unfolding, and we'll keep an eye on this, Geordie Sinney down the inside here of Brian Borg. He's going to get that move done on the downhill. He snuck the nose in up the hairpin, and he's going to be able to progress maybe the sim racing entry up into third spot. But Brian's going to be really pressing on and hold the line through the infield there. And that double left-handed note, very tricky for the guys to work the cars through.
Very tricky, but a great corner to get some passing done on if you've got the inside grip.
Alexani on the outside here. Schreier goes through in the 88. Oh, now you can see them all bunched up there. McKnight's in there as well, 27. He follows him through, gets past Zani. Marty Hansen's the only one to go through. Can he join the party? Party Marty, can he join the rest of the party that's gone through, obviously, on the 13 of Alexani, Team RaceKraft Motorsport? Come under fire there, and like you say, once one goes through, generally the Conga line tries to make its way through as well. See a bit of a move now. Looks like Brian Borg back, Geordie Sinney. There's obviously something's happened there actually, because Sinney's dropped right off and Dylan Rudder's gone past. Damien Johnson back behind his teammate, Geordie Sinney. So Rudder's got to move down there at some point. And it looks like Damien Johnson now going to have a little bit of a move on the inside here and go side by side with his teammate Cole Stokes in the background. Maybe a little bit of contact made there in the background from the alcohol holder, Kenneth Ladder and Ian Ford, maybe a bit of nudge.
And look, I don't get this move here. There's three Synergy cars fighting over the same piece of track here. They are all in team. They need to file themselves into an order here. This is really only hurting their race as it continues on. And as you have a look, Myers now is on the back of these three and looking to work his way up through the field. So they've got to sort themselves out quicker, sooner than later.
Well, you think Myers can get a 1 in all in, maybe get a 3 for the price of 1?
Well, I wouldn't put it past him.
Depends on how fresh his coupons are and if they're valid.
Oh, he has to correct the steering there a little bit. Slides the car a fraction, Myers. How long can he push on for, though, before he hurts his tyres and really starts to take a fair bit of degradation off him and hurts him when it comes to race pace?
I don't think it's going to hurt him too much. If we have a look at the way he's driving the car out, it's nice and straight. There's not a lot of wheel spin as he gets the power down. Unlike the Kyle Stokes just ahead, we saw him have a little bit of a wiggle. And here's a move down the inside. Nice, cleanly done. Very textbook move, and that puts him now up a spot into 7th position or 8th position now as he works his way on forward. And another run up into turn 1 there as the drive-through completed for car number 1. So Blacklock is down and away. That's taken them now from 2nd place all the way down into 15th position, and that is a tough haul to work their way back up through the field now.
I think the biggest thing that's going to hurt them is they've come out in traffic. People who are obviously not going to go out of their way, but definitely not going to just step aside and let them go past. So now they're going to have to work their way through traffic as we get up to a bit of a replay now. Brenton Nipsky in the 66 Mustang coming down to turn number 1. Slides the car out. No one else there. Gets on the icy grass and it doesn't even grab the spoiler on the arm coat. Nice drive.
He did well there. Kept it off the wall because if you remember back, it would have been about lap 25. We saw another one of those cars in the wall in that same spot. Couldn't back it up. We know those arm coat barriers are very, very sticky. So good job there to be keeping it off the wall and back underway. Ian Ford in a world of trouble. 10th position. Andrew Dyson all over the back of him and looking to come through.
Well, how can you take on the beard of Andrew Dyson, and that is a manly beard. He's obviously got the Phoenix smoker out the back. I reckon they'll have some meat smoking at the moment, slow cooking for him, just so he can have a bit of a feast between races, between his stints, you know. So you might get another one done here on 40. Gets a nice run there, Dyson. Tell you what, DPR boys, they have these cars set up again, don't they? They have found the setup they are chasing. It's just an unfortunate start for them that's put them so far down the field. He's going to stay on the outside though, forward. Dyson will need to get a good run here, see if he can hold on to this position. Looks like he will get that done. And he will drive away and moves himself up into P10. So now in the top 10 position. Would you have thought that after 65 laps, considering the horror start they had?
I wouldn't have put it past them. I mean, we know how good and well-oiled that team is. And if anyone can drive it back up through the field, they certainly can. Yes, they've been aided by the safety car, but it's been a fantastic drive for both Andrew Dyson and Adam Briggs there to wring the neck of the DPR entry and claw its way back up through the field.
You think Borgie's still got that fancy haircut, considering he's been in lockdown for quite some time in Victoria?
No.
Do you reckon he's still there? Behind him though, Dylan Rudd, who wants that position. Borgie makes a mistake here, goes wide. Rudd's going to take advantage down the inside. He's going to have to be careful, because if he goes too wide, he won't be able to battle it out. And trying to get through, Geordie Sinney. Borgie's defensive, Rudd's defensive. Myers going through on. Oh, Johnson's, look at him go. Threading the needle there. I thought he was always going to get Sinney at the same time.
He might get Sinney if he keeps going with this one, because this battle pack is alive.
Well, depending on who he puts his trust behind, he might get Rudd as well, or he could get Borgie. He's decided to go behind Borgie and go on the outside here. Oh, Johnson and Sinney there. Now they're starting to make contact. Stokes on the outside, like you said, Daniel. You don't want those teammates coming together. They're all race for the same deal. Oh, look at this. Myers on the outside. Borgie's had to go super defensive. Will he go around the outside and make this up? Borgie slides the car.
There's a slide. Myers has got this though. If you look at what we've seen before, down the inside, he's going to be able to hold this move. Have a look in the background of this group though. Who's sitting there in the 72? Andrew Dyson. He is closed right in and looking to work his way into contention with this fight as well.
Do you reckon he's handed over the smoker to Briggsy and his brake? Just check on the meat, mate. Make sure it's all good. So when I get off, I can have a feed.
But whatever they're doing, whatever they're smoking in the meat is really coming in well for them. Now moving well up through the field here as Dyson's going to get another move. But this is a fantastic little fight there. And Myers now finds himself up in second position. If you had asked Lee Ellis when we had a chat to him earlier whether they would have clawed that car all the way back up, it didn't sound that positive, but it's worked out quite nicely for him here at the moment.
Well, Dyson had the position for a second, but he slid out a little bit too wide, and Kuznetsov has managed to get that position back. But look, I think it's a matter of time. Dyson, I've got him top 5 finish tonight. I reckon those boys, unless something unforeseen happens to them again, I reckon they're in for a top 5 finish, because these Synergy Sim racing guys aren't doing themselves any favours. Borgie and Rudd are trying to lock them out. Maybe they're working together as a team. Let's just hold up the Synergy train that's behind us.
Well, I think that's all you can do at this point. I mean, we've seen the two wide action all the way up and down throughout the race so far. And, I mean, hats off to the vast majority of the guys. They've kept the battling tight, clean, and no one really giving an inch here. But you've got to start wondering, what are the team going to start doing to get this through? And, Norrie, as a team owner yourself, what would you be telling the guys to sort it out?
Sydney's off.
Sydney's around. I'd be telling them not to do that. But I was also spare a thought for Ken Latta. He's the other DPR car just ahead of Dyson. He'll be watching a brief close on this one as we see Sydney's going to get turned around in about 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom.
All done it himself.
Well, yeah, under brakes, hey, he's got sideways. I mean, Kyle Stokes had nowhere to go. And, yeah, really, unfortunately, they've hurt themselves. But, I mean, got to be some aero really being disrupted there at the time as well under brakes. So really not doing themselves a favour by staying in that fight. Like you say, maybe they should have just done rock, paper, scissors on the team chat there to see who was going to lead down the charge. And Dyso gets another move done, and with that Sinney going off, that's another position as well. So 2 positions on this lap for him and Andrew Dyson, and the simrigs.com DPR entry will go up to P8. And another shout out to the obviously Phoenix Smokers. Not that we want one, do we, Dan?
Oh, look, we don't want one that much, and we would. Well, we got a fantastic invite from from Dyson and the DPR boys to come down there and have a feed of some meat. So might take them up on that as this fight's still continuing on. And it's interesting to think, while this is all going on, it's only playing dividends for Jared Filsel and the guys in United Sim Sports out front. The gap now 8 seconds. Brody Myers has gotten clear of this lot, so look for him to start trying to work and bring the gap down. But from third backwards, absolutely throw a blanket over the lot of them. There's nothing in it. Brian Borg now gets himself back into third position, actually drops it back to fourth. Dylan Rudd just holds the move there nicely. And it's where do you stick the car? There's no room for these guys to look to make any other option than what they're doing right now.
I don't think it's a towel, I think it's a hand towel. Oh, no!
Ladder.
Oh no, ladder. Stokes in the wall too. Heavy contact there. It was always going to happen. It's always going to happen when we're side by side, corner after corner. We check out the replay. Ladder down the inside. Let's just see if anything happens here. Oh no, just clip a wheel, doesn't he? Ladder's down the inside. You see a little bit of movement there from the car. Comes across a little bit. Stokes has nowhere to, is just holding his outside line, and they make contact. And it looks like Stokes is going to come in and try and grab a fast repair, maybe some damage on that one.
Yeah, and Linsell also.
With synergy cars.
Yeah, sorry, no, go ahead, mate.
I was going to say, remember when half the top 10 were synergy cars? Now they're just falling one by one.
Well, yeah, that's true. But for Linsell and Jordan there wasn't a lot of room in it. It's a pretty tough racing incident. Those guys absolutely fighting over the sheep stations right there. Probably not much either of them could have done to avoid it. Maybe Linsell, if you look at it in hindsight, had a little bit more room to the left-hand side, but still fighting for that racing line, and unfortunate to see those two fall out of contention. Damien Johnson, though, as we have a look back here, trying to get a move done on Brian Borg, not quite successful at this point. Andrew Dyson also in the back here having a look to see whether he can pick up another spot. So with those two going off in front, it's kind of worked out quite nicely for him.
Made him a little bit of fight, hasn't it, for Dyso? He's got rid of a couple of competitors there for him, but he's got some hard competitors to get by. Damien Johnson and Brian Borg. Well, the elbows are out, but they're fighting each other, and Dyson's going, guys, come on, just let me through. You guys can continue. It's just going to be a couple of positions down. Here we go. Dyson puts the nose in. Johnson goes past. Borg as well. Oh, so Dyson picks the right guy.
He picked it well there. Borg drops 2 spots as a result, with Kitsnesov coming through as well.
Has been a shake and bake, I think. He knew, had to pick someone to go with, I think, at that point, and try and push him through and use it to make himself out. Dyson starting to apply that pressure to Damien Johnson to see if he can get up into P4, and this is really good for Dyson, who's currently leading the championship there on 630 points, with that second in our first round of racing, obviously back at the Nürburgring, and first in Chicago. So Dyson doing a nice job, gets the move done on Damien Johnson, doesn't waste any time. It only took a couple of corners there and puts the brakes on, and he is on rails at the moment in that car. I don't want to really give him the commentator's curse, but I mean, the next number to pick off is Dylan Rudd. I really think Dyson, a little bit of luck, maybe a second safety car sometime later in this race would really put him up there with the race pace with Filsel and Myers.
I think you hit the nail on the head there, mate. They are looking very, very racy at the moment. You have to wonder what could have been if they had got that car off the line at the opening exchange when we went away and we saw the unfortunate dramas for those guys with the car stalling on the grid. But it's been a hell of a drive for him to come back through, and well-deserved bit of smoked meat at the end of this one, as we see the guys in the chat telling him he's bringing the bacon, so he's a man on the charge at the moment.
I hope it's like maple smoked bacon or something, you know, like not just some plain bacon. Yeah, stop. Now, interestingly, I looked down. Jordan Ross is now back in the car of the 143, and I saw some purple sector times there. So sector 3, I believe. So Jordan Ross will be in. He'll have the race face on, and he'll be pushing hard.
Well, yeah, and he's going to have the fresh tyres on board that car as well, along with Ken Latta. No, for you, you're in this position now. Obviously, we're not at halfway yet. You've just come in for another set of tyres. How do you think that's going to run you through for the next stint?
Well, you want to keep your head down, keep it clean, and all this passing that we're seeing going on is just not doing that. It's burning tyres, and it's really using up their fuel load. So these guys are going to need to settle into a rhythm and find some good pace, because the battling's just going to slow them all down.
Well, yeah, and as these guys continue it on, there's plenty of opportunity for him to come back through. As we have a look further back up the field again, we were just checking out Marty Hansen having a very strong drive there. Back up front, though, Damian Johnson trying to get a move done. He's actually going to drop a spot here to Rick Kuznetsov, which is an awesome drive for those guys. The Premier Racing Team entry coming back through a little bit further ahead than his teammate Brian Borg, chasing the leaders off in front. But no, this is a good drive for these boys.
Yeah, it's a fantastic drive, and they should be immensely proud of the efforts they've put in tonight to be this far up the grid and pushing at the pointy end. It's a fantastic achievement.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we first came into seeing Rick and the guys have a run at the back end of last season, and really surprised to see what they were able to do with the car, and obviously teamed up with a very good team in Premier Racing. This is another good shot as Brian Borg has a massive moment on the exit of turn 1 there. He's dropped the spot now to Ian Ford. We might see if we can catch a quick replay of that, but that car looked very, very unsettled as it got up over that sausage curb on the outside.
It's not comfortable when that happens with a car. It looks like Brian's turned in and got the exit curb. The exit curb has kicked the car out, and that's cost him a couple of positions there. So Brian's going to need to remedy that as he works harder. This is Damian Johnson. He's got the headlights flashing. He wants Rick Kuznetsov's position in P5 there, and he's agitated to go and get it.
Yeah, absolutely. Got to wonder for Brian, though, with the battling that we saw him do a handful of laps ago, how much life has that taken out of the tyres? Because since the guys have got through on him, he's fallen down the order a little bit less, aided by that incident there at turn 1, but the pace just hasn't been on board for that car for a little while now.
No, and that's not good for them, but we're still, what, lap 150-ish? No, yes, well, 150 is the total. We're on lap 72, so there's still a fair bit of pace to go, and they can still claw their way back into it, but they just need to find something extra because the car's just not delivering at the moment.
Absolutely. We're having a look here on board with Andrew Dyson, since she's Simrig's DPR entry. The run up through turn 1, looking at an option for a run there. Thought better of it on the back of Andrew Dyson, so we'll see whether he's able to make something happen up into turn 3, up into the hairpin. He's going to go wide here, and this will be a good move. That'll set him now up into 3rd position, and continuing on with an awesome recovery drive for these guys.
Didn't even need to make it to turn 3. It was in the kink before turn 3 that the move got done. So Dyson on a charge, and he's now going to chase down Brady Myers and Jared Filso, who's leading this race.
Yes, I think Briggsy's given the word. The smoke is almost done, and he's pressing on to get back and crack into the meet there. As you have a look back down through the field, Troy Maguire, the Type N's eSport entry, having a look there on the back of David Kidman, Fishing Motorsports. These guys down a little bit further in the field and still putting on some fantastic battling. As we go further forward, we've got Nathan Moore teamed up with, I'm trying to think who that was actually. Anyway, James Golding there, sorry, apologies. He's in a very good battle here with Craig Anspach in the Tanked SRT entry. These guys down in 13th and 14th position and still pressing on nicely. And no, from one tanked car to another, we're back at this fight with Marty Hansen and Brian Cooper. The tank cars are all up and down throughout the field tonight.
There's a tank of them full of it. But that was a horrible pun.
Where's the fishy car when you need it?
But, yeah, I'm just fishing for the fishy car. But yeah, the tank cars have been fantastic to watch this season and last season as well. They've been on an upswing of form, and it's fantastic to see those guys, Marty Hansen and Rob Bowden, having strong seasons in their respective cars. This doesn't look like it's going to be. This
Yeah,
doesn't look like.
Marty just struggling a little bit there through that second to last corner. The car really fighting on entry, trying to get through there, and he's got to be cautious because Justin Clayton, Legacy Sim Racing entry, right in behind and looking for a move here up into turn 1. Just going to back off, not going to make the move there. Alex Zanni, you've got to be cautious as well. David Kidman's also sniffing about trying to get a move done as well. So these guys a little further down, but well in contention for some good battling as we keep an eye on it. And they're a little bit late, Norrie. We've now got a fishy car for you to have a crack at.
Yay. I was actually going to say Alex Zanni into turn 1 did have the lights ablaze, so he was flashing to get faster. And Greg Sharp in the Dakota car is making his way round turn 4.
Yeah, so great to see the guys still having a fight here. We're watching Michael Strayer teamed up with Brenton Hobson tonight. We saw those guys having a big issue early on in the race there. Dropped them well down to the back of the field, if not last in class. And they've worked their way slowly back up through the field tonight, currently sitting down in 21st position. Just got past there David Coleman. Next car up the road is Troy Maguire, another one of the Titans esports entries as well. But a nice quiet run for these guys, working their way through nicely.
Yeah, and it was not so long ago we were looking at the battle pack down there in 21, and it was hot, and these guys have now got some fresh air to breathe. This is further up the field. This is 14th. This is Sam Blackwell partnering with James Scott tonight in the Logitech G Altus Esports car number 1. This is Andrew Dyson, who's on his charge back.
Yeah, Dyson looking really good here. He's sort of come back a little bit now to Dylan Rudd there, so just maybe saving the tyres a fraction there, as we keep an eye too on the recovering drive there for Sam Blackwell. Wait to see how he works his way through. But Norrie, interestingly enough, we're not that far from clicking over half race distance. 75 laps elapsed last time by. Leaders are just about to come over and take us into the start of the second half of this race.
So we've done one whole half of it, and then we've still got a whole half to go. And then these guys have just got to find out the best way to get there to 150 and figure out what they did right the first time. Obviously, Andrew Dyson will be making sure that the car keeps going, and Adam Briggs has got that task for him as well. But they stay going and they keep going. They may even catch a safety car. They may be able to take this fight right up to the back of Myers and Philsell. We'll find out once we get close to the back end of this race. Also, give a shout out to Dylan Rudd. He's been doing a fantastic job up there in 4th and really putting the pressure on. So it's fantastic to see Dylan Rudd at the point end of this field. Rick Kuznetsov, he's 5 at the moment. So that is a fantastic run of form for Rick there. And let's not forget Damien Johnson bring up the Synergy Sim Racing fight in position 6.
Yeah, great looking top 5 or 5-10 at the moment. If you have a look further down the field, Marty Hansen now back into a battle, just dropping down a position here. He's let Brett Nishke, the Frog Leap entry, get through, and potential for these guys to gain another couple of spots. They're all over the back there of Alex Zenny, the Team RaceKraft Motorsports entry, and looking to work their way through. So we'll wait to see how that goes. There's also Greg Sharp up into the hairpin, just gets moved up there as well. We saw that on the camera. Let's see what Zenny's able to do. Will he hold this position? Norrie currently sitting in 24th in the Team RaceKraft entry. Looks like he's going to be able to hold it.
Bit wide. It was dicey there for a minute. The tank car and the Frog Leap car didn't really look pressing there for a minute, but yeah, it's amazing how tight that corner does get on exit, and you really do need to have the wheel hard locked right.
Yeah, absolutely. I did notice probably the trickiest point coming out of there, obviously, a lot of drivers first and second in that hot traction's very, very hard to be able to hold on to. As we have a look here at the top 3 at the moment, Dylan Rudd, 9.5 Sin Sports entry, has been able to claw up into 3rd position now. So he's got the move done on Dyson. We didn't see it on the camera, but mate, this is a great little scrap between these guys.
Let's see if Nick can find the replay on that one. Dyson looking to get that move done back on Rudd, as Kuznetsov really wants to put his Comet Mustang in the middle of that battle and push it on through. But yeah, Dyson getting the cut back. I wonder if he ran off track because Rudd's down the inside again. Will he get the switch back here as we come through turn 4? This is what happened.
Yeah, just jump back on, guys. It just looks like Dyson just didn't really get the drive on that replay, and Rudd managed to make that happen. Dyson doing the smart thing, pulling behind, trying to do the crisscross. Kuznetsov just doing the right thing there, but he's back. He's got that position back, guys. He's managed to hold on to it too as we get back on live here for round number 3 of the AOSC11. All thanks to Jinx Shifters and RaceKraft Simulations. If you're over in Western Australia, I have to say, go and check them out. I know they get a lot of stuff off the Simulations.com site as well. So Of course, don't forget simrigs.com and RaceKraft Simulations. We will be giving away a pedal set at the end of the season for the best drivers, or you know, the best. Oh, what do we call it? The most impressive from each round that we put the votes together for.
Yeah, most impressive driver.
The commentators' collaborative combined pedal set.
Yeah, it takes us another 45 minutes after the race for us to battle it out and go to fisticuffs over who won. So, you know, it's not easy, guys. It's not easy. So, anyway, it's good to have Norrie back this week. Last week he missed most of the race, and it was me and Dan having a fight over who we think should be number one. But good to see you back, and obviously plenty going on in this race. Brian Borg's moved quite a number of positions back in position 7. He could end up back in 8 there as Ford goes around the outside. Maybe he can hold on this one. Another thing I noticed, guys, while I took a quick break there, was Jordan Ross set the fastest lap of the race, I do believe. So he is pushing hard to get back in that after that incident where they were run off. Obviously when Kyle Stokes is behind the wheel. So Jordan Ross is him racing. Bit further down, but fast.
Well, yeah, and he's got a lot of work to do. Obviously, that incident really put a spanner in the works on how they were going to progress through. They're only around halfway through the stint when that incident occurred. So it'd be interesting to see what their ideas are on the computer to see how they want to work it out and come back through at the back end of this race. So we think there's going to be another safety car potentially that'll really shake up the race as this one continues on. But we never know. We can see how this one unfolds. But they've got a lot of work to do if they want to get into that contention. And Brian Borg there, we saw getting back on Ian Ford. That was a little bit of a nice move for him there. Hasn't given up the fight yet, and still trying to claw his way back up after the earlier drop in positions.
Yeah, that's Cine now trying to do the same thing after those incidents earlier. Managed to lose a lot of positions there because remembering it was Cine, Johnson and Kyle Stokes all battling it out for P4 and 3 and 4 really, you know, that's where they were. And unfortunately the Synergy guys, all as a team, we lost 2 Synergy cars, and Damien Johnson got hurt a little bit of that one too, managed up back in position 6. Another man who's been really impressive tonight again is Rick Kuznetsov and his team at Premier Racing. So, you know, the Premier Racing team guys doing it hard tonight, but working towards it, as well as the DPR guys. Same to see Kenneth Ladder there involved in that incident as well, and pushed back quite a number of positions as well. So you see up on our screen at the moment, though, Cine trying to push on position number 11 there, needs to get past Todd Hayne, the Taipan Esports, just in front of him in the 66 car. And behind him, Thomas Hinz just lurking in the background. Now, Hinsey, they didn't get a good qualifying time there. They've moved up 10 positions there.
Yeah, Thomas Hinz and the guys have been doing a very good job on the RaceKraft. Yeah, as you say, didn't quite get the qualifying nailed tonight that they would have liked, but again, in the race pace, coming on very, very strong. And I mean, if we think back to last season when we spoke to Thomas Hinz as well, guys, yeah, says doesn't get the time in the sim as much as he used to anymore, but really still enjoying the racing nonetheless.
Yeah, and he was a lot focused on his GT3 racing too. And when you come out of that traction control and then you try and get back into a supercar, I mean, I can get, even me at my amateur level can get a GT3 car round in a reasonable time. I wouldn't say good time, but these supercars, they're a handful.
Yeah, very, very different story to get through. And as we found out at the conclusion of last season when we attempted the Bathurst lap after about 5 or 6 takes, it's they're certainly not an easy animal to get their head around.
Yeah, it probably helps if you're with one of these teams and they give you a setup for the car. I reckon that would probably change a whole lot of things. I know Norrie told me to change my diff gears, and that made a massive difference. So, you know, a lot of things can happen in the background. You've got to remember that with the AOSC series too, is we don't lock you into a fixed setup. These setups are put in by the team, so they can go through, they can, you know, the guys that want to do the laps, they want to play around with the setup. Different drivers like different setups. We spoke to James Scott early in season 10, did an interview with him, and he said, you know, like his driving style, he likes to slide the car a little bit. It's a little bit different to how other people drive sometimes. So, you know, all that comes into effect really when you want to set the car up. Then we had the change mid-season 10. So, you know, what was that, about March or April this year? Had the change in the setup of the car here in iRacing and how it how it reacted and everything like that. So the new update, the new build as we called it, as it was called. So everything's changed now, and everyone seems to have got their head around because the time's starting to get a bit more back to where they were before, and everyone seems to be a little bit quicker as we do see. It's like Damien Johnson there going into the pits, deciding that they're going to change their strategy here and try and do something a little bit different as we move into lap 81 of 150. So strategies could, well, I'm sure everyone's plugging in the computer, got the calculator out, doing whatever they do, because you've got to find something now to catch up to Philsell, don't you, and Myers, because Myers, Well, even he can't catch Philsall at the moment. That's blown out to 9.6 seconds. So he's lost 2 seconds very quickly. Interesting to see what happened there as we see a bit of a move. Jordan Sinney now locks a break up. Does he get the move done? The crisscross now. Hayne will go back through and he gets to drive, and Hayne should comfortably get back in front of this one. Wade Sheedy just in front. Sorry, Nigel.
Sydney immediately moving to driver's right to try and get down the back of that move, but stays behind for this corner.
I'm hoping Thomas Hinds might just be able to sneak up on the back of this little battle and maybe get himself involved. We haven't seen too many 2-car battles at the moment. Most have been 3- and 4-car battles. Andrew Dyson just having a look at his times there, and he's pretty much on par there with Myers and Philsall. Philsall's still a little bit faster. So the top 3, although they're extending their lead, Dylan Rudd staying with Andrew Dyson at the moment. They're sort of moving away at the moment and dominating when it comes to the lap times. They've also got a little bit of clean air now. Watch for that to change. We see them starting to come up on some lap traffic.
Oh, yeah, just having a look there at Sydney too. Big slide trying to get through. Will get the move done as well. So that's a nice job for him there. And interesting you touched on with the strategies and obviously the changes that iRacing had midway through last season. Obviously, we know how much the car changed. We've got some news throughout the week. iRacing got some big plans in development, and that's going to really throw the window wide open as far as setups and how the guys get to this, because we know how hard it is to keep a car on dry circuit. I'm going to preempt that before it goes into chat. Let's say the guys can't drive on a dry road, but yes, they can. We're going to see rain come in, and that's going to throw the spanner in the works hugely. It's going to change absolutely everything. Be interesting to see how iRacing play that. Obviously, we know how locked down these cars are in a race scenario. You can do very little other than add tyres and fuel in this car, particularly the ARBs and brake wise. What are they going to give us when that comes down? Do we get a little bit more setup, open freedom, potentially come into this midway through a long race and see those few little tweaks come in?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I'm quite looking forward to the fact we can probably throw some rain at these guys on these big enduros. Today, though, well, 19 degrees Celsius isn't too bad. It's still reasonably warm out there. A little bit of wind at the moment as it is set up out there. 36 degrees though on track. So reasonably warm. And I tell you what, sitting in the simulator in an aircon room or a heated room, depending on where you are in the country at the moment, is probably a lot nicer than in the real world if you're in the cockpit of that car.
Well, absolutely. And I mean, it's still down 5 degrees on track temp as well. So that's going to bode well nicely for the tyre life as well. But yeah, very still rather hot out there on circuit for the guys.
There we go. Sheedy has decided he's going to get in pit and change his strategy, do something a little bit different as well. And that'll be interesting because there's going to be a few people like that who are going to start to adjust their strategy now to see if they can try and catch up to these leaders, maybe catch an early break on a safety car, possibly. You never know. We were so surprised that we didn't have a safety car in the first couple of laps. We thought it was going to be absolute carnage going into turn 1. Now we had to wait. I'm just trying to remember. What were you, like 20? We were in lap 38 or something before the safety car came out. So it took quite a long time for the first safety car to come out. And now we're in lap 83. Will we see another safety car? We expect that we will, but we might not. There's been races where we've put bets on 2 safety cars last season. We've got none. So anything could happen in the second half of this race. Lap 83 of 150, of course, at the Red Bull Ring. At the moment, race number 3 here of the Jinx Shifters AOSC11, all thanks to RaceKraft Simulations. Shout out to our friends over in the USA. Team 126 Racing, of course, sending out our stream over there as well and getting more people involved. They got involved in the simulator racing, obviously, throughout the COVID period, like, well, myself, I did as well. And there's probably a lot of people that looking to join the AOSC. You can still join the AOSC if you're watching the coverage and you've done some laps around the Red Bull Ring. You think, mate, I'm in with a shot here. It's going to happen. Oh, no, look, we're all in. One in, all in, I think. Who we got still? Philsall, Myers, Ford stayed out. Sinny, Payne stayed out. Blacklock now moves up, but remembering he had drive-through penalty there for Blacklock, so maybe tries to push this out and hope that there's a safety car and make a lot of positions up on this one. But Shepherd's going in, Briggs is going in, Tixie is in, Aaron Dodd's in, so they change positions there. So Brian Borg is out, Dyson's out. The power of the beard is gone. What's going to go on, guys?
Well, I expect those guys to still come through. Briggs is now back in the car, and we've seen those guys be very, very fast not only in this season so far, but also thinking back to the last couple of seasons. So expect them to go very well. We're on about the right window for where we're expecting to see these pit stops as well. And you know, if we think back to the first stint, 34 laps roughly for the guys. We came in on lap 50 when we had that safety car. So right on that bubble to get it through. But interestingly though, the guys out front, the likes of Phil Sell, Myers, are able to squeak a little bit more out of these tanks. Now they came in lap 50 as Brady makes a low and drops in the lane. Phil Sell's continued on another lap. They've got a really good advantage now going into the conclusion of this race.
Well, look, Briggs has got out in front of Aaron Dodd, so they maintain that position. Jack Boyd, who's teamed up with Damien Johnson in the background, did not get the undercut done on that one. There we go. Now they're starting to go in at the front. Cine in. Myers in. Blacklock in. Haynes in. Moore's in. Lee Ellis is back in the car for the Trans-Tasman Racing, so Brody Mayer is out. They put themselves in a good position here too, so maybe trying to do a little bit of an undercut, although Jared Filsell last time stayed out there. They did the long stint and it still paid off for them. They've put some extra fuel in. They've definitely got some more life in the tyres. What was it, Norrie, 4 laps or something extra they've got on those tyres?
Yeah, they stayed out longer.
Yeah, it was on the first stint, yes it was. So, you know, they've come in since then, but they definitely should be carrying some more fuel, you think. Probably a little bit of an advantage there, and they can push on if they really want to at the moment. They'll be looking at the traffic in front of them, I would assume. I think if I got some clean air and pretty comfortable out there, they'll just stay out there at the moment. Wilson's going to do another lap. Just checking out what Ford is going to do, whether Ford is going to try and come in the pits. Just checking Tom Frears now in the car, Adam Haynes in the car, James Scott back in, Lee Ellis back in. James Golding joins us. He's in the Premier Racing Team 31. He's back out on track, boys.
Yeah, it'd be good to see how he goes with the car. We saw him have a couple of dramas in that opening stint and getting another chance to get back underway. Ian Ford, we did see him come in a couple of laps after Jared Filsell, so they're looking pretty decent at the moment, just continuing to extend the life of their run. We did see too, Corey Shepherd, since coming in, he came in lap 83, just set purple sector 2, so quickest time out there overall, 39.10 in that spot. So they're not messing around, getting back on with business, trying to gain a few spots where they can.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see when Filsell and Ford will decide to take their pit stop at this point. So we have a little look out there as they go through. Briggs now up to P5, Delaney in the pits. So Briggs starting to go back up. Ladder still in front. Kenneth Ladder there. He has not done the next pit stop. Oh, well, Briggs has done an extra one, so Ladder has been in before. So the pit stop's starting to very similar strategies, I suppose, for the top 10 or 15 cars out there at the moment. All requiring to come in there. Look, that's Corey Shepherd, a 129.96, has just gone the fastest lap of the race. Only one to go on the 129s. He is super fast out there at the moment, and he'd just be looking for some clean air, I reckon. Lee Ellis now back down in 20th position. So we're just listening to race control there, and there seems to be some issue. They've gone back quite a number. They were in position number 2, and we believe maybe there has been an issue in pit lane, maybe a speeding penalty or maybe an unsafe entry or exit or something, because they've had to stay in pits a little bit longer and they've lost quite a few positions, and they've got a fair bit of work to do. Now the leaders of the race are in. You can see them up. Grigault going back in, Harlow going back in, so this will be interesting. Ross has been out there, but they had an early pit stop before, and he was super fast earlier in the race to 1:30.21, but Corey Shepherd's still doing that 1:29, and look at him, the 0:17. He's teamed up back with his teammate Brian Borg, the Premier Racing Team boss. And they'll be pushing on now because we know he does have the pace. I expect maybe there'll be another small stint from Brian Borg in the middle, depending on their strategy. Like we say, getting 30 to 35 laps generally out of a stint. You may see Brian Borg do a small stint in the middle if Corey maintains his pace and pushes up quite a number of positions there. Norrie, I mean, if you're Brian Borg and Shepherd at the moment, do you just bring Borg in for a small stint now and let Corey Shepherd bring it home to the end?
Shepherd being the fast driver out of the two of them, you really would. Brian Borg's got a wise, sensible head on his shoulders, but Corey is fast. So if I was in that team, I'd be bringing Brian in. But it's purely how they want to play it down there at Premier.
I mean, Shepherd's only just got back in, so he's going to definitely do 30-odd laps, and unless we have a safety car or something happens. But you think, yeah, it'd be a short stint from Brian, then get Shepherd back in, finish the race. Like you say, work backwards from now on.
And that's the thing, if you can make that call, if you've got the driver to make that pace, and they do there have that driver to make that pace. So most of the other teams who have that AA kind of pairing driver, they should probably be looking at the back end of this race.
James Scott now goes past Nicholas Timor's there, the 312 entry, and gets that move done, moves up a position there. Tom Frere now is in front of him, the 707. Frere's definitely not going to want to let James Scott go by. I don't think he's going to get much of a chance because Scott is going to be fast. His last lap was a 1:30.17. Corey Shepherd now goes a 1:29.84. He's just set another lap there, and so he is very, very fast. He is the fastest car out there at the moment, and obviously pushing on, and I'm sure the words out of Brian's mouth are go for it, just go.
Yeah, that'll be to get on with business and keep going. But a little further down the field, Smash and Flock back on board, the 717. Just ahead there of Jaden Borg in the Curtis Sports Century. Having a look at Harry Dodd in the One Performance Entry of the 037. So the other of the Dodds brothers, a little further down the field, having a tough night tonight. And just ahead of those guys, Lee Ellis, who, not sure if it's true or not, we're hearing in the YouTube chat, might be racing without sound at the moment. So that's a bit of a tough break for those guys as well. Did see too James Scott still on the recovery drive after the earlier drive-through penalty we saw as a result of contact leading into the pit stop there under the first safety car. Those guys now back in 12th position. There's still a lot of work for them to do to try and get through the rest of this field. We're not too far though off effectively being able to. If you came in now, you could almost get home by coming in one more time at this point of the race. We're seeing on average around 34 laps, a few guys being able to stretch it out to 36 laps. So you might be in with a good shot here to try and back time this race if you come in now.
And I wonder how that will go with Ross at the moment, because they came in very early. Kyle Stokes had that incident where they went off track headfirst into the arm coat. They came in early, swapped to Jordan Ross, who was very quick for the first few laps out there. How do they go backwards? Because I actually don't know how many laps he's probably done at that time. He's probably 10 laps in. So he actually might be 20 laps in on those tyres. So they've probably got an extra pit stop to do now for Jordan Ross and Kyle Stokes, but they could possibly short stint that.
Yeah, you'd expect them to maybe go the shorter strategy or save that short run for the final bit home, because if you can think to get on the good tyres there, fresh set of tyres, lower fuel at the back end of the race, you're going to set yourself up with a nice run through to the checker flag. If you have a look here, Adam Haynes just getting a move done on Nicholas Timor's up into the hairpin. The Taipans Esports driver gains one more spot there, shoves the car across nicely into the braking zone, and will hold that spot as they work their way down the hill through turn 4.
Yep, Jaden Borg now, a bit of a crisscross there, see if he can make the move on Logan Barnett. Can he get the front end pass in the Penrite entry? Looks like he will under brakes here, surely he'll get this move done. Just in the background you can see Brenton Hobson now in the 88. Very wide there for Barnett, stays wide as well, and Borg will get a nice easy run out of that and hold on to that position there. So that's a nice little move there done from him. Sebastian Flock just in front, you can see. Brenton Hobson now might be able to do something there in the number 88. Will he go past Barnett as well? Great to see those Penrite colours, obviously on the Coda Sim Sport entry, Jaden Borg.
Hobson there in the background is having a nice drive back up through the field, down in 23rd position. So look for those guys to come through a little bit sooner, as well as he sticks the nose in on Logan Barnett and nearly thought about taking a run and you're going to have to be cautious there. Don't want to get someone turned around in that spot. Certainly drive through if you do, but there's a couple of guys ahead. Borg's going to have to be very, very cautious here. Barnett's looking very, very racy as they try and work their way through. A little defensive into turn 1. This might be the job, though, that Brenton Hobson needs to try and send one up into turn number 3. And just behind them, you see Hayden Harrison having a look as well. You might catch that as we go up into the break zone here. Borg very wide on the run up. He's going to take the defensive line. Hobson's going to send one up the inside as well. Could be 2 for 1. A nice move there from Brenton Hobson. Gains the 2 spots on the run into the break zone.
Yeah, Jaden Borg looking at Barnett at that stage, wasn't he? And Hobson just goes, well, you left the gap open for me, mate. I'm going to just slide on through. It's a... we could have got a bit on the brakes there. We could have done a bit of a slide job there, I reckon, and just got through on him. But it doesn't matter. He didn't need to. Hobson goes through, gets himself 2 positions, moves up into P19 now, and that car definitely does have the faster pace as we head back. James Scott now getting some moves done as he goes past Tom Freer. And Freer's going to have to watch out. Brett Loxton right behind him now and closing very, very quickly. But Scott will be looking to push on from here. Last lap was a 1:30.34, but that's with a bit of traffic. Now he's got a little bit of clean air, I reckon. He's not too much in front of him. He could put a nice clean lap if he can just break that aero there of Tom Freer, who's on the back of him under that rear wing.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that, because Freer could be in with a good move. And while we watch this, and you might have just been about to allude to this, Norrie, we've got Mr. Brian Borg in the comms booth here. We'll bring him in. We'll have a quick chat. Norrie, do you want to take it away?
Absolutely right. Brian Borg, what a race you're having tonight. P7 for Corey Shepherd. How is it from your side of the fence?
Oh, mate, what an awesome track to have the V8 supercars at, and, you know, battling with, you know, guys from the past like Ian Ford, you know, having Jared in the series, and, you know, I've also been able to get James Golding to be racing tonight. So, yeah, mate, it's been an awesome race.
Awesome race. You've had some fair fights at the front of this field. Is the car quick? Can Corey get the job done?
Oh, the car is definitely quick. I think in my second stint, the contact that I had with, the contact that Sam had with me, turn 1 bent my steering, and I was just struggling under brakes and didn't have any straight line speed, so had to battle, but still managed to hold it up as much as I could.
You're going to give us the hot tip. What is the strategy?
Go hard or go home.
Go hard or go home. I like that strategy. It's good. Dan, Matty, you got any questions for Brian?
Sorry.
Brian, quick one for you, mate. You've obviously got quite a few guys in the Premier team up at the pointy end of the field. What's the strategy for these guys? Obviously, we've got Sebastian Texier in there, doing a very good job, as you mentioned. James Golding jumping on board, having a run, and probably a big change from him coming out of real-life supercars, jumping into the virtual world in the sim. What's the strategy for those guys coming on through?
I believe that Sebastian and Rick need to do one more driver swap, because Rick is the faster driver, so I'm guessing that will happen. But I really haven't catched up with the boys, but yeah, I think for them it's just, you know, get a good result, stay out of trouble, and try to move forward from where they are. I can see, you know, Wade and Nick are having an awesome race up into I don't know, you guys have more information than what I've got. P14, yeah, so they're having a good race. Sebastian's having a, you know, awesome race, and where's Golding? Golding's just, yeah, he's, you know, last minute jumped in and he's been consistent, so it's been good.
Yeah, awesome. And we're going to ask you the same question that we asked Lee Ellis earlier on when he jumped in the booth. Talk us around Red Bull Ring. Obviously, first time here for AOSC, obviously brand new circuit that came out at the start of this build. For the Premier guys, how have you found the circuit? Is it, you know, enjoyable for you guys working your way around? And what have you learnt coming out here tonight?
Yeah, you know, this track is an awesome track, like I said before, for the V8s. I really find it very enjoyable. It actually suits the cars, surprisingly, with how the long corners are with it. But, you know, the off-tracks do bite. They definitely have a big impact on the race, and it's been good that the incident levels have been put up a bit, because there's a lot of battling that goes on with Red Bull Ring. You can see when people get into a draft, there was 7 cars at one stage, so a lot of nose to tail incidents, and that pit lane is a very tricky one as well. So I think we've seen a couple pit lane penalties. Hopefully we don't get any.
Matty here. Got to ask you, tell us a bit more about Sebastian Tixia and Rick Kuznetsov. I mean, we saw Kuznetsov at the end of last season. He was very, very quick. I mean, what's their background when it comes to sim racing?
Well, I'll start off with Sebastian. He's a French dude. I don't know if any of you guys have heard his accent, but I feel like I got Ludo a part of my team. So I need someone who's French who can translate. But he is a long-time sim racer. He's done a lot of work in data for tyre packs and stuff like that in his past. So yes, he's been around a long time. Rick, he's really just starting off. He was doing go-kart racing in real life, and obviously, if you want to move forward in that kind of sport, it costs a lot of money, and the next best thing is sim racing, and here he is, and he's definitely got talent.
Yeah.
We, I agree.
If you're just starting off and you're that quick, you've got something other than pace in your hands. You've got godly talents. So it's fantastic to see your team growing all the time and getting new and fast and French people in there.
Yeah, French.
Merci beaucoup for your time.
Yep, that's how it sounds, mate. Thank you guys, doing an awesome job with the broadcast, and things are going to get heated up.
Thanks, Brian.
Oh, how goes it bring Borgie in here? It's good to know we got some French joining us, and like I say, he does a lot of work in the tyre package. And I suppose that's one thing when you look at a team. Not only do you want a driver, guys, is you want someone who can help you with data.
Absolutely, I think for the data that you can extract out of these cars, you can spend hours looking into it to try and work out what makes these things tick and how it can go. So for anyone, for any of the teams that can get someone that's got the head wrapped around what works, and I know a lot of guys have seen Sebastian racing in not only supercars, but he's dabbled into GTs as well. Really makes things help a lot. There's a little bit of coming together, a bit of contact. That's Barnes and Rowe getting into it down off turn 4 there, a little bit of side to side, and those guys dropping a spot or two. But no, having someone that reads the data and can help you set these cars up and extract that little bit more performance is very hard to come by. So you don't want to let them go when you get that opportunity.
And sometimes, I mean, you'll attest to this, Dan, as another team owner. When you sometimes look at the data and what goes into these setups, it does look like another foreign language sometimes. So having someone who actually speaks a foreign language can help.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can sit there and spend a good 4 or 5 hours in a session just trying to work out something that works. And for anyone new to the supercar, I mean, it's a big learning experience trying to work out ride heights and splitter differences and your spring deflections and all that, and try and gain the most out of these cars that you can. So any advantage you can get on that, you absolutely take it. And as we're seeing at the moment for Premier Racing, it's really starting to pay dividends. We've seen Corey Shepherd be very, very consistent in that car. Unfortunately, he hasn't got the winner's step too many times. He's been the consummate bridesmaid in the past 2 championships. But Premier Racing are one to sort of really have a good solid crack at if you want to try and get further in this championship.
I think they've had some quality drives too, you know what I mean? Like, although we haven't seen them get the gold every race, definitely you see a number of their cars starting to push up, and it definitely helps the I suppose the new guys, the young guys, doing obviously Kuznetsov there, you see coming from the karting background, very, very talented. With limited sim experience, what he's done so far is super impressive. Corey Shepherd, to have someone who can come in and read that data and give him a little bit more of an edge, because he is on the brink of really just breaking out and being so dominant when it comes to this racing.
Yeah, definitely. Give him another season in these championships, and with the experience he's learned, you're going to see him definitely take the title, fight and continue it on with James Scott and Logitech, as long as they're in that championship as well. And he's right on board with Corey down through these second to last corners. Get a really good look at just how this car works. Very easy on the steering, minimal corrections as he floats the car through, and he's chasing down Jack Boyd, another one of his sim racing cars, 033 at the moment, and looking pretty good to be able to try and get the move done. Rides nice up through turn 1, it's very settled over the sausage curve on the exit there. If you have a look up through up towards turn 3, let's have a look and see how it looks on the brakes though, because he's going to be itching for a move if he can get this one up there.
Yeah, just waiting for his opportunity. So close there. Can he get the drive out of here? We're on the back of Jack Boyd, Synergy Sim racing car, and I don't think he's much older than Corey Shepherd, really. Unable to get the beard going yet, guys. That's the only thing they're lacking. Here we go, Shepherd now with a big dive down the inside. Can he get it done over Boyd? He's got the inside run. It's a long right-hander. A little bit of nudge, push and nudge. He needs to get in front though, because Boyd's got the inside line this time. Boyd gets the nose up. Bit of an advantage. Shepherd on the outside. Double left, pushes him wide too. Won't give Shepherd a good run, but Shepherd stays there. Now he's on the advantage, the right-hander. Looks like he'll get the drive, he'll get the car length in front. Shepherd will get this move done, and that'll move him up into P5 now. So a bit of a fight back there from Corey Shepherd and Brian Borg. Can he hold on to this one? Looks like he probably can. And Jack Boyd will have to go back into position number 6 now.
Well, yeah, it was good move there for Shepherd, but he did compromise himself a lot on the run through that second to last corner and out, and that's really going to give Boyd another opportunity to come back through. Not quite in the right spot there to make this move past, but he gets a really good slingshot around the outside and actually sends one through on Shepherd, so that's an awesome job to get back up through the corner.
You know what happened there, Shepherd on the inside there, you know, like to get that drive off the final corner, and it really dropped off the pace there, so he'll have to try and make this move again. We're at the same shot we were last time. Look how close it is, bumper to bumper. Just in front of these guys though, Adam Briggs now in position number 4. They're back there, so they're pushing on hard. Ken Latta. Now, how have they managed the Alco holder DPR entry? Is up 10 positions in P3 at the moment, and they were involved in those incidents a little bit before, but we do believe they probably will have to get in the pit soon, because they haven't been in since lap 69. Same with Jordan Ross, so they're on an alternate pit strategy too. So in second you see Jordan Ross, Kenneth Latta, that's due to some incidents earlier on. They had to come in and pit. So we'll see how that alternate pit strategy plays out as the race goes on, Norrie.
Yeah, we'll see exactly what we need. They need to move up the field.
Well, we've got all the young guns out there at the moment. You can see this battle will continue between Jack Boyd and Corey Shepherd, and Shepherd being a little bit patient now. This is where it all come unstuck from last time, that drive onto the main straight. Shepherd will close it up under the rear wing. Tries to grab that draft, not going to put the nose out this time. Just going to be content there for a second, maybe a little bit of fuel conserving. Just find his right spot where he wants to be. I think some of the times there on the last lap. Harlow's still out in front and is the fastest car on the last lap of 130.61, and considering Jordan Ross, Kenneth Latta, they're on age tyres. They are half a second behind him. Adam Briggs another second behind that. Jack Boyd is still half a second behind as well. Corey Shepherd half a second behind, but they're locked into these battles, and that's what's slowing them down. They need to get some clean air.
So given that Jackson Sluice and Harlow's at the front of the field, why don't we talk to his co-driver, Jared Filsell?
How you going, guys?
Jared leading this race with quite a sizable gap in hand. How exactly fast is your car?
I think it's pretty fast. We've been pretty lucky, to be honest. We've had clean air the whole time, so yeah, I know the other guys are doing the hard yards in the field and in the midfield and whatnot, but no, we've stuck to our guns here, and we've just really taken it easy on the tyre because this track is so dependent on the rear tyre. I had 13% difference in my rear tyre wear from first to the second stint, just taking it easy. So, and the pace really showed that, which was really good. So that's a step in the right direction.
It's obviously our first time here at the Red Bull Ring. It's quite a different circuit for our Aussie supercars to come to, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It's got a mix of high speed, slow speed. and whatnot. It's quite a cool track. It's really hard to put a really perfect lap together. Qualifying was really tough. Given myself and Jackson only decided to race this afternoon, which was cool. So thanks for the invite, all you guys. So it was good, but we were definitely underprepared coming into qualifying. But the race car is definitely on rails at the moment.
If you told me that was underprepared with your car pace at the moment, I'd be laughing. Dan, Matt, any questions?
Look, I guess probably the big one for us, Jared, is obviously, as you say, we haven't seen you guys in the championship for quite a while, about 3 or 4 seasons now, and obviously coming back, big difference between the cars that we were running then to now. You guys have done a lot of setup work to try and get your head around it. How have you found, obviously, coming here tonight, obviously, say, the tyre strategy very different, trying to work that out and save it. We've seen you guys go longer on the pit stop strategies, pretty well lap or stint on stint by a lap or 2 over everyone else. Is it just a matter of lift and coast, trying to work the car through? What are you guys doing differently to try and eke out that little bit more performance?
Yeah, definitely. We definitely went maybe 3 or 4 laps longer than most of our competitors in that middle stint there. That was a big fuel saving effort for myself. It was telling me that we had to add a certain amount of fuel and it wouldn't fit given our pit strategy, so I decided, because it was a relatively quiet period of the race for myself there, so I just decided to save as much fuel as I could, and in turn, saving fuel, you're not putting as much stress through the tyre, so I was quite surprised with how good the car actually was. It was very consistent. I saw Brady, that he was kind of coming towards me, he caught me 2-3 seconds, and then he might have cooked his tyres and then he dropped way off, so I'm not sure if he had a drama on his end or he ran out of tyres, but definitely seems like tyre is definitely king around this place, even though it is getting cooler, so it should be interesting end of the race coming up.
Absolutely, and I guess one last thing before we let you go and get back into strategy mode with this. What was your little fight there with Sam Blacklock? Like, we saw you guys have a good scrap following the restart. The guys were able to sort of close down the gap a little bit easier to you and run with it. What was it like having that challenge going through?
Oh yeah, I was just brake checking him. No, I'm only joking. Yeah, I was just saving fuel. He caught me. I had no idea that they actually had a penalty, so that was quite surprising. Yeah, if he passed me, I just would have snuck in behind him and saved even more fuel and used him to punch a hole in the air for me. So that's just a bit of gamesmanship and strategy play there. So yeah, we kind of got lucky that they went in the pit lane.
Awesome, mate. Well, look, we're in the final third of the race now. Just under 50 laps still left out in the night. Hopefully it'll be a good result for yourself and Jackson there. We're likely to see you back for any more endurance as the championship goes on?
Yeah, I think so. Friday night generally doesn't lend the best of myself, given full-time sim racing is very hard, especially on a Friday night, and working full-time, so half the time you just want to get home and go to bed half the time. So no, it was pretty good. Today's been a pretty cruisy day, so yeah, been good to get on the sim. Looking forward to going to bed though, that's for sure. It's getting quite late now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's 20 to 11 here in Queensland, and you guys in wherever you are, not that far behind. But mate, look, you guys are looking very sharp out there tonight. Before that, you guys, anyone you want to give a quick shout out to, and look forward to the run home for the finish.
Yeah, I'll give a shout out to Jackson for accepting the call up. He's a paid driver, as some people know. He's just paid to drive with me. So no, that's just an in-house running joke with all the boys. No, he's doing a really good job. His lap times are actually phenomenal at the moment, given he's racing in a bunch of traffic as well. I also give a shout out to Numo. He's on the comms on the chat, and look forward to racing with him tomorrow in the Lobs Esports entry.
Yeah, awesome, mate. Well, look, we'll leave you to it. All the best for the conclusion of this race. You guys are putting on a fantastic show out front, and hopefully we might get a chance to have a chat to you at the conclusion of this one.
No worries. Thanks, guys.
Well, while I've been having that interview there, it was absolutely fantastic to catch up with the boys, with Jared Linsell. Sorry, Phil. So we've yeah, I'm getting there, mate. I'm getting there. Just calm down, all right?
How many drinks deep are you, Matty?
Corey Shepherd has now made his way up into second position, and look at how fast he is at the moment. Still run 29.84, fastest lap of the race so far, but he's down in the low 130s consistently at the moment. Gone past Adam Briggs, got that move done. I tell you what, a safety car at this point would be very beneficial to those guys.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it'll really pull them back into contention. And with the pace we've seen from Corey, as Brian alluded to there, they're looking very, very good. That'll make things very interesting. We know that if for the guys that came in where they did, they potentially have one more pit stop in them to get it home. If we saw a safety car now, we're looking at 2 from that point. And depending on how you want to split your strategies, and Nora can speak a little bit more to this, where you go fuel-wise, you could be opening up some really interesting opportunities here at the end.
Yeah, I think you're right. Strategy-wise, they probably don't want the safety car unless it comes in that window. But he's got to catch up 19 seconds. Now, that is a big ask, considering we're looking at possibly maybe 2/10, 3/10 of a second they're gaining on every lap. Now, we've only got 46 laps left. It's just not going to be enough to get them home. Something's either going to happen to the guys out at the front, or maybe they can maybe if they can serve enough fuel, which I don't think Corey Shepherd has done, they could possibly cut some time out of the pit stop. But I think you'll find those guys are going to have to fill up, because Corey Shepherd's been pushing on. He's been super fast. They've been you know, foot to the floor, and as Borgie said, you know, win it or bin it.
It's only the guys at the front who haven't been using the fuel. As we heard from Phil Silver, the guys at the front haven't needed to stress the car out and use as much fuel, so it's the guys who are chasing who are using all the fuel. They do need at least 30 laps in hand after their pit stop to make it to the end of this race.
Look, I think without a safety car, those boys at the front, Harlow, Philsel, they've definitely got a big advantage there, don't they? Because, you know, if they need to, they can possibly cut down their pit stop time. Tell you what, Briggs and Shepherd, they've got to push on. They, you know, after that start they had, they really do need to push on, unfortunately. And, you know, I think it's going to come down to the fight for second, third, and fourth at this point. I think number one, you know, unless we see something happen, that's pretty much run and decided. I mean, I know we've still got 45 laps out. Anything could happen. A mistake, possibly an error. They've got to go past some lap traffic there. And, you know, you go through lap traffic, sometimes that can bring you unstuck. Sometimes it could cause you a penalty if you cause the issue. So we'll wait and see what happens. And, you know, the other person to bring into this fight is going to be James Scott, who's just sitting back there working his way through into 7th position now after that drive-through penalty that he got earlier there that Blacklock had to go through. He had to do the drive-through penalty. He had to put up with that. Pushed him back quite a number of positions. James Scott now back in the seat and pushing on. I'm trying to have a look at his times too. He's in the low 130s as well, but he hasn't knocked that 129 out that Shepherd's done. Mind you, the tyres are now well and truly bedded in.
Yeah, they're going to be well past the use-by date. It's just a matter now of trying to nurse them home as much as possible and get yourself into contention for the back end of the race there. And with the way they're running, they're looking pretty good. He's been able to extend a little bit of a gap over Adam Briggs for Shepherd at the moment. So, you know, he's saved something in the car, but still a little bit of time left for them to go.
Good fire back though, I think, from Corey Shepherd and Brian Borg. I mean, that position number 2, I mean, they're going to be right in the mix with Briggs, Boyd, Dodd, Brigalt, Scott. They're all going to sort of be in there, and I don't think you're going to find too much difference in the pit stop strategy between those guys. But, you know, Harlow out in front, they can ride this out. They can go the distance now. They can, take a shorter pit stop. They can come home on a lot fresher tyres and really cement that number 1 position is what I believe.
Yeah, definitely. If they continue on the way they're going, in with a very good shot to conclude it. Lee Ellis at the moment on screen, down in 14th spot. Rob Bowden's right behind them. These guys are coming up pretty nicely at the moment, so not looking too bad for them, which is good to see, especially after what we saw that earlier lap 1. They're coming through quite good. The track, just looking at where everyone is positioned around the circuit at the moment, we've got a lot of traffic starting to come back into contention for our first place. They've just got through a big lot of lap downs cars there, and plenty more around the circuit for them to go. The guys in 2nd and 3rd just going to start navigating their way into a little bit of traffic as well. So it's going to be an interesting ebb and flow watching them work their way through.
Well, what do you think the time's going to play a factor in here, boys? And Nori, you might be able to talk about this. I mean, we're pushing on for the eastern states. We're getting past bedtime. It is a Friday night, but we are getting on late in the night. The guys in WA, they've had to get on early, but you know it's still quite early evening over there. And the guys in the middle, South Australian Northern Territory, I don't think we've got any Northern Territorians on here tonight, or I don't think we've got any South Aussies either. But you know, they're probably in the middle. But you know, the East Coast guys, it is pushing on late.
It is pushing on late. It is getting nearest to 11 o'clock as we speak. But the main problem these guys are going to have, I did think it was going to be time certain. I'm not thinking that anymore because we have run green for so long. We might get all 150 laps in, but it's just gonna be a telltale sign as we get closer. I only got 100 and well, I've actually only got 45 odd laps to go if my lap time is not right.
Yeah, no, we've still got quite a few laps to go. It is a long race here, of course, the Red Bull Ring 650-kilometre race, 150 laps, all part of AOSC 11, round number 3. It's race 3 already. We're in the second of our endurance races. It's Imola coming up the next one for round number 4, and it's back to the 150k sprint, which is pretty fast-paced. We'll see how that goes. Very important qualifying when we get there. Check out some of the conditions out there. It's increased by 2 degrees out on track, 33 degrees now, so still not ridiculously hot. We're not too hot, but I'm sure the guys would like to see it just a little bit cooler for that tyre wear.
Yeah, well, the track's still continuing to cool off. I mean, if we think back to the first stint, 41 degrees earlier on there, down to 33 at the moment. So it's starting to come back in nicely for the guys. Obviously, we will see some tyre pressures starting to come into the play at the end of this race as the track continues to cool down. The downside to that, Matt, is that the fuel usage is going to go up because the pace is going to increase substantially for these guys. And if we think back to qualifying, we were down in the very low 129, so we're about 9/10 of a second off that at the moment. Plenty of time though for those guys to pick up as the race progresses on.
Yeah, we'll see what happens once these guys get some fresh tyres. Like I say, the window there. And Nori, what do you see a majority of the field coming in at? We're talking about around about lap 115, 120?
I was running those numbers through as you posed the question, Matty, so I'm glad you did that. Looking at about 116 onwards is I would imagine to see, you know, the ERT car about the 116, but anyone else after that. So yeah, 120 is probably about spot on, Matty.
So I'm just trying to see where we ended up with Jordan Ross, because I mean, obviously they were up there on an alternate pit stop strategy, obviously with Sean Lindsell as well. I'm just trying to see where the 143 has come. So he is position number 18, and they've obviously come in for their other. They have come in for their other stop as well. So him and Sean Lindsell have both come in there. All right. So Lindsell's got in front of him. So that's very interesting there to see them back in 18, 19. But now they've come around. Now their next pit stop. This is going to be the interesting part. Is one, if they run this out, depending on how much fuel they've taken, if they run this out, it's going to be a short pit stop somewhere well and truly after lap 120. And they're going to have some good tyres there, possibly for the last 15, 20 laps of the race. Now, looking at that pit stop strategy, Norrie, where do they need to be to make that work for them?
Further down the road. That's the simple answer, isn't it?
I just look at their position now, and like we say, they've had to come in due to obviously an incident, which is going to hurt them either way, but now they're on pretty good tyres at this point. Like, I mean, you got to remember, their tyres are pretty fresh, they're pushing on. They came in at lap 99, so they're 10 laps old, pretty much, these tyres. They can push on, and they only need to do 25 laps on them, not 30, 35. So, and then they've only got another 25 to do.
Yeah, they've got that gap in hand, which really does help them play some strategy. But I mean, the tyre strategy is only good so long as the track's cooling and you've got track position on track. It's not going to help them if they've got to fuel up the car to an odd number.
So say they've taken on a full tank. I'm going to bring this up because I just want to. Say they've taken on a full tank of fuel. They got the fresh tyres on that pit stop they did in lap 99. Did I say? Yes. So somewhere back there, about 10 laps ago. If they get back onto the same strategy as everyone else, short pit stop, how many seconds do you think they can save in pit lane? Maybe 2 or 3?
My abacus doesn't work that fast, but yeah, you would save a bit of time in the lane if they've already got full fuel and they just need to take tyres. It's a rather quick pit stop for them.
Yeah, interesting. Be interesting to see how they play that out, whether they stay out there, and be interesting to see where they are in the pack. I suppose if they go in, they get some fresh air. You think they would try and push on and just get those lap times down while they've got some clean racetrack to play with. James Scott just goes at 130.20 on the last lap, which puts him the fastest of the last laps, I do believe. Starting to push on now in position. Where has he ended up? So he's starting to push on now in position number 7 still, but James Scott trying to get those lap times down and trying to make his way through the field, get back up into some sort of position on the podium there. Harlow, well, they're out in front. Let's just have a look at that. Still 19 seconds back to Shepherd. Shepherd's now opened up a gap though on Briggs, so Harlow not getting away from Corey Shepherd, but Corey Shepherd unable to close that gap there.
Yeah, that right there will be mostly the tyres just sort of coming to the end of their life at the moment. Both those cars came in. It was at lap 86 for Jackson, at lap 83 for Corey and Adam. So, I mean, we're just shy of 30-odd laps in the stint, if we can do the math right, which I think we can, just shy of 30 laps. And yeah, those tyres are going to be really screaming to get off there, especially given the pace that we saw earlier on from Corey in this stint as well. Let's not forget, he said his fastest lap of the race so far, that 129.84. Earlier on, the track temperature's a little bit hotter. Obviously, it has cooled down a little bit more, but yeah, the tyre life, as we're hearing from Jared, was really bad going on early on if you were tough on the car. So maybe that's sort of come back to hurt Corey just that fraction there.
Getting past that bedtime, Dan.
Always is.
You're both stuttering.
Dad time. It's dad time. See, Dad's got to get sleep, mate, whenever they can. First
Mate.
opportunity.
Well, we're ready to go back to bed the minute we wake up from bed.
Yeah. Look, mate, do you have to be coached tomorrow morning? This is the question. You have to be up early to coach. Oh, here we go. Jordan Ross gets a move done here. Can he make this one stick over Rob Bowden?
No.
So, Dan, the question is, do you have to get up early in the morning, mate? Are we keeping you up tonight?
No, look, thankfully, well, you know, I don't know whether you'd say thankfully or unfortunately due to the whole Brisbane lockdown. No, we don't get a game of soccer. We're fortunate enough to get one in before we went into lockdown last week, but not this week, unfortunately.
Yep, I know how the drag races felt up there. They were halfway through a drag meet and they had to go home early, cut their drag meet short, but they still got some racing in. So good to see. Boyd. Nicholas Timor's now in front. Jack Boyd has pulled into the pits. He's going to take the early pit stop. But as the calculations go, it's going to be hard to get home from here at lap 112. So very hard to get home. Going to have to conserve some fuel and really look after those tyres as Jordan Ross starts to push on. He's got good tyres. You'd think they would have taken on a reasonable amount of fuel as well. So a big advantage for him to try and push through this pack at the moment. Needs to get past Timor's, need to make it happen.
And for Boyd at this point, coming in on lap 112, there's no chance you can get home from here on the one pit stop. They really need a safety car to be out there for at least 4 or 5 laps to try and give them any chance to be able to do it. But we expect that car to come in down the line as Jordan Ross get the move done. Lee Ellis going to try and follow suit as well. He should be able to make this work up in towards turn 1. And will we see Rob Bowden try and sneak one up the inside as well and take the spot if he can?
Yeah, that Boyd Johnson's car is going to need a massive fuel-saving effort. They are dropped and out of the lane.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see why they did that. It'd be nice to talk and maybe a suggestion why they decided to come in so early. They did pit quite low. Well, it's been quite some time since they've been at just over 30 laps, so they probably forced their hand there. They probably couldn't make it any further, pushing on, chewing up all their fuel. But like you say, Dan, they shouldn't make it home on those. You think the calculations, they would have to save some serious fuel, or definitely a safety car would help them right now.
Well, it's going to be a combination of both. You really need the safety car at this point to give yourself a chance, and you've got to save fuel like no one else has saved fuel so far in this race. It's going to be very, very tricky for them. As you see there, a moment there for the tanked SRT car. That's Rob Bowden, just gets punted sideways off in the dirt. And he will get that car back on, but has lost a couple of positions for his effort there, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for him. Nicholas Timor is now the Premier Racing team. Is now under attack from Sean Lindsell, Niako Holder DPR car, and Brenton Hobson. Lindsell looks like he's going to get the move done on this one, and we'll push through. Obviously on those tyres, a bit like we said about Jordan Ross, they're on a different pit stop strategy due to some earlier incidents. So definitely on much fresher tyres. You can see the drive there as they go out. Now Hobson is going to make a move too in the 88 under brakes. Kick up the dust there as they go down in the braking area, coming to turn number 1. Hobson will make the move now, and Timors will go back another position, back to position number 12. Surprisingly though, they are up 17 positions from where they started, so doing a fantastic job. Brett Loxton though and Thomas Hinds, I have to take it off to these guys because they are quite up in position at number 9 at the moment. So doing a nice job considering they started quite a bit down the pack.
Well, they've driven the car really, really nicely and not really put anything wrong. We haven't heard them in any dramas going through. They haven't found themselves tangled up in any unforced incidents. It's been a nice, consistent drive for these guys. I mean, we watched them break into the top 10. They've sat there thereabouts, and as we say it, as we watch them, Loxton has a massive moment there just coming out of that second to last corner. That's now going to open him up for a run here from the United Sim Sports car, but that car is a lap down and out of contention. That's the 87 with Cameron Veacock on board. So Veacock might be able to just get one up the inside, gain a spot and see whether he can clear out, but no harm, no foul.
Yeah, and that's another one, Veacock there. They were right up in the mix of it, weren't they, earlier, and pushing on and got right up in the top 5, and unfortunately race incidents, that's what happens, and you end up back down. Then they blew a motor, didn't they? So blown motor, unfortunately for them, back in the pits, wait for a repair, get back out there and try and salvage whatever you can out of this race.
Yeah, I mean, you think about last season, we saw quite a lot of engine malfunctions come through and guys be able to pull themselves back into contention. I recall, I think it was Watkins Glen. We had another United Sim Sports car have a bit of a moment there. They managed to claw their way back up through as safety cars came out and eventuated throughout the race. So there is a chance for you to be able to get yourself up there. Just got to take every opportunity you can and work your way through it. And as we have a look here at David Kidman, he just had a little bit of a moment. Rob Bowden now coming back through. Sorry, Chris Barnes coming back through, trying to work their way into it. We've got Michael Whiting actually, no, we don't have Michael Whiting in that. We've got the 134 in that. Let's see who's on board that.
David Kikoski.
Kikoski, yeah. So they're, well, actually, this is for position. So this could be a good little fight just starting to heat up as well.
Yeah, position 26. Kikoski's holding that one, the 134 car. I like to see him racing. Kinman now though closing that gap, see if he can get right under that rear wing, and off the back of them you got Chris Barnes in the Tank SRT entry. You see they got pushed out a little bit wide earlier and lost a couple of positions there for Chris Barnes, but just trying to get back into this one. Position number 26 is what we're looking at. Got a little bit of battle now though for position number 4, and it looks like it's Aaron Dodd from the 9.5 Sim Sport entry under a fair bit of pressure behind him from Ethan Grigault in the Evolution Racing team. So teamed up with Ian Ford this weekend, and they are working their way back up the field, I reckon, Dan and Norrie, because these guys, I mean, we saw them go, they fluctuated a little bit. They got really well in qualifying, and you did say they have the experience when it comes to these long endurance races, and now they are starting to show their dominance and work their way back up through the field now into P5. They were all the way down to about P13 earlier in the race.
Absolutely, and I mean, for anyone who's been around the V8 Supercars community, especially the Aussie V8 Supercars community, Ethan Grigault, Ian Ford, household names for you. If they've run it, or it's been out, they've run it, they've done it, they've won it. They've done everything. So, very experienced duo there and showing what they can do. It's great to see ERT back in the championship, having a good run. And, we've seen like Ian Ford and that take titles in this series. See them back here and working their way back up. It's only a good thing for this championship. And as we leave that little fight, we'll have a look further down the field. Kidman, Kikoski and Barnes still going at it. And could this be the moment here where Kidman gets one up the inside?
Yeah, and just looking in the background too, who's in the pits. But right on there, you can see the battle there. Kinman, can you make it happen? And you just have a look at Chris Barnes in the background.
And just on that too, we just got word across race control channel, safety car will be out. So a couple of guys had already ducked into the lane there, James Scott, Rick Kuznetsov and Dylan Rudd. This is going to be very beneficial for those guys.
Yeah, Kimmin really got stymied there by getting the race control called mid-corner. So that's curtailed his efforts, but safety car is out on the field. Harlow is pitting from the lead.
You think you would have to at this point, wouldn't you? Lap 117, you can get home from here. If you get behind the safety car, you'd expect we get at least 3 laps behind the safety car. They should be in for a short period of time there from Harlow. Will we see a driver change? Potentially. Shepherd definitely will. This is the big thing. Will Borgie get back in? I'm suspecting Shepherd will stay in. Will Dyson go back in? We'll have a look at this one and see exactly what happens, but they're all going to come in at this point because they can get home from here, can't they, Norrie? Like, this is our pit window. Then we got a safety car. What would be the reason for not pitting right now, no matter where you are in the race?
Yeah, down here in the lane, everyone is pitting, and like you say, Matty, that you would take the pit if you could, because this lets them all off the hook.
Well, even the likes of Jordan Ross, who we spoke about, Sean Lindsell, I know they're in an off strategy, but why wouldn't you come in now, get back on the same strategy and just dogfight it to the end, sprint race? There you see. Now we see Jordan Ross will come in. Lindsell as well. They're going to get back in. You think this will be a short pit stop, though, and they might be able to just grab a couple of positions.
Yeah. You just use the fuel strategy in hand. Ellis has gone around.
Yeah, it'd be very interesting while he's done that, because you wouldn't think that was going to be a very smart strategy on this one here for, obviously, for the boys there, Lee Ellis. Yeah, and we spoke about this earlier, is that he is fighting some sound issues with his sim, and maybe he just hasn't heard that the safety car has come out, and he's going to catch up in the back of this pack, and let's hope they're not at the back of the safety car now, as I'm looking at where is he sitting with us at the moment. He's in second position to see him coming around there and having a look for the safety car out. It's going to be close, this one, as they come out of the pits, these boys. Shepherd and Dyson.
Yeah, it sounds like Corey managed to get out ahead of Dyson. We just heard a change of position there on the radio, but Ellis is the big unknown here.
Well, still pushing on at the moment, and the safety car, I don't think he's going to catch the safety car, right? So if he decides to come in on this pit, the safety car is now going across the start-finish line. Was it smart to stay out there and do another hot lap there with some clean air in front of you? Maybe, maybe not. We'll have to find out, and we'll see as the race progresses there. But they bring it in, just try to get another lap done, maybe a little bit less fuel they got to take. Definitely coming in on this lap.
Boxing now. So whether that was a ploy to get some more clean air, I don't think it's going to work for them, because now they're going to get swamped by the rest of this field.
Well, we are down to the final stint here. The safety car is out for race number 3 at the Red Bull Ring for the AOSC11, all thanks to Jinx Shifters and RaceKraft Simulations. And the final stint is where it's at. Everyone's in. They're all pitting. We're getting the fuel, we're getting the tyres, and we're going to bring this one home. It's been a big race so far, 117 laps down. Big shout out to all of our sponsors here for series number 11, of course, Jinx Shifters, RaceKraft Simulations. Also, simrigs.com, track cams for gourmets, Race Circuit Art Australia, Acuta, AJ Insurance Services, and of course, Team 126 Racing over in the United States. I'll tell you what, Acuta, if you don't know who they are, go and check them out on their Facebook or on their website. I mean, do a lot of rigging, specialised stuff when it comes to communications, cabling, but yeah, a lot of ladders, harnesses, things like that when it comes to safety. So go check them out. They can do everything. Track cams for gourmets, of course, providing us some extra camera angles so we can bring you this absolutely fantastic broadcast that we have done. A big shout out to Nick Hauser in the background, who does a fantastic job. RaceKraft Simulations and simrigs.com, they're putting a package together, and of course we are voting at the end of every race who has obviously been the most impressive with a 1, 2, 3, who's first, second and third, and we're going to accumulate those points together, and at the end of the season a fantastic pedal set coming your way.
It's just a shame we can't vote for ourselves.
Well, we've done a fantastic job. Maybe we could 1, 2, 3 the commentators on each race. That's how we do it. Do we get a drop round though? Because I've missed one, you've missed one. Surely we've got to bring a drop round in.
No, drop rounds.
One, I've just been especially late for both of them.
No drop rounds down.
No drop rounds. Nick and I are out front.
But I haven't missed a round. I've just been late.
Yeah, Yes. All right. Well, there's going to be a great battle that's going to come out of this one because Vilsel has been way out front in Harlow. They have had a dominant lead there, and Corey Shepherd's probably been the one to match their pace. Well, now he's at their rear spoiler. Dyson's back in the car now. He's been quick. I think he's probably been a slight bit quicker than Briggs too. So we bring him into the mix, and guess who's back in P5? Yes, James Scott. After that drive-through penalty, the fight back, and he has stayed in the car. That's one interesting thing. Blacklock has not got back in. James Scott has come in, taken that pit stop, and he has stayed in the car. Just looking down the order too, Jordan Ross as well. They've had, I'm assuming they've come into pit. I'm just going to have a look up there. Yes, they've come in and pit on the same strategy as everyone else. And we said that short pit stop there. Now in the top 10 in position number 9. So that's put them back in the fight as well, which is good to see. Jordan Ross, he'll be super quick. Everyone's going to have the same tyre degradation. Everyone's going to pretty much have the same fuel. You would think it's all going to even out now. A safety car at this point in the race means we are back even Steven for the restart.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see now. So obviously, as you say, everyone's on a clean slate. A little unfortunate, it ruined a few strategies that were really starting to come into play. We would have seen some very exciting races. We know the guys at the front had well and truly checked out and were playing it nicely, but it has presented an opportunity for a few guys further down the order. As you said, James Scott now back inside that top 5, and you know, he's in spitting distance now to have a shot back at the front of the race. But yeah, for the guys further down the order, we'll have to see how that unfolds, because we're going to see some big fights from all those guys working their way through.
I riddle you this. 30 laps, Filsel, Shepherd, Dyson, Griggold, Scott, Freya, Kuznetsov, Loxton, Ross and Johnston, and action aplenty.
Myers for the win.
Yeah, and Myers not too far behind in 14. So, well, I think, you know, look, you definitely think that Shepherd can keep up with Filsel. That's probably the potential there. Dyson on par. James Scott got a bit of work to do. Gold ain't going to let him fight easy. So he's got a fair bit of work to do, and he's going to be looking for a fantastic restart. Like, he's going to need to get down a big diving turn number 1, I'd say. Risk it to get the biscuit.
Well, yeah, and then the other thing is how much do the guys want to stick the shoulders out? Do they get the elbows right out, try and block every opportunity? And the minute that starts happening from position 2 backwards, it's going to just open the door for Filsel to clear on out. So the guys have got to be really smart and deliberate where they make these passes and moves.
Yeah, and, well, how much risk are they going to take, like you're saying? Will that cause, you know, like you said earlier, Norrie, safety cars breed safety cars? Will bunching them up, putting everyone back in the same strategy, cause that risk that people are going to have to take if they want to win?
They do normally breed safety cars, but as we've seen from AOSC this season, the caliber of driver is that much higher, and they aren't having just silly incidents that they used to have 5-6 seasons ago. So, yeah, lights are out on the safety car. It's accelerating away. Jared Filsel is going to bring us to a restart, but I don't reckon we'll see another safety car. I reckon we've got 20 laps to really clear this race out, and it's done.
Waiting to see. Safety car has left us though, so we're about to get back underway here into race conditions. 31 laps left to run. Well, 30 laps as we come around. 31 laps it is to complete this race. Filsel will lead us away. They've been dominant the whole race. They took the lead early on lap 3 or 4, and they have run away with this one. We put them all back on the same strategy with that safety car. How fortunate for a lot of the drivers. Corey Shepherd in second. He has been super fast. Dyson's back in the car. He's had a break. He's gone to the smoke and grabbed himself some beautiful smoked bacon, and now he is fed and ready to go. Go back to Griggold. Him and Ian Ford have been doing a fantastic job back and forth, and Scott now in 5th. He's back in the hunt. Can he get on the podium? Have a look. Down the pack, they're too wide behind Jordan Ross. Johnson Linsell going to fight it out there, and that's going to be for position number 10. Who wants to get in there? Watch out though, Myers in 14, and they've been super fast as well. Unfortunately though, race hasn't gone their way and they've had to battle through the pack. Watch to see if Corey Shepherd will give him an inch at the moment there. As you can see, Filsel there will hold on to the lead in this restart. They're sideways further in the pack. Myers has to worry about the inside though. Has to go wide. Rudd behind him, and who was that coming up? Moore trying to just put the nose in there. James Scott's going to have to get much closer if he wants to take a bit of a risk there and try and make a position. Jordan Ross now pushing forward, and look at him go up into P7 at the moment. He's 2 positions up from the restart, and it looks like Johnson's trying to push through with him as well. Kuznetsov into 8. What a restart we got, guys. We haven't completed 1 lap yet, and there's still a few people moving. Not the top 5, but it's 5 back to 15 where they're starting to battle it out.
Yeah, and this is the point where the top 5 really just starting to be cautious on those moves. They want to set them up nice and early on. Don't give up any position that you don't need to. You've got to stay up there if you want to be in the shot at the closing line. Having a look here at Myers, he's made a couple of spots up, working his way through. He's got Todd Haynes just in front. Will we see the dive down the inside into that final corner? Not quite close enough to get it done, but they got to press on if they want a shot at the top 10 at the conclusion of this race. They've got to make these moves count now.
Here we go, Myers. He needs to watch out though, because Rudd is behind, and look how close he is at the moment. Oh, they almost make contact. I think, you know, definitely a little bit of delivery, just wearing off on each other there. Still much going on down the back of the pack as well. Logan Barnett looks like he was on the outside there, or something going on, some overtaking manoeuvres as well. Myers though on the inside. Here's that Bowden trying to take a bit of a move there. Rob Bowden, the Tank SRT, takes a bit of a dive there, just trying to see if he's moved up a position. Might have got the job done there as he moves through behind Nathan Moore. So now he's starting to push up the pack as well for Bowden. They're back into where they started out of P16 at the start of this race. Last week we picked him as one of our most impressive there. He did impress us, moved up the pack quite a bit, Rob Bowden. What can Myers do? He needs to do it early. James Scott now with the move. Dyson's on the outside. What happened there? Dyson Grigolt's now trying to go through. Dyson's off the pack. Shepherd now just trying to stay with our leader, Filsel. Can he make that? He just needs to hold on to him. 30 laps, remembering there will be tyre degradation. We will see the time start to slow down. Purple sectors now in Sector 2 for Filsel. Purple sectors for Andrew Dyson in Sector 1 on the last lap. Who else got a purple sector? I think there was James Scott there with one as well. Scott hasn't managed to get the move done, and Dyson now, if he's back and calm behind the wheel, he's going to put the elbows out for sure. He's not going to let him through at all. Grigolt's really the big mover and shaker out of this one to get past. That saved him a fair bit of work. What will Dyson do? Can he return the favour? Can he get his position back with P3? Shows the nose, but he's on the outside. Where will Scott go down the inside? Jordan Ross in the background too. Let's see if he can go past Tom Freer. Tom Freer, though, is in the back of this pack and pushing on. Look at this, a 129.83 from Freer. 129.83. That is the fastest lap we have seen in race conditions. Move back.
And he was 100th of a second quicker than that time set in the last stint by Corey Shepherd as well. So they've got some good pace on board that car, trying to work their way through. Dyson's been very, very defensive at the moment, trying to hold James Scott off behind while still look at getting a move done on Ethan Grigault. And it hasn't been easy so far. Ethan's just parked that car nicely on the run up through the hairpin. He's just positioning it beautifully around the rest of this lap. Going to make it very, very hard. This, though, is costing him time to those front two, Corey and Jared, progressing off up the road.
So it's good. We've got a battle for position number 1 now. It seems to be panning out. Filsel and Shepherd, they move away. Shepherd being very, very patient. He's learned how many times he's been behind James Scott, and he's had to do this same manoeuvre. Just wait for his opportunity. It will come to him. In the meantime, James Scott now caught up in a fight of his own. He's back in P5, trying to get to position number 3. You can throw a tissue over these ones, I reckon, between 3 and 5. Grigault in third. He got the move done over Dyson. Dyson puts the nose in, doesn't make contact. Crisscross there, maybe James Scott tried to come down the inside there, but a little bit of contact possibly there. Couldn't get it done. Tom Freer in the background. Last time round, though, Filsel set the fastest time of 129.70, 129.79 from Shepherd. Nothing in it now. Scott makes a move. Can he hold on to this one? Dyson on the outside. It's a left-hander, though. Inside there for Dyson. Scott. Tom Freer just lurking in the background. Not far behind him, Jordan Ross, both from Synergy Sim Racing. They will not want to get in a tangle. We've already seen the teammates do that. Made contact early in the race. It hurt their strategy. Hopefully this time they're not going to do it. Scott puts the nose out, shows him he's going to make the move. No, Dan, he doesn't.
He is Morse coding the back of that bumper there and down the inside. For he's going to get a move on Scott here as well. So read that beautifully. Sends one up the inside. And will Jordan Ross try and push him through?
Shake and bake, baby, shake and bake. I can see that. If you're looking out the side mirror, mate, surely we can get some arm movement going on the sim racing now. Scott manages to hold on to this one. I don't know. That's a get out of jail free card, that one. I don't know how that happened. Tom Freer now has gone back into position number 6.
While these two continue to fight, though, Dyson is hemorrhaging time off the back of Grigault, and a big lunge there from Scott down the inside. Can we get the crisscross done? Oh! Dyson's contacted.
Well, I think Scott had to take that move. He had nothing wrong, but what's going to happen between Freer now? How will Race Control see this? I mean, either way, Dyson is out of the running for a podium. He is gone. He just needs to salvage whatever position he can get to keep his points. Remembering Andrew Dyson leading our championship, and he had a 70-point lead over Corey Shepherd coming into this one. So a 70-point lead that's going to be diminished down. So Dyson needs to work hard to get back into this race. James Scott not involved in that incident. In the meantime, Jordan Ross has gone past. Tom Freer, though, what will happen to him? What will Race Control see there with that contact? Jordan Ross has taken full advantage of this one now, and he is going to have to chase up James Scott back there from 5th. Way shooting now in the 3-1-2. Sorry, Norrie.
I was going to say Race Control can't do much besides issue a penalty for that one. It seems pretty clear cut, but interesting to see if how they adjudicate that one.
Yeah, we'll wait and find out. That's why we pay them the big bucks. Corey Shepherd now in the 0-1-7, just maintaining that intensity behind. And last time round, he wasn't quite as quick as Filsel, but we're talking thousandths of a second, just thousandths of a second difference in the lap times. Looking, studying what his opponent is doing. These guys haven't raced too much together. I'm sure Brian's on the radio. He won't want to come in for a chat in the commentary at the moment. He will be talking to Corey. Watch him here. Look for this. This is where you're quicker. Where will the moment be? Is Shepherd just there conserving a little bit of fuel, keeping those tyres calm, not overpower, not trying to push too hard on the car, not trying to overdrive it. Smooth there, isn't he?
Well, he is. He's very smooth. He's looking well. You can hear there's no protest from the tyres as he gets on the power to try and drive away and close that gap into Phil. So these guys looking very comfortable at the moment. Grigault's been given a big sigh of relief there with that contact between Scott and Dyson. That's given him some breathing room now, so he can press on and try and close the gap. But he's already a second behind while this was all unfolding.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what James Scott can do, because the pace being set by our leaders at the moment is going to be hard to match, as we've seen in race pace. Brody Myers now back up into P10. Did I see that? Has he just gone up? Position number 10. So they are working hard in the background there. And although it's going to be hard to get on the podium, they're definitely trying to get in that top 10 position there and get some points here in this endurance race. Gold now, is he closing that gap down? It's opened up to just over 1 second there, but having a look at the last lap times there, identical times for Filsel and Shepherd, 1:30.28, absolutely identical. Grigault went a 21, James Scott an 01, a 1:30.01 and an 09 from Jordan Ross, so watch out for them. There's still a number of laps left. What have we got? 25 laps to complete in this race.
Down the back of the pack, still plenty of battles going on there with Troy Maguire getting through on Cameron Jones, Steve Kokoschke involved in that one as well. Those guys not leaving much on the table. And Alex Zenny having a good move here. He's going to get a move done on Party Marty. Round the outside might not make this one stick on the run up to 3. Marty's going to hold tight there though.
Bring on the party with Marty. It'll be after the race, mate, if he can hold on to this position. Where's he going to end up, you reckon, for Marty to party?
Checkered flag.
Checkered flag. If he makes a checkered flag, you reckon they're bringing it home. I like that. I'll go with that one. Is it? Here we go, though. Just using every little inch of the circuit at the moment and finding a little bit of dirt there. Look under brake, Shepherd closes the gap down. Last lap, Shepherd was actually faster by 0.07 of a second. Absolutely nothing in it. Absolutely nothing. He's waiting. I can feel it. It's just a matter of time until he tries to take that opportunity. Here we go, a bit of a crisscross. Can he get the drive? Different driving line. Grigault, though, in the background is the one you need to watch because he was faster again. James Scott even faster last lap with a 1:30.08. So I'm looking at the last lap times. I think he was the fastest on track.
You can strike Tom Freer off. He's got a drive-through for that infringement with Andrew Dyson.
Nothing we didn't expect. I was expecting though maybe Jordan Ross to try and stay with James Scott and put a bit of pressure on him to take him out of the game. But I mean, our leaders who were so comfortable, they had the strategy down. It didn't need to be changed. They had a dominant lead, and now it's come down to this final sprint race to the end with only 23.5 laps left remaining. Here we go though. Cameron Jones on screen, the Century Motorsports entry. Oh, we go back to our leaders. Just following around, staying very, very smooth, conserving those tyres, looking for the opportunity from Shepherd.
Yeah, Shepherd doing a really good job here, just holding station. He's just applying enough pressure to not allow Philster to get comfortable and set up his own run here. And you've got to think about where he wants to apply this move because laps are going to start ticking down. We're not too far off, 32 laps to go. We're nearly at effectively a stint left in these cars. So Corey's got to press on here. Grigault is just going to set him behind. He's very good under brakes up into that hairpin. Does drop a little bit though through the middle sector of the lap though.
Yeah, Norrie, how does this play for Grigault? I mean, why are they having this battle? Corey Shepherd, how important is it for him to try and make a move if he wants to get Grigault out of this battle?
It's immensely important. You need to put your shoulders out or elbows out as wide as possible. And make sure Grigault doesn't buy in because you've got a championship to chase, and these guys are just in for a round.
And while these guys at the front are battling it out, you know, incredible race pace at the moment. James Scott is closing that gap down to Grigault. It is happening in the background. You can see it every lap that he comes up. The lights are flashing, and he is on a mission. He does not like to not make a podium in a race. He will be pushing on.
Yeah, that's nothing we don't expect from James Scott. He's always incredibly fast in these races, and every time he turns up, it's a testament to the work he puts in. He's always on the podium for a reason, and he's chasing this one down like you would expect.
Brady Mayers in the background up to P8 now, guys. I mean, that is an incredible move from where they started and how hard they are pushing on. I'm just trying to have a look at some of his times there. He's a 1:30.72, but that's in traffic. So he's not out in the air, they can see at the front. James Scott's still the fastest of the last laps at 1:30.17. So although we're talking hundreds of a second each lap that he's closing in, he is ever so slightly closing that gap every lap that we're out there.
Yeah, and as this field starts to spread out a little bit more, it will allow him a bit more room to move through. We've already seen some big gaps opening up between the top 11 or 12, sorry, has really sort of drifted away from 13 to back. You can see on the time and scoring some big gaps really starting to open up. So it's going to be interesting. We've got a little bit of lap traffic starting to come in contention. There's a car just in front there, 34th position at the moment. That's Adam Simpson's in the Fisher Motorsports 177 entry. So they'll be cautious not to get themselves involved in this battle. Look for them to step to the side on the pit straight here. But for those guys a little bit further down, they've just got to be cautious where they're going to come through. I'm really surprised at the patience Corey's really starting to show here. He's very, very good on the brakes into that second to last corner, but does suffer a little bit on exit drive.
It's just about finding his strong point compared to where Philster is. He needs to find that point and take that move, and sooner rather than later. The risk is you're going to lead this race and you're going to come under the same sort of pressure there, but can he drive away? Maybe he just doesn't have the pace. Maybe they are matched for pace at the moment because Grigault just hanging off the back there and sort of matches their lap times at the moment. But James Scott again knocks off another 25 hundredths of a second off that lap. So just ever so slightly closing it in. And with 20 laps still remaining, if James Scott can maintain this pace, it's going to become a four-way battle there to get on the podium, and who knows where they'll end up in the final few laps.
Well, that's it. I mean, you get yourself into that final stage, and anything's likely to happen. The defence is going to become even harder, and everyone's going to be looking to get those final moves in. As we have a look further down the field now, Greg Sharp trying to get one done, just pulls out of that move there, and I think that was the smart option. 3 into that corner doesn't really work there, and he'll look to fight another day. As he's got Tyson McAvoy and Steve Koch just ahead of him.
Yeah, McAvoy the big winner out of that one, right around the outside. The other boys tried to outbrake him, but it really hurt you on the exit speed, doesn't it, out of that corner. And McAvoy just drove her away in the One Performance Racing Commodore. Still, though, just behind me, you can see there Jaden Borg needs to watch out. Sorry, Greg Sharp needs to watch out because Troy Maguire in the background starting to really get in those side mirrors. Up on screen, they break Delaney, obviously, the Fisher Motorsports, and we change over back to our leaders. And look at Gregault now in the back of Shepherd. Has Shepherd lost his opportunity here to battle it out for position number 1? Gregault gets in that, gets right under that air road, and you see him start to push harder and harder. If he can get that drive, it's going to hurt him. He overshoots the corner a little bit. Does he get the drive out of there? No, he doesn't. Might be a bit of an advantage there for Scott. Oh, sorry, for Shepherd. Scott, though, behind, closing that gap down. As we look at the last laps again, another couple of tenths of a second over our leaders. So just chipping away a couple of tenths a lap.
Yeah, they're looking very, very good there. The track conditions still starting to come down even more, down to 29 degrees at the moment. So pace is just going to keep lifting as it is so far. We did see Greg Sharp just jump into the lane, so very late pit stop for that 747 Coda Sim Sports entry for them. So keep an eye on that one later on in the race. But yeah, the top 3 at the moment, super, super close. Shepherd still has that little bit of an advantage in the tyre. We thought Gregault had closed right in and was going to be that fair chance, but through the middle phase of that lap, as we've seen sort of for the last 5 laps now, Shepherd and Philso a little bit better in car setup at the moment.
Right, cut in there, Dan. It's Greg Sharp and Anthony Jewell. Both have been black flagged.
No, that'd be the reason for that one. And no, I'd like to get your take on this. You look at the cars ahead, especially with the view we've got from the front bar of Gregault. Shepherd's car looks a lot more stable, doesn't it, at the moment? He doesn't seem to be overdriving it. It doesn't look like he's having to grab the wheel or a bit of oversteer or anything like that, whereas it looks like Philso is really pushing onto that car, and you can see the aggression style of driving.
You're not wrong there, Matty. Philso told us in his interview that he was underprepared for this race, so that's expected. Corey Shepherd is in these cars all the time. He's in this series day in, day out. So to know the car as well as he does, this is where Corey Shepherd really comes alive. And Jared Philso, I mean, he's been in the game for years. He knows exactly what he's doing, but he's underprepared for tonight. So.
Oh no, the Fishing Motorsport, Blake Delaney now has spun the car around. Check out the replay here. Does a bit of a move there.
What a catch!
What a catch! Throws the line out, puts the lure out, and looks like, unfortunately, doesn't take it.
He's got it. Yep, hook, line and sinker, gone around.
Gone around. Undersized, had to throw it back. Back to our leaders though, with only 18 laps left. In this race, it's been 650 kilometres. It's a 150 lap race. We're 132 laps in. It's been big. We've had driver changes, we've had strategies, but it all changed when the safety car came out, and we pretty much all pitted on one lap 15, lap 115, 116, which was really our pit window. So it was right on that. Everybody pretty much came in. They all got back in the same strategy. It did not matter how big the lead was before that. It's all come down to this final stint. They put their fastest drivers in. Philso out in front. They had a commanding lead, but now they've got Corey Shepherd all over the back, who's been super fast and run one of the fastest laps in the race. Gregault right behind as we check out the laps from the lap times from the last lap, and of course it's James Scott who's just chipping away another 1500ths of a second there, and you can see him lurking in the background. They've had an unlucky night. They were not here for round number 2, but the opening round we had at the Nürburgring was a 650 kilometre. James Scott and Sam Blacklock took the win there. Unfortunately, tonight they've had a drive-through penalty. It's put them back. They've worked their way back to 4th position. What can they do in this race with only 17 laps left to go?
Not much.
Oh, they can still do it, Norrie. Hold out hope. Corey Shepherd using all the track.
James Scott being in the car definitely makes that a challenge you do want to sort of back, but I do reckon Philsaw's got a hand on this. Corey Shepherd is not giving up yet. He is still riding the back bumper of that United Sim Sports Commodore, and he will be wanting to get that Mustang up there on pole position or in first position. Brian Borg will be willing him on every single step of the way. We're in the final few laps now as we close this one out. This is the AOSC 650 from Spielberg.
Yeah, the Red Bull Ring. Here we go, under brakes. What can they do? They close the gap up. Shepherd there. He's being patient at the moment, but at some point he's going to have to take a risk. He's done this before. He's followed James Scott around so many tracks. He's been number 2 on the podium more times than anybody I can remember in a series. He won't want to be second to somebody else tonight. It's not the usual orange Commodore in front.
It's behind.
It's behind. It's in the mirrors. It's not in the front window. It's another Commodore though in front. He's looking at the same badge. He's got to hold it together. Look how close he gets. Right up under the back in the draft. Slightly different line he takes. Looking for any advantage he can get around this track over Jared Filsell. Gregolt's just slowed down a little bit as we look at the last lap times, and of course I'm sure that's because he can see that orange Commodore behind him and he's going, oh, James Scott in the final laps. We're up for a challenge. We check out the lap times there. Gregolt, though, has been super impressive at 1:30.46 compared to the 66 and the 64 of Filsell and Shepherd, and a 1:30.50 from James Scott. Jordan Ross that time with a 41, a 1:18 for Myers. Look at him, he's back in P7. We haven't even checked him out for a few laps actually. Brody Myers, who has worked his way back through the pack. They did not qualify where they wanted to. They unfortunately are obviously a bit behind the pace when it came to qualifying, and they've had to do a fair bit of work here tonight, but they are pushing on hard here for Brody Myers in the background, position number 7 now. Andrew Dyson, I mean, those guys had a shocking start. They are way back down in position number 13 now. They worked their way back. They got the strategy, and I don't know what's happened, but they are just not lapping at the right pace this time round, and they are dropping back at the moment. They were up in P3 earlier.
Well, let's not forget for Dyson, there was that contact just as we got back underway following that second safety car between Freya and him, and the rotation down at the hairpin there. So Dyson's made a good recovery, still working his way back through for Freya, who had the drive-through. It dropped the car down to 21st position for the 707, so really put them well out of contention. But I mean, the fight we're watching here is the top 4 at the moment. You see Scott's now latched onto the back of Ethan Gregolt. Three Commodores, 1 Ford. Commodores are coming through. Sorry, Nori, you're going to miss out on this one. I think another Commodore is going to get the win here, but supreme driving class from all of these. So.
They're just holding on. Oh, is he fuel saving?
Well, the Mustang's not galloping away.
I thought I heard a blip from James Scott there. It sounded like fuel saving.
Further down the field, Bowden having a good look there. We might jump on board with Scott here and we'll have a ride on board for a lap and get a bird's eye view from the driver's seat of how this car works around.
Oh, lap car. All good.
So as we ride on board here with James Scott.
Definite coasting.
That's a fuel save.
think he took a short pit stop on the last one just to try and make a position or two.
Well, considering the times we see, like, so they did a 41.9 for their stop in the Altus esports car. Regault ahead. Actually, sorry, that was a long stop for these guys, 45 seconds. That was 41 seconds for Regault, who came in on the same lap, or a lap later, 45 for Shepherd, 42 for Philsell. So Scott's got the best fuel out of everyone around him, and still coasting.
So well, here we go, the move done. Corey Shepherd dives down the inside. Can he get it done? Oh, Regault now comes into the mix here. Shepherd in the background, but no, Philsell holds on to this one. But he's shown his card, hasn't he? He's going to go for it. Regault now, though, all over the back wing. Shepherd down the inside once again. He's going to do a dive. It doesn't look like he's going to make it there, but he's got to be defensive now. Regault's now right on the back of him. We spoke about this, guys. You did say, as the track temperature comes down, the grip levels come up. So does the fuel burn. They're going to start burning more fuel at that point. We're right on that cusp, though, Norrie. So if the temperature comes down, the tyres come up, the times go down, they burn more fuel. Is that why James Scott is now coasting a little bit and saving a little bit of fuel?
Maybe. Dan was alluding to they have the longest pit stop, so fuel-wise they're the best in the house. But yeah, you couldn't explain why they are coasting when these guys are going flat chat at the front. So it's all on for the last couple of laps, and it'll be interesting to see who does prevail, whether James is seeing further up the road than these three in front of him.
He's coasting, but he's making the same lap times, if not better. That is what is surprising about it. I mean, this lap he's a little bit behind. Regault's just dropped off, though. He's gone faster than him. He's lost by about 1/10 of a second, though, over our leaders. But considering everything else, he has been gaining time in them and fuel saving. So how much does he have left in the tank? When is he going to make his move? Because we're getting down to the last 12 laps. He's going to have to do something pretty soon. So if we look back at the pit stops, though, I'm just going to have a look at what lap they came on. Now, he came on lap 15, so he came on a lap earlier. Now, was that before the safety car, Norrie?
There's a dive from Shepherd. It was before the safety car. And that's...
Here we go, left-hand corner, though. Philsell, will he get it back? Looks like he will make the move. Shepherd on the outside. He's going to have to try and hold on to this one because we know the double left. Lap cars, though.
That's got to be hard to do, and well done to car 11 Mark Howard there for staying out of it as much as he could.
James Scott really the one there, got pushed off his line a little bit now. Look how far he has dropped back. He's going to have to use up some of that fuel he's been saving. He's going to have to put the foot down. He's going to have to try and catch these top three. Maybe a little bit of luck might come his way. I tell you what, though, the car looks firmly planted there at Corey Shepherd, though. No oversteer that time. Doesn't look like he's getting too much wheel spin. That is looking smooth. He's got to just get himself prepared, though, for another move because Regault now all over the back spoiler. Philsell still leading this race. 11 laps left to go. Shepherd thinks about it for a second. Decides not to make it happen.
Scott has caught back up to this train as well, so keep an eye on him. Just off the back there, you got Jordan Ross. Brady Myers now up into 6th position as well, so still on with a charge and bringing that time down as well to these front four. So could potentially, right on that final lap, end up with 6 cars involved in this.
So we're looking back at Dyson and then back in position number 13, and well, done his fastest lap of the race there, but unfortunately after that spin he's just trying to work back and grab some points. Still leading this championship. He needs to bring that home. Corey Shepherd's in second. A win here though would help boost him in the championship. He's 70 points behind Dyson.
More lap traffic.
Yeah. The lap traffic here is starting to make a play, but they're all doing the right thing. The flash of the lights. It always seems to be James Scott there though that gets pushed off his race line.
And they've got a car stationary on the run up towards the hairpin at turn 3, so I have to keep an eye on that one. It is still stuck, but the run up through turn 2, we're going to get a glimpse of that car off to the side of the road here, probably momentarily. Don't think it's going to be an inconvenience to either of these guys.
Jordan Ross now going through the lap traffic in the background to him. And Brady Myers up to P6 now. So they have managed to get back into this race. He's just on screen there flashing lap cars. Because I tell you what, a safety car would put him in contention as well. And we have a look at his times of 1:30.29. He was the fastest out of those leaders on the last lap. So Brady Myers is definitely pushing hard, and a safety car would benefit him right now. Obviously, we're on lap 140 of 150, so 10.5 laps left to go in this race. It's been 650 kilometres here tonight. We're almost completed. 40 kilometres left to go.
The good news for these guys is they keep working their way around. We have got a little bit of a reprieve before we get back into the traffic, but when they do finally catch up to it, we've got 6 cars pretty close together that these guys are going to need to work their way through. There's 6 opportunities here for Shepherd to think about getting a move on.
And I'm sure Brian Borg's looking at this, his teammate in this one, co-driver, be saying, mate, you got to make it, you got to have a go in this next lap or two. Make it happen before we get into lap traffic. Use it to your advantage. Philsall just goes slightly off to the right. Doesn't have to get defensive on the entry though to this corner. Driving straight to the next corner though. Just staying fast, don't look behind. Suppose that's the trick at this point is don't worry about Corey Shepherd, don't get defensive, don't slow yourself down because then you bring Rigault, James Scott and Jordan Ross into this fight. Philsall doing a very experienced race at the front. Just keep doing those times, lap after lap after the lap. A 1:30.28 to 1:30.30. Philsall to Shepherd. A 31 there for Grigault. And an 06 for James Scott. 25 hundredths of a second is the advantage on that lap.
A testament to how well we know Brian Borg in the YouTube chat. He sure is.
He'll be looking at that lap traffic, I think, and saying, you know, like it's a disadvantage to try and how you going to overtake when you're 3 or 4 wide. Get it done now, and it's potentially a couple of laps there where, you know, your competitor or Philsall can't make that move back. So you've got to get that done. Put the pressure on. Maybe a mistake. That's all you can ask for at this point.
And this has been supreme driving so far from Jared, just holding the nerve out front there. He's got it, the mirrors no doubt full, or either on, turned off, keeping an eye on what's going on around him, but he's really doing a fantastic job to withstand the pressure currently being applied from Shepherd. Rigault fallen off just a little bit more though, which is surprising. Maybe he's just trying to save them tyres a bit, come back in later on. Don't count out Jordan Rossi. You can just see the 143 just hanging in the background. They can't pull it back up after the earlier incident, which we saw them go out into the gravel trap and into the tyre barrier with Sean Linsell, which was about halfway through the race. So it's been a great drive from those guys to bring themselves back up in contention as well. And we're not far off here from 5 cars to conclude this race.
Yeah, you're right. Jordan Ross. Brady Myers is in the background though, in position number 6. We can't see him on screen, but he has done a fantastic job to get back into P number 6. But here we go. It's all on for the battle. Who's going to be on the podium? 8 laps left in this race, and it could be, well, it could be one of probably 5 or 6 cars on the podium. You never know what's going to happen. Slightly different line there. Corey Shepherd comes in a little bit shallow, goes the nose. Borgie will be on the edge of his seat, biting his nails. No, Borgie, he's not barking orders down the race chat though. He's calmly talking to Corey Shepherd, giving him little bits of advice, filling him full of confidence so he can make this move. Philsall still leading this race in the final moments. We restarted, what was that, on lap 119? We restarted this race and we wanted to know who was going to bring it home. They've all got fuel, they've all got tyres.
They've all got fast drivers.
Yeah, we all have the A drivers in, don't we? We're looking to see how this one finishes here tonight. It's only going to take a minor slip up, and I'm talking a very, very minor slip up. And you've got the likes of Grigault, James Scott, Jordan Ross in the background that can pounce and maybe get on top of the podium. Philsall just doing lap after lap. It doesn't change. It's muscle memory. Not worried about Corey Shepherd in the background. Not changing his driving line, not getting defensive, just trying to put the times down. Using his pace. Keep Corey Shepherd at bay. They get faster and faster every lap. Now down to the teens, a 119. So 130.19, an 18 for Shepherd. 32 for Grigault. 14 for James Scott.
Now that lap traffic's going to start coming into contention here. We've got Marty Hansen just ahead there in the Taipan Esports car, about to come under fire from these guys. He's moved over, smart awareness there, just doesn't want to get involved in this fight. Let's continue. Awesome job there to Marty Hansen. Next car's up the road, Jamie McKnight and Chris Barnes. We'll see how those guys fare with it. Saw another drive-through penalty there for the 747 for Greg Sharp there. That's a couple of tours additional down the lane for those guys, unfortunately.
Yeah, that'll hurt him in the standings there, especially late in the race. Won't be much chance to fight back from those. There's been some big drives up and down the field. You got to feel for Andrew Dyson there. How unlucky have they been tonight? The start of the race, the car just went nowhere. Can't wait to find out exactly what happened there, and then turned around at the restart after the safety car after lap 119. Probably about lap 125, turned around and pushed back down the field and had to work their way back through. Just grabs a little bit of dirt there for Corey Shepherd. He is using every outer bit of the track as much as possible compared to Philsall, who's just running the same line lap after lap after lap.
Yeah, and I think this is the point now where Corey's starting to run out of time and opportunity here. You can see the pace just isn't, he's not finding just enough pace to get up there. He's a little closer in a couple of spots, but at the spots where he is closer, Philsall's definitely got the measure. They've managed to drop Ethan Grigault and James Scott off just a bit there as they work through the final 6 laps of this race. I think it's now at the point where it's just this battle for these two. Corey's just got to get very, very inventive with where he wants to make this pass, because he's seen the back of Philsall's car now for the last 10 laps, not been able to make a move on it. He's got to get on with it.
Well, it's a lot of experience, isn't it, at the moment, when you can see from our leader, Philsall. He is not getting defensive. The moment you have to defend, you lose lap time, and that's when you get into this battle. Maybe they can do that in the last couple of laps, but right now it's just about keep running those times. He is matched with Corey Shepherd for pace. If you keep that pace up, Corey Shepherd can't find those extra couple of tenths of a second to get past you. Just run your line. Keep the time, so keep going down every lap. Last time was a 130.17. It was a 130.16 for Corey Shepherd. That's not going to be enough to get a pass done. You can see he just closes up in the corner. Philsall has a slightly different driving line in this one, different driver style, but it works for them.
Yeah, the one thing I'm noticing while we watch this onboard shot here from Corey is you see those little bit of lap traffic up ahead. 2 different styles of drive, as you say, Matt. The Corey's car is very good, that entry to mid-corner point of the corner, and then the drive out through to exit Philsall's car a little bit better again, and just gains that extra little bit of momentum, which keeps him up the pointy end.
Oh, an error there from Shepherd. You see, he just has to correct the steering, just has to grab that, oversteers it, slides the car a little now. Bit of a reprieve there now for Philsall.
Scott in the background having a move. Grigault's awake to that, just parks it down the middle there. Going to make it very tricky for Scott to come through. He's running them right out to the outer white line there. Both of these guys very, very defensive, trying to make it work. If Scott can stay around the outside here, he's going to set himself up nicely for that inner part, as there's a little bit of contact between the two. Great hard racing.
Yeah, Grigault there. Can he do it over James Scott? He's got the inside line for Scott, though. Can he get on the podium here at this race? It's been a fight back from him and Sam Blacklock. And now he's in front. He's on the podium. Maybe he can come home in 3rd place. His next target will be Corey Shepherd, but he's running out of laps and he's running out fast.
Yeah, that was a nice move there. Good driving from both of those two. We saw plenty of hip and shoulder as they were trying to work their way through. Gugalt hasn't let go on this fight, though. He's going to see whether he can get the move redressed and get back up through. But great awareness from two great seasoned competitors in the supercars.
I think once James Scott sort of starts to get back into the rhythm, it'll be hard for Gugalt to match his pace because James Scott has been faster and he's been coasting. That is what's scary. Rick Kuznetsov, though, trying to get another position. Dylan Rudd just in front. We heard earlier from the team boss there, Kuznetsov there, a young gun there. Well known for his kart racing, but obviously in the sim world at the moment. Dylan Rudd just in front. Here we go. We go back to a replay here, and this is for this position we spoke where James Scott just got in front. Now Gregalt wasn't going to give this position up. Scott stays on the line. Gregalt comes down the inside there and manages to get that position back.
Yeah,
so
nice
Gregalt
move.
now back up into P3.
Really strong move there. Very decisive jump down the inside and made that car stick and got away with it beautifully.
Question is, Jordan Ross, he's on the back of this train now. He's not too far away. Laps is his problem. He just needs more laps. When's Corey Shepard going to have another go up the front, though? He can't let Phil still come over this one. He's got to have one more go. He's got 3.5 laps left to make that happen too, or nearly, no, I'm going to say 3 laps. They're coming around to complete this one. 3 laps for Corey Shepard to close that gap down. They have opened up. It's 1-2 to Phil Still and Shepard at this point. But who will be 1, who will be 2? Then it's a battle, 3-car battle now for 3rd position between Gregalt, Scott and Ross. We knew Ross was going to come into this battle. We didn't know how long it was going to take, but it's down to the last 2.5 laps.
And we've got to keep an eye on these two in front. They're right in the midst of plenty of lap traffic as they work their way out of the hairpin there. And they've already got past one of the tank cars. They've got a couple of guys in front. This could be an interesting opportunity. Might hurt Shepard here if he's not able to follow Gregalt through. Phil Still through.
Hopefully he can. We want this battle to continue right down to the last corner. Jordan Ross, though, wants to be part of this battle for 3rd position. He's right up on the back of James Scott. The tyres may be done for Scott. He's had that extra lap. He was doing a bit of fuel saving. You would think he had enough to come home. He was in the pits for quite a long time.
Yeah, and especially given how much we saw him earlier on lifting and coasting, you would have thought that would have saved that little bit extra fuel that he needed if he was running it tight to the line there. So not sure what's going on here. You might be right though, Matt, with the tyres starting to just fall off. But if that's the case, you'd have to wonder why not so much for Gregalt or the likes of Ross, who have really been able to, I mean, for Gregalt, he's held the position beautifully and withstood the pressure. But for Ross, he's been able to close right in on these guys with just pure pace.
Well, I suppose while you're stuck in that slipstream there, the temperatures have to go up, don't they? Temperature of the tyre, temperature of the engine. It's got to be hurting him there, sitting behind. He want to be in front. He want to be in clean air. We know he probably does have a little bit of pace. So Sky, here we go. Ross now puts the nose in. Maybe lap traffic going to get in the way here for Ross. He's showing his intentions though. With only a couple of laps left, he is showing his intentions. Jordan Ross, he wants a podium finish here. Don't worry about lap times, he's definitely got the pace.
Yeah, now he's caught though. It's going to be one thing to get the move done though on Scott. Scott knows all the options he's seen. You know, the likes of Corey Shepard behind him for the past couple of seasons. He's awake to those opportunities of where they're going to come through. At the same time though, Scott carefully watching his opportunities ahead with what he can do with Gregalt. Is there a moment? Still plenty of lap traffic for these guys to contend with over the next couple of laps though.
Well, we're coming around to complete this lap. It's almost the final lap. Our leaders, Phil Still and Shepard, have battled it out for the last 30 laps. It's going to come down to this one. 4.32 kilometres. The final 4 kilometres. You can see him up on screen now. There's a little bit of a gap. Shepard was much closer earlier. Lap traffic though, as they bank him up. Gregalt Scott, Ross, all going through lap traffic. The lights are flashing. It might give Scott an advantage here over Grigault. Scott goes wide, Grigault down the inside. Ross has to watch on. Tries to do the crisscross. Can he make... Oh, sideways, no, and Ross makes contact. Scott does that to himself. Myers goes through as well. Brady Myers will now go up into P5. James Scott into 6th. It's going to hurt Jordan Ross's run. Grigault now let off the hook. We've lost the fish. The line's gone out. He's got off the hook. He'll swim away. Phil Saul in the lead. Corey Shepherd in 2nd. Grigault in 3rd. You think that's how it's going to come home. We've got about 4 corners left in this race. It's been 149 laps so far. We're down to the last 3 corners. 650 kilometres of Red Bull Ring here for round number 3 of AOSC11, all thanks to Jinx Shifters and RaceKraft Simulations. Shepherd not close enough to make a move. He slides it out though for Filsel. It's the Van Gisbergen celebration and final corners. Flash of the lights and he'll win this race. Filsel brings it home. Jared Filsel in the United Sim Sports gets himself a win. Corey Shepherd gets the silver once again. Ethan Grigault will come home in the Evolution Racing team in 3rd position. Jordan Ross in 4th. Brady Myers in 5th and James Scott in 6th. Rick Kuznetsov will get the checkered flag there in 7th position. Damien Johnson in 8th. Sean Lindsell in 9th. Hayne will come home in 10th. That's Todd Hayne. Dyson moves his way up to 11th. What a fight back from those guys. Schreier just waiting to cross the line. But I tell you what, Norrie, what a race to the end. But unfortunately, Shepherd just did not have the pace there to make the move on Filsel.
You know, Shepherd didn't put a foot wrong, so it's by no fault of his own that he hasn't got that move done. It's just that Jared Filsel's put up an intense fight, and Corey Shepherd's gone every step of the way with him. It's been a fantastic battle to watch all night, and yeah, well done to them. I think James is just a little bit upset with himself the way he crashed his car at the end of that one.
You think that's just a bit of frustration starting to come through, considering the night they've had, the drive-through penalty?
Considering how dominant that James has been over the past couple of seasons, to be beaten by 3 other guys tonight is that's a bit it would hurt.
Well, he's still going to get some points there coming in. Ends up in 6th place. Brady Myers, what a fight back from the Trans-Tasman Racing guys. I mean, we had a chat with them earlier, and they've had to work hard tonight.
Really hard.
Really hard. I mean, if you think what we saw that car like end of the first stint, it was missing the bonnet, missing the deck lid. There wasn't really a straight panel on the car. Oh yeah, okay, stop it. It wasn't a straight panel on the car, but no, look, they got themselves into contention. They played the safety car beautifully, and hats off to them. They got a top 5 as a result of that final contact there with James Scott.
The celebration burnouts will get underway. And we love to see a good celebration burnout. It is a simulated world, and mate, the winners get to do a burnout in the real life. So it's fantastic to see the guys out there just getting rid of what is left on the tyres. And this is how your winners ended up. United Sim Sports for the win. That's Jared Filsel getting a fantastic win there, holding on in the final moments of the race under pressure from Corey Shepherd and Brian Borg in the Premier Racing team. Ethan Grigault and Ian Ford end up on the podium there. Well, what names to have on the podium? It's not the top of the podium like we've seen them so many times, but definitely getting the bronze this time. Jordan Ross will come through with Kyle Stokes for 4th position. Brady Myers will come through with Lee there in 5th position. James Scott and Sam Blacklock will end up in 6th position after that final lap mistake there. Rick Kuznetsov and the Premier Racing team. Well, what a race from him. That has been nice to see him come back, especially with Sebastian Trixier as well. Those guys working very hard to get them, as we heard earlier from Brian Borg. Trixier obviously does a lot of work in the background when it comes to setup of the cars. Damien Johnson, another Synergy Sim Racing entry in number 8. Sean Lindsell in 9. Todd Hayne in 10. Dyso will come home in 11. Schreier in 12. Dylan Rudd in 13th. 14th is Rob Bowden. Then we go back to 15th, Wade Sheedy. Jamie Dyke in 16th. Tom Frere in 17th. Blake Delaney in 18th in the Fishy Motorsports entry. Nathan Moore will go into 19th, and it goes back to Troy Maguire. Justin Clayton, Cameron Jones in 22nd, Brett Loxton in 23rd, Jamie McKnight 24th, Stephen Kokoschki back in 25th, Chris Barnes in 26th, Marty Hansen with a party back in 27th, Cameron Veacock in 28th in the Ultimate Sim Sport, United Sim Sport entry. Then goes to Philip Dalton, Alex Zarni, Greg Sharp, Adam Simpson, Mark Howard, Logan Barnett, Dylan Thompson, Rick Sibra in 36. Then it's Brian Good and Sebastian Flock back in 38th. What a night from those guys. I won't be happy about that one. Tyson McAvoy in 39th. Peter Kalia in 40th is back all the way in 40th position. And in 41 will be Glenn Postlethwaite in the Synergy Sim Racing entry. So, no, guys, I tell you what, Dan, it's been 650 Ks. Did we think it was going to be that close at the end?
No, look, it's if we didn't have the intervention of that final safety car, the race was also been completely different. We saw, Phil Sell and his teammate go a long way out through the lead of the race. They very dominant from start right through to finish there, and it was only the intervention of that safety car that really brought the field together. The strategies that had played out so far throughout the course of that race, null and void at that point. Everyone was on the same set, ready to go. But for Phil Sell, the amount of pressure he was put on under to finish off the race, absolutely superlative, and hats off to himself and the team for doing an awesome job.
Well, let's have a chat with our winners at the moment, and looks like we're gonna bring them in and have a bit of a chat with them, guys. So, Jared Filsell, are you there?
Yeah, mate.
Mate, fantastic to have you join us in the commentary box. And I tell you what, it did not look like you got defensive at all. You just stayed on your race line and held out a fast-charging Corey Shepherd.
Yeah, well, the quickest way is to take the race line. As soon as you block, you start going much slower. So, yeah, Corey had a few little looks here and there. I was expecting it. A few of them were unexpected, though. I didn't think he would attack so early. But, yeah, I was probably caught off guard. My timing software actually gave me a error. So I had it said the race was 1 lap shorter. So I was saving way too much fuel in that whole last stint. I didn't realize until the last 5 laps, and then I could actually drive properly, which was a bit awkward.
Well, speaking of that, you guys did a fantastic job early in the race to get yourself in a good strategy and have a commanding lead there. What did you think when the safety car came out in that final pit stop window and you knew it was going to bunch the field up? Did you know you had the pace there to hold them out?
Oh, yes and no. I mean, it equalised the whole field. I actually said to Jackson, I said, "Oh, there could be a safety car right on the pit window, and then we might have to save a bit." And that's exactly what happened. So, yeah, it was interesting. It was cool to have a battle with all those guys at the front there. We didn't hit each other at all, I don't think. I didn't get any car contact except for on the second last lap there with another car.
Well, look, mate, as long as you enjoyed your time and you had a good time out in front, I mean, congratulations on the win. You better run through a few of your sponsors.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, can't do it without Jackson. First of all, a really short call up, so thanks to him for coming on board. Obviously with Valvoline, their continued support of the team, it's greatly appreciated. Then Jamie himself bringing Too Easy Finance on board, as well as West End Mazda, Parramatta Isuzu as well, and then also a good mate Bryce Washington with his family company Harrop Engineering. It's always great to have all those well-known brands on our cars. It's quite a nice livery, if I don't say so myself.
Yeah, it does. And Jackson, are you there? Have you got a voice?
Yeah, mate, gotcha.
You're just sitting in the background, aren't you?
Yeah, just sitting in the background, pretty happy. Couldn't have done it without Jared. He's not a bad teammate. So, yeah, no, pretty cool race. It was awesome to get back in the V8. It's been a while, so, yeah, enjoyed racing all the guys that I used to race a couple of years back. So, it was good fun.
How did you go over the final 20 laps? You got any nails left, or how the nerves?
No, honestly, the nerves are fine. Like, I've raced with Jared in the past. Me and him have done some GT stuff together, and I know how good Jared is, so I can always put my faith in him. I don't really have to worry. So, like, I just keep him, just cool, calm, and just keep him updated with the race. And he just does what he does best, which is drive. And, yeah, come off good. So, that's it.
Well, a dominant team once again, and you did really well. Let's hope we see you back for a couple of more races throughout the season because we've got a few more endurances to come.
Yeah, cheers. Hopefully we'll be back.
Mate,
Cheers, guys.
We can't wait. Yeah, thanks, guys, and congratulations on the win here tonight at the Red Bull Ring. Our winners from United Sim Sport, Jared Filsall, and of course Jackson. I mean, what do you do there, Dan? I mean, those guys dominated from the start. I mean, it was unfortunate that safety car, but they deserved the win in the end.
Well, yeah, I mean, they drove the wheels off the thing, and all credit to them. They didn't miss a beat throughout the course of the night. That being said, the guys that came home second tonight, similar thing. You know, Corey very, very quick there in the final stages. I think everyone was winning him on to try and get a move down the inside. Didn't quite come off for him. But again, Corey and Brian just hit the marks, did everything they needed to do, and put on another fantastic display of driving for the team.
Well, they're here, so you can talk to them about it.
Well, let's bring on. Oh, yeah, as to say, they're already here. So, Corey, Brian, congratulations, mate. Or guys, fantastic drive tonight. You're in the very adapted to coming second at this point, but you know, for yourselves tonight, it was not easily done. You found yourselves in a fantastic battle after that final safety car came out. Corey, talk us through from your perspective. We saw, have a look at almost every section of the circuit to try and get the move there done on Jared Filsell. Had you lined up an opportunity where you thought you were that little bit better than him?
Yeah, I was trying to work out his weaknesses, and I thought into the hairpin would have been my opportunity. So I had to go there, I think, twice, but I just didn't get the drive off the exit. But no, it was a good battle the whole way to the end. So yeah, really good fun.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, very close to what we've seen throughout the course of the season. I think that final stint for yourself was one of the best ones out there so far that we've seen. I mean, the attack that you had there on Jared, also at the same time defending the huge amount of pressure that Ethan was applying to you. Did you find your eyes were drifting back a little bit, just keeping an eye on where they were sitting, or was Brian just covering all that for you?
Oh yeah, obviously you're always having a look back when they're right behind you. But yeah, definitely had my eyes forward trying to get a pass on Jared.
And Brian, we fortunately had a chat with you earlier in the commentary box, mate, and Noah was able to pick it up. You're keeping a weather eye on where the pace was at the back and where those lap traffic was coming through. What was it from your point of view, watching your teammate going at it, vying for an awesome opportunity to win?
Yeah, I think we've been in this position before, and we're looking at the long picture. For us, we got the win in the championship at this stage. So yes, we wanted to win out on track, but Jared knows what he's doing, and all the top guys who finished in that top 5, it was an awesome battle. All top drivers. So Corey knew what he had to do. He had a couple chances at it, and then it comes down to a point where you sort of say we've got to settle for second.
Yeah, definitely. And then obviously going on from here tonight, we've got a week off, and we're back at it again. We're off to Imola next time out, back to the 150 race format. So both you guys now competing against each other. What are your thoughts on the Imola circuit, and where do you think your chances and strengths are going there?
We usually go good at Imola, so bit of different format for AOSC, where we usually have an endurance at that track, but 150, it's a good sprint round, and I think the battle's gonna continue on like it did tonight.
Absolutely, gents. Well, again, congratulations on a stellar drive tonight for both of you. Out there, before we let you go, is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out and a thanks to?
Yeah, I'll just big shout out to RaceKraft Simulations for their continued support in what they do for our team. Our team's growing, not just in numbers, but with everything that we do on track. Also to TMB Cleaning. I want to thank my mum and dad for getting on board. They've done a big help too with sponsoring our team, and also to my teammate Corey and the rest of the team for an awesome job as a team.
Fantastic, guys. Again, congratulations on the result tonight. Look forward to seeing you back out on track next time out at Imola.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
Yeah, I like what he says there, Dan, when he talks about looking at the bigger picture, because I'm just putting some numbers in the spreadsheet here, and looking at that, that will boost Corey Shepherd up into number 1 in the championship 3 rounds in, which is very important. But also puts Borgie in there with Andrew Dyson. That should put them on equal points, is my prediction. So they're probably going to be hovering around that second or third spot on equal points.
Yeah, and I mean, if we look back to the way we saw the ladder play out over the course of last season, I mean, we saw a fair bit of fluctuation in that as well. And looking forward to the bigger picture is the main thing here. You may not always get that opportunity to take the race win, and if you can just bank those points, it sets yourselves up for a good run towards the title at the back end of the season.
And that's what it's all about. But in third place tonight, getting on the final spot on the podium, Ethan Grigault, you've joined us. And where's your sidekick, mate? Where's Mr. Ford?
Unfortunately, he had to duck off to bed already. I think he's a tired boy, so yeah, he's gone.
Yeah, I tell you what, we're going to be tired in the commentary box too. But you got to bring it home, especially when you get in the podium, mate. You got to celebrate tonight, third place, and it was a bit hard fought. For a second there, I thought James Scott might have got you, but you got that position back, and then he made a mistake there, and you've managed to come home and get on the podium.
Yeah, mate, it's been a long time in between drinks. I haven't been on the podium for what feels like a year, probably. So, yeah, I haven't done one of these interviews in forever. So, but no, it was awesome to get back in the car, trying to get some seat time in before the E-Series again and figure out how it bloody drives again. So, it's great to actually get a good race finish and have an awesome battle there in the last stint. And yeah, it was good fun.
I tell you what, from a commentator and a spectator point of view, there were some fantastic battles tonight. There was some close racing. You would have known that in your pack, but also throughout the race. What did you like about the Red Bull Ring?
It's a track I didn't really look at when it was on TV, but when I drove it in this, I reckon turn 1 probably has to be my favourite corner in all of motorsport now. Just the track's so unique with the curbs and just all the undulations. And because it's such high speed and it's a draft track, it sets up for really good racing. There's not many opportunities to pass, so it's just a real fun track.
Yeah, and I reckon the wide track there and a bit of runoff there, we saw a lot of 2 and 3 wides throughout the racing. So, it's a fantastic track, I think, to put you guys back on. And the supercar seemed to suit it, didn't it?
Yeah, it's not a track you'd think the supercars would suit because we don't have a lot of aero, but every time we go to a large Formula 1 style track that has a decent braking zone, it always ends up in good racing. So definitely need more of one on the calendar. iRacing needs to add more Formula 1 type tracks, and yeah, definitely looking forward to coming back here again.
So look, you guys, did very well tonight in a 650-kilometre race. We've still got a couple more to go in this season, a couple of 300-kilometre races. Will we see you back?
Well, I'm banned from another series for too many off tracks, so I'd say yes. Definitely need to get more laps in this car, so definitely be back.
Yeah, no, it's going to be fantastic. I mean, look, go through your sponsors. Anyone you need to thank for tonight?
I'd just like to thank all the boys at ART. We've been a bit quiet lately, and now we're all starting to get back on. And of course, our sponsors Logitech G for sponsoring both the Sim and my real car, and Galvanise Insurance.
Mate, it's a fantastic drive tonight. Shame Ian couldn't join us there, but send our biggest congratulations to him because you guys fought hard tonight. For a while there, you dropped back down the pack, but you worked your way back through, and mate, a podium finish. Got to be happy with that.
Definitely, it was awesome fun. Thanks for putting on the race and the broadcast too. It's awesome to watch back.
No worries. Well, third place tonight, and you can see the boys there from the Evolution Racing team. Fantastic result there from Ethan Grigault and, of course, Ian Ford. But, guys, Daniel, Norrie, how do you sum up tonight? 650 Ks, but it was excitement from start to finish, really. We thought there was going to be an incident very early in the race. We thought they'd possibly have some issues there, but we managed to get through that first corner and only 2 safety cars tonight.
Yeah, look, I really enjoyed the race. But before we go too far into that, we'll quickly touch on the guys that finished in 5th as well. We've just got them jumped into the box as well. Lee and Brady, I mean, we saw those guys have an awesome drive, come back through the field after that final safety car. 14th up into 5th position. Gents, well done.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Thank
I mean, I feel like it was a yo-yo race. That's all I can say. We were back and forth, up and down. Just it had it all.
Well, yeah, talk us through that final
Definitely
stint because
did.
we saw you guys come, as we say, from 14th there. You picked off quite a few guys working your way up in the final run. What was your strategy going forward? Just line them up, get the opportunity when you had it, or
Just basically head down, bum up, have a go, and see where we end up. We're just here to have some fun and get some laps in, and I think, yeah, we definitely overachieved from what our night goal was, for sure.
Yeah, well, it was a fantastic drive from what we saw. Lee, we were fortunate to have a chat to you earlier in the race, which was great to get your perspective on it, and obviously having the Trans-Tasman guys coming back into the series. Is it going to be a one-off event, or we like to see you back for a few more of the endurance events?
Oh, I don't know about Brady, but I really enjoyed it. Had a my seconds in had no sound, which was a bit awesome, so I need to figure that out. But I'll definitely be back. The racing was pretty good. The racing was fairly clean, and you know, it's good to have a chat to you guys halfway through the race as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I really enjoyed having getting your perspective on it and the drivers' feel of how things were going out there. Brady, it's been awesome to see you back in the series, mate. I know last time out we saw you in different colours. Bit of a change in the off season for you. How have you found that?
Yeah, it's been really good, really. It's been good to just focus solely on driving and learning how to drive better. It's been a positive move in all aspects for me, more than just stature and everything. It's just been a pretty humbling experience.
Fantastic, mate. Well, look, congratulations again on a stellar drive. We saw a few incidents along the way, but a really strong job from yourselves and the Tasman Motorsports team. Before that, you go, is there anyone you want to thank?
Yeah, just like to thank Lee for his Superman stint with no sound. The guys at Trans-Tasman Racing, and to our sponsors, my sponsor Extreme Motor Trimming, Virtual Racing School, Biante Model Cars, Cartefex, Parenzo, and yeah, you guys for the broadcast. Thanks, guys.
Awesome, mate. Hopefully we'll see you back out on circuit as the season progresses, but well done for tonight.
Thanks, guys.
Yes, thanks.
Yeah, there's plenty to sort of go through tonight, isn't there, Dan and Norrie? I mean, we've seen so many people, like you say, yo-yo up and down the field a little bit. Andrew Dyson, what a start. Car didn't go anywhere. Got pulverised by the entire field. Got spun around as they made the lap to try and get back in the pit lane. Worked their way back up. Got spun, came back. Those guys back in 11th position now. What a race from those guys. He's just a number of them. Rick Kuznetsov, what a talent he's going to be. James Scott in the final lap makes an error. Car gets sideways. Jordan Ross has nowhere to go. I mean, there's so much to go through tonight, and we will decipher that. And I'm sure everyone will go back and look at the footage here. But, I mean, we've got to put this on for next season. I tell you what, the Red Bull Ring is an exciting track.
Yeah, it was a really good circuit. I know there's a little bit of conjecture going into this one. People wondering how it was going to play out, and obviously we did see the incident limit get a bit of a bump up and revision prior to the start of this one, which not a bad idea. We did see a few cars though fall foul of that towards the back end of the race, so it wasn't too bad, all things considered. The racing itself, absolutely fantastic, and I think the guy said it well. Supercars, as much as you don't think they're going to be a good car on a big GP style circuit, really put on a fantastic display. And from what we saw at the back end of that race there between Philsell, Shepherd and Grigalt, if we see that race in, race out, mate, we're on for an awesome season.
No, we definitely are. Big shout out to all our sponsors, of course, of the Jinx Shifters, AOSC11, brought to you by RaceKraft Simulations. Need to thank simrigs.com, Track Camps for Gourmets, AJ Insurance Services, Acuta, Race Circuit Art Australia, and of course a shout out to our mates over in the USA, Team 126 Racing. It's been a fantastic night. Round number 3 came to you from Red Bull Ring. It was 650k. We teamed them up. Jared Filsell gets the win there. Of course, the United Sim Sports team, they've done a fantastic job. Corey Shippen second, Ethan Grigalt crossed the line third. Shout out to all of our winners, everyone else who enjoyed the race. Guys, thanks for tonight. Thanks for joining us again, Daniel Leet and Matthew Norris. It's been a fantastic night.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah,
Well,
thoroughly enjoyed it, mate.
Shout out to Nick Hausler, our production crew, and we'll see you again